Like, listen, like, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
you don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
American
that
culture.
it's a white
If they
people
want to be
problem.
switching,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
There's no meritocracy in these companies. There's politics, there's ass kissing, and that's how you get promoted. In this job market, you need to think of yourself as a business when you're trying to look for opportunities. I'm going to be giving you guys 10 pieces of career advice that I wish somebody had given to me like 10 years ago. Would have saved me a lot of time and made me much more successful by now. But it's okay. I'm passing it down to you. Number one, your job is your side hustle. Yes, I said that right. Your job is your side hustle. People make their job the center of their career. But one thing that people need to understand is that capitalism does not reward you being somebody else's employee. Capitalism only rewards owning your own company, owning the ladder. Okay. Most people in corporate who focus on climbing up the corporate ladder end up regretting it and trying to start businesses once they get to like 50, 60, 70, because they dedicated their life to something that never really gave them the sense of security and the sense of freedom that they were looking for from their career. The only way to get that is for you to have control over your own livelihood. That's the only way for you to feel free, secure, and to ultimately win. Additionally, having a job forces you to narrow your focus onto one.
Let me welcome to Stanley versus the World. This was the optional, or some would call it bonus show. I'm going to stop her right then and there. Some people, and I'm kind of one of them. I work to live. I don't live to work. And, like, in a way, questions to ponder earlier this morning kind of said the same thing. And I'm going to actually play a clip of it maybe after this video. Number one, well, I'm going to have something to say about this bullshit that millennials want to talk about boomers. I think it's a ridiculous, making generational sweeping arguments like that. You're not going to win friends and influence people. It comes off as whining. But some people don't live to work or work, they don't, their jobs are not them. And the mistake I made years ago was basically, and I literally said this a few times, that, my job, like I am my work. No. Especially once I had a family. Nah, I'd much rather be home. So I've told my son, look, work hard, put in, put the effort in at the front end, plan on, the goal is to retire at like 50 at an outset. If you can do it earlier, great. So you can do what you want to do. Now, if what you want to do is start a company, great. But if you don't, that's great too. I can't imagine why starting my own company, which is more work, you're going to work more than 8 hours. You're going to work more than 24 hours sometimes, because your customers are your customers. I don't think owning a business is freedom, to be honest. You're going to work for somebody. And if you're working directly for your customers, you're still working for someone. And I understand capitalism, your money needs to earn money and stuff like that. But the thing is these billionaires, like a Jeff Bezos, they work inordinate hours. Look at the number of people. I'm thinking of Bezos, Bill Gates, and freaky Elon Musk. They're all like divorced or have 80 baby mamas and stuff like that. Their lives are not complete. I honestly, they may be happy, but I don't see how. I've literally never wanted to work 100 hours a week. If it's something I really want to do, sure. But nah, I disagree with her there. Now, I admire the entrepreneurial spirit and people who have that spirit, great. But they need to understand that this prescription that she's describing is not for everyone. So just want to say that. And then we may get to Ponder after this. Hey, Mariah, some of the ridiculousness that Ponder was pawning. I think C Moore is just a just gullible old YN. He acts like Ponder has the answers to his wrecked life. But something she said earlier today just fucking, I invented the hashtag millennial gold digger because that's what she sounded like.
Thing, and it forces you to specialize, and the world rewards people who are more generalist. Those are the skills that are required in entrepreneurship, business owners. So you don't want to hyper specialize. You want to be able to be a generalist. That's going to ultimately be better for you, and that's going to help you win in the world that we live in. So if you want to have a successful career, use the job as a tool to fund your business, which is your main priority. Your job should be second priority to your business, your purpose, whatever it is you decide to do that you own and build for yourself. And no, you don't need to first work for somebody in order to know how business works and then go start your business. Like I said, working for someone is going to do more harm to your entrepreneurship skills by narrowing your focus. The best way to learn entrepreneurship is by doing it and failing and doing it and failing. That's how entrepreneurs learn. You have to just jump into the deep end. So if you have the option to never get into a job, that's the best thing you can do. Get out of this job shit and start thinking about business. Period. I don't care if you think you're entrepreneurial or not. Entrepreneurship is for everybody. Number 2, sending out job applications is the reason why you're not getting a call back. Okay, this is a mistake that I feel like a lot of people make, and I feel like it's extra bad in this job market. I realized for a long time that I was job searching like an employee. You need to start job searching like a business owner. Okay, you're engaging with businesses, and you need to think of yourself as a business when you're trying to look for opportunities, right? So one thing that I noticed is, especially with AI coming out and people now using AI to apply for jobs, I've realized that companies are really struggling to get talent because they're being bombarded by applications. So what companies have recently started doing is they take candidates' emails and then they add them to their email list, and then they email market jobs to those specific candidates. So I was like, wow, these companies are using an email marketing strategy. They're not just going with one-on-one recruiting. I mean, they were doing that primarily, but now they're really leaning into email marketing. So when I realized that, I was like, you know what? I'm done applying to jobs one-on-one. I'm going to start marketing myself, because that's what companies do. When you're not getting results with something, what do? You market yourself. When you need to be efficient about it, because there's too many jobs that I need to apply to in order to get an outcome, guess what? I'm going to spread and market myself and make myself attractive to multiple jobs. So I do that by marketing myself on LinkedIn as opposed to submitting applications one-on-one. I was able to secure a 170K offer without ever applying. I have Google in my DMs offering me interviews, and I created a whole playbook of all the tips that I have of how people need to apply for jobs in this market. If you want all those tips that I have, get my playbook. It'll teach you and totally change your mindset about how you need to approach this job search. So if you want my playbook on how to do that, click the link in the description box below. Number 3, school is quietly setting you up for failure. The reason why I feel like school sets people up for failure is because, again, it encourages you to be an employee. It teaches you how to be an obedient employee. It teaches you how to seek validation through grades and from authorities. The way it's structured, it makes you narrow and focus on one specialization. So I think it takes away from you that could actually benefit you and make you successful in the world that we live in as a business owner, and sets you up to be an employee who is at the mercy of businesses in order for you to even have a livelihood and have money, which I don't like. So I think that if you're in school or you have to be in school, at the very least, you should take charge and try to put yourself in positions where you're not going to be a victim to this. Like, for instance, instead of majoring in one specific thing, just major in something super general like entrepreneurship, business management, like something very general that like still allows you to exercise the skills that you would need to actually fully own a business and run a business and be more well-rounded. And if you have the option to, if I were you, I would just go and start my business and then take courses to learn the specific skills that I need to run my specific business that I'm running. That's what I would do. That's how I would learn. As early as possible, start thinking about what your strengths are and figure out how you can deliver solutions using your strength to problems that are in the world. How can you take your strengths, find problems, solve those problems, and deliver them to the world by yourself? How can you distribute that? I think that's the most important thing. So if you're somebody who is really good at making furniture, right? That's your strength. Start thinking early on, okay, how can I distribute this to society? How can I make sure people buy my furniture? How can I market myself? How can I sell? How can I worry about that process? Worry about the process of monetizing your strengths as opposed to getting good grades. For instance, one thing that I'm good at is breaking down concepts. I'm overly analytical. What I really should have been focusing on in high school and college is learning how to be more articulate, things that I'm doing right now. Learning how to articulate my ideas, learning how to share my ideas clearly, organize my ideas, organize my thoughts. These are things that I should have been learning in high school and college that I'm just now starting to learn because I didn't pay attention to nurturing my natural strengths and figuring out how to deliver that value to the world. Right? So again, focus on that. Start thinking about your strengths and how can you get the value out to the world instead of how can I get hired by somebody so they can tell me what to do, so they can then pay me, then I can then use try to figure out how to just monetize your own strengths. Okay, number 4. This is for people who are already in corporate. The worst career advice that you'll ever get comes from the most successful person in your company. People love to go into these companies and listen to the career advice from the CEO and from the executives. One thing you guys need to realize is, number one, most executives are psychopaths. There's studies that have been done, so they're not going to tell you anything good for you. Number 2, there is a conflict of interest with executives advising employees on what they should do in their career, because the only thing that an executive cares about is squeezing as much labor out of you as possible, because the way that they make their money is by exploiting your labor. So every piece of advice that they're going to give you boils down to just work hard, work harder, right? And it's really important in your career that you have boundaries, that you protect your mental health, that you limit how much you're going to invest into a company, because I promise you, when it comes time for them to balance their books, they will gladly lay you off and they will not care about you. So do not over invest in companies. Just be very clear on the fact that the value that you're giving them is much higher than what they're paying you. They're getting much more in value than what they're paying you. So know your worth.
Yeah, it's called capitalism. They're not going to pay you what you're worth. They've got to make a profit. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and hear this out. It's why I think you should always take advice from YouTube, if you take it at all, with a grain of salt. I think her advice works for people that are like her, who are very entrepreneurial. It wouldn't work for someone like me who, I don't even think it would have worked in my 20s. Number one, she almost sounds like she's got some tunnel vision. I think when you get older, you just tend to look at life differently. So maybe excellent advice for some business major coming out of college. But, I know if you're kind of technical, it's not bad to focus on one thing. If you're a medical doctor, yeah, you can be a generalist. That's fine. You'll have better hours. But I wish she had just said, "Hey, this is advice that if you're very entrepreneurial," which she sounds like, and she kind of said it, but this advice is not for everyone. Some people thrive in structure, not like free form, do what you want to do. Some people aren't as disciplined as she obviously is.
And limit your investment, limit your energy, the energy that you're putting into these companies, and have boundaries around work. Otherwise, you will burn out. There are people who've literally legitimately died at their work tables, and this is very sad. There are people who, there's a lot of stories about just people overworking themselves. So, and that's why I say it's important to be careful who you listen to when they're trying to advise you on your career, because sometimes there's a conflict of interest and the advice they're giving you is beneficial for them and it's not actually beneficial for you. So again, the most successful person in your company is not necessarily the person that you should be listening to.
And I'm also gonna say, and I don't know, I guess I've just kind of, I am getting old. If you can find expertise in your family, you should always, especially if that family knows you, like kind of close family. Like when I was my son, I told the story. There've been like second grade, seventh grade, and maybe once in high school. Like my sister's a retired teacher. My mother was a retired teacher. My father, I'm sorry, my father-in-law is a retired teacher. When I had like education expertise or needed some education, like how do you, get kids, that sort of thing. I always went to them, my sister especially. However, that doesn't mean I always followed their advice. I just needed their advice just so I could weigh options. So, in my opinion, if you can find the expertise within your family, because your personality, you get better advice from people who know you and who know your personality. That's why parents can be really good advisors. It's not a hard and fast rule, but in my experience, usually if you can find the expertise within your family or friend group as well, start there. Going, even mentors in a company, that's kind of a limited, I think it's it's a good thing, but it's not always a good thing. So anyway.
You about career advice. The fifth piece of advice that I have, getting into a big company might be the worst thing that happens to your career. So many people want to get into the big companies. And I can tell you right now, as someone who's gotten to big tech companies and to the biggest companies in the world, I promise you, my skills have developed better when I worked at a smaller company. So don't be fooled by the branding and the perception that like, oh, if I work at this big company, then that means I'm going to have to be more competent and it's going to, challenge me more and make me an even better engineer or whatever it is you're pursuing, right? That is not the case. A lot of the times when you work at bigger companies, there's so much bureaucracy, things don't even get done. You certainly won't get the ownership that you would get at a smaller company. You certainly won't be able to be multifaceted and build the skills, like build more well-rounded skills to understand how a business works, right? You're going to be siloed into a very small aspect of a project and again, made to hyper specialize, which is going to erode your other skills. So yes, while working for a big company is going to give you the clout and the brand recognition on your resume, it's not actually going to make your skills better. So a lot of people end up at big companies and they end up being less skilled, leaving those companies, and people who come from startups are like running circles on people who've been working at these big companies for years and years and years. And that becomes an issue, especially when you're trying to switch companies and you're now on a job market and now you're not even marketable or competitive compared to other people. The other thing that people don't realize about people who work in big companies, they're not happy. They're not happy. They're not happy. I'm just going to leave it at that. Being inside of these companies, I can tell you people are fucking miserable working at these companies. So don't be fooled by the glitz and the glam and the branding. Don't be fooled. Number 6, stop begging for titles. Okay. Stop begging for titles. Stop asking for titles. Okay. You need to realize that titles are just titles. They're not like your identity. So you need to detach these titles that you get in corporate from your identity, because literally if you're not getting promoted, you can quit and make yourself a CEO CEO tomorrow by starting your own company, right? So titles mean nothing and your job does not define you. Stop tying your identity to the titles, because there are so many people who, when they get laid off, they've had this title for so long that it's like they don't even know who they are without that title. And then they start to have like an identity crisis. So be very careful with identifying too much with these titles. Focus more on the money that you're going to get, what you're going to get paid, than on whether it's a senior or nobody cares. Okay. Are you getting paid what you want or are you not? Just focus on that. Forget the title. And number 7, the fastest promotion you're ever going to get is at a company that doesn't know you yet. Too many people literally sit around kissing ass, fighting for their life, trying to climb up into the next level or get promoted in their current company, literally slaving, operating 3 levels above them in their current company, waiting for a promotion for like 2 years. Meanwhile, that company is extracting value from you that they don't deserve because you're operating 2-3 levels above you to demonstrate that you deserve the promotion, which, by the way, is not going to be given to you based on merits anyway, because meritocracy is bullshit. There's no meritocracy in these companies. There's politics, there's ass kissing, and that's how you get promoted, unfortunately. So instead of gunning for promotions, just switch companies. It's the best, most efficient thing to do. Every time I've left one company, I've been able to get offers a level or 2 levels above where I was before. So it's very easy to get promoted in that way. Just ask for the title that you want when you're looking for a job and boom, you've jumped up, right? Instead of sitting around slaving 3 levels above you just to maybe get a 2% promotion. And by the way, the promotion and the pay bump that you're going to get will be significantly more if you switch companies than if you try and get promoted within your own company. So the most important thing I would say if you're trying to get promoted is be as detached as possible to that company, as opposed to sitting around fighting for recognition at your current company. Don't do that. Don't do that. Be as detached as possible and look for opportunities at other companies. Okay, number 8. If you don't fit your company culture, good. Never, and I mean never, compromise your values for a company, ever. If you find yourself at a company and there's friction between you and the company culture and you just feel like you don't fit in and like things don't feel right, you don't agree with the way things are being done, yeah, double down on being yourself. Okay, too many people start to question themselves, and I've done this too. You start to question yourself, you're like, oh my God, is there something wrong with me? Like maybe I need to change myself in this way, maybe I need to talk this way, maybe I need to do this, maybe I need to be more gentle, maybe I need to. No, if you disagree with the company culture, in all likelihood the problem is the company. So you need to double down on being yourself and leave. The problem with bending and folding to these toxic cultures is that you will become what you hate in that company. Okay. If you live in a company that's hyper competitive and you don't like that competition, you're more of a collaborative person, you're going to become a highly competitive person to accommodate that culture. And now you'll start competing with your friends, you'll start competing with your spouse in your relationship, and people are going to find you freaking annoying because you're going to take that culture with you everywhere else you go, and it's going to affect your personal relationships. And no job is worth you tarnishing your personal relationships for. Same thing with if you have to be in a culture where you have to be super domineering and dominant over everybody. Again, same thing. People are going to find you fucking annoying and you're going to find yourself without friends and a 2% promotion that adds $20 to your paycheck. Was it worth it? Like, be careful what you accommodate at these companies and what you bend and fold to and how you adjust to these companies, because you may become the same insufferable person that you hate. If you find that a company does not fit you in your culture, double down on being yourself until you get fired or laid off or you end up finding another opportunity. That to me is the best thing. And when you leave, you won't regret it and you'll still get to be yourself. And people will say, well, but what if the company is helping me grow? Like it's helping me develop personally. It is very rare that a company culture in these corporations that are tyrannical by nature is going to help you grow in a positive direction. I don't think a tyrannical culture is ever going to like influence you in a good way. Now, there may be individuals at your company that are of good moral character that can help you to grow in a better way. I have found individuals like that in my companies and I stay close to those people. But you have to be very careful with just adopting company cultures in general because they tend to be toxic, poisonous, and mostly negative. I just hate to say it, but it is what it is, which is why I think people should avoid corporate altogether. But if you must, at least know these things. So yeah, you guys, that is my unhinged career advice. I have more. I'm sure I can do a part 2 to this video. So if you guys want, make sure you let me know. And again, if you want the job search playbook, it has lots of secrets and tea that will help you get a job without throwing away your freaking dignity in this market. Make sure you click the link in the description box, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
I don't know. I don't know that I am. I don't know that I'm as negative as Sin is, but I find her advice not very like universal. You probably have to, someone who is motivated. Um, some people like structure. I mean, I kind of liked structure in that I kind of knew when I was going to be home, and when I wasn't. I remember taking a business trip out to Phoenix. I did it like 2 or 3 times. And I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of miserable. I would I like call home and the little 2-year-old is talking to me on the phone. And I'm telling you right now, I wouldn't even like I think though actually it was only 2 times that I went to Phoenix for training. I was training a help desk. I never went out once. Like I would literally walk out to the hotel. I'd like walk, to some restaurant, just for some exercise. Walk to a restaurant, maybe eat there, maybe take it back. But people would invite me out. Let's go to this, let's go to that. And I'm like, nah, gotta call my wife, and I gotta call my wife at 8. I was so, and I wasn't exactly miserable because I didn't have to take the trips, but I like the structure because I don't work to live. I'm sorry, I don't live for work or live to work. So anyway, I'm going to take a somewhat related, but still probably not, a little bit tangential sin. As far as I know, we are. I use it enough. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I get where you're going with that, CK. What's up, 12 man? So, what I was going to do, because it was kind of funny. And if you hear lightning in the background, it looks like weather's rolling in. If I lose internet, then I lose internet. I'm not coming back, but it's not that bad yet. It's just a little rainy, and I can hear some thunder out there. But what I was going to say is that I after the show last night, as always, I'm up for an hour or two because it's hard for me to wind down. So I made like a breakfast for dinner thing again, and listened to a little bit of CM's show. And it was kind of funny because I was in and out of sleep. I'd sleep for like 2 or 3 hours, then I'd wake up and troll a little bit, then fall back to sleep because I was reading at the same time, trying to get through this liberalism book. So something that questions to ponder once she finally got up to Seymour's show that she said just made my jaw drop. And I usually try and kind of stay away from questions to ponder. If she doesn't engage me, I'm not going to engage her. But Seymour literally spent like 24 hours talking about nothing but me, like 95% of the time. So that just allowed me to troll him. And but something Ponder said, it was so to me, it was so just like ridiculous. I actually took the time to play it back and clip it. it was like the stupidest thing I've ever heard her say. And usually, she may be just kind of horrible, but she's usually not stupid. But what she said was literally stupid. What's up, Shiesty? So let me see, can I bring it up here? I have not seen. Oddly enough, I don't watch a lot of movies these days. So let me see, can I find this clip? It's a video file. Here it is.
Finally, permanent
Yeah.
thing.
Okay, so let
And
me
that's
stop it right quick. I'll set it up a little bit. So, of course, Ponder comes up, and then Seymour starts talking. And then, of course, she's going to take up the mantle. She's not my biggest fan these days for some reason or another. I have no clue. She actually came up on my birthday and said, hey. But so she is on this weird jag against empty elders and boomers and stuff like that. And I don't know what's going on in her personal life, but she just literally sounds like a fucking baby sometimes. And all those people that are claiming, whining about boomers, they literally sound like whiny babies. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. Hopefully the volume's okay. And then I'll talk about it afterwards because it's only, I can't tell. How long is this? It's not super long. It's just a couple minutes. So we'll play it and then I'll talk about it. And I guess I could post the link now while I'm thinking about it. There we go. And I warn you now, I'm not in a Seymour style of bullshit. I'm not even remotely interested in dealing with that kind of, that form of dialogue. So here we go. Let's play it.
that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, I'm done forever. Stanley's next. Stanley Mariah's next. Honestly, like, it was Stanley first.
And
Like, unless
yeah,
you
and,
he's been telling me to send him money.
and that old guy, that failure from the 80s, who has his own channel, but for some reason won't stay over there with his horrible, poor analytics.
Well, when does he go to bed? Like, I never met a boomer that doesn't go to bed.
Because he has nothing to do. Imagine not having a family, not being loved. No one wants anything to do with you. The smart thing to do would be get a job, live off retirement, and with the money you earn from income as a senior citizen, you could give that money to your child so someone can have a better place in life than you did.
Okay, so my comment to her was, why would I, if I'm retired, why would I go get a job and then give money to my 20-year-old to make his life better? Isn't parenting a kid through education and preparing that child to get a responsible job and, make the money for himself? Isn't that what parents should be doing? Why the fuck would I get a job and, quote, give it to my child? That's not helping anybody. And it's the most ridiculous argument I've heard a millennial make about a boomer. She's a fucking idiot. I cannot believe she said that. But then my response to her was hashtag millennial gold digger. It's like, so the argument is that we should just be giving money to these kids so they have a better life. What about training them to make their own life? I simply could not believe that someone who is supposedly smart and analytical would ever say that kind of shit. I'm just gonna leave it at that. She sounded like a fucking whiny gold digging millennial. Not all millennials are gold diggers, but I think Ponder's one. Why would I give money to my son? Fuck. I mean, what does she think? Black people are like that wealthy in a generational wealth? She is literally not that bright talking like that. And then it's not in this clip, but Bobby Perkins always asks me, well, what are you cooking for dinner tonight? So I told him probably burritos, or maybe I'll just make a pizza. Now I make the pizza from scratch. I chop the vegetables, et cetera, et cetera. So she goes, well, why would I don't know, a grown man be eating, pizza or burritos? Well, because they're from scratch and they're delicious. I didn't get into details about what the burritos would be. Sometimes, I have some fresh chicken breasts that I'm going to split. And then I've got some fresh spinach. I'm going to make some pico de gallo. So it's going to be chicken burritos, basically kind of like chicken wraps, I guess, with fresh spinach and homemade pico de gallo. And if my son wants to add to it, he can. How is that not a good meal? So her thing is, why aren't you grilling like porterhouses and shit? I'm like, dude, because I'm 61 and I don't always feel like eating a goddamn porterhouse. You silly woman. She's just really beclowning herself. And she always picks people like Seymour or John Galt, like the fucking like some questionable, they're kind of bad boys, but they're also toxic as shit. And she's up there just stroking these guys' ego. What she needs to be doing is getting off goddamn YouTube and going to find a husband. She keeps coming after me. Why don't she get off Seymour's panel and go find a man that's worth her time? But she'd rather get up there and fucking as Mariah, I think it was Mariah said, like, this woman would rather hang out with a fucking deadbeat dad and a 50-year-old who smokes pot on YouTube every day, who's a baby daddy too. The fuck is her problem? But she wants to come after me? Dude, she better not ever. And every time I go up to Seymour's panel, she runs. She knows not to lock horns with me because I will crush that silly woman just for the fun of it. I'm generally not that out for blood for, young women, but she's just getting over her skis if she's fucking with me. I crush people like her. Fuck, I've been doing it all my life. So anyway, that's my rant about that. And Seymour, we know what I'll do to him. I'm not even worried about him. He's not smart enough. So there we go, folks. Let us move on. All righty. So enough of that. But I do like trolling Seymour. And by the way, I don't know if he's listening. Maybe you'll hear this on the replay. But motherfucker, anytime you want to ban me from your channel, let me put it to you this way. If you drop me, even time me out, I'm out of there. I'll just be done with you. You're not that engaging. I like trolling in your chat, but if you're going to start dropping me and acting like I want to be there all the time, fuck you. And by the way, you will pay me $50 to come up to your panel, and you're going to pay me $50 that you owe me to come up to my panel. You can languish in the chat until Mariah decides to flush your ass. But $50 to come to my panel, son, because I dropped you yesterday for being toxic on my panel. You don't come back up until you pay that goddamn bounty or get Ponder or somebody to pay it for you. So anyway, and by the way, let's do the commercial now. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're new to the channel, we aren't always this messy, at least not during the week. But on the weekends, it can get a little there's fuckery allowed. Support the show by supporting the host. And I must thank our executive producers for this month so far. DCKJ3 and The Loop and Rigging. Thank you very much. Between the two of them, they were very generous and pretty much took care of the newspaper subscriptions. And by the way, I might have mentioned it yesterday. I did mention it yesterday. I'm going to probably drop the Washington Post. I've already canceled it, but it's going to go through June. And then I'm going to pick up the Chicago Sun-Times. I'm kind of tired of the Washington Post bullshit, where they want to play commercials on these AI readers. I'm not doing that. I'm not paying like $30 a month or whatever the fuck it is to hear commercials. All right. So this will thrill CKJ3. This is you might have even sent this to me. That might be how I know about it. This is Medium Man talking about Black fatherhood and how Black conservatives created white audiences off lies. And I don't know what MML stands for. Maybe you can tell me, CK. So let's go ahead and start this up. And the link is posted if anyone wants to come up. And I'm going to go walk the perimeter to make sure all the windows are closed. Hopefully my son got to it. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Wait, what rules are you talking about? Fuck rules, Sin. I make my own rules as I go along. Fair, life isn't fair is what my father tells me. So I don't give a fuck about what's fair and what's not. I can't believe you said that. What rules am I supposed to follow?
Notice that I haven't discussed. As you know, this is where I tend to thrive. So hopefully I'll be able to educate you guys on the history of it and how we got to this point. So we're going to take a look at three polarizing figures that a lot of Black conservatives like to share. A lot of white conservatives and white people in general like to champion the Black conservatives to push this message when they're ill-informed of the actual situation on Black fatherhood. So I'm going to break that down as best possible. Before that, we got a couple videos that we're going to address that came across my feed on YouTube while I was away. So we'll definitely get into it. But man, it's good to be back, man. It's been busy, a lot going on, especially with work. You guys see that we have a hantavirus outbreak. So being that I work in global health, we have been very busy. So it's very tough to get back and do original content, as you know, I guess that's how you put it, because I had to put out some of the replays of the videos and you guys tend to enjoy those. So I like doing that. I like reaching back into the archives and getting some of the videos that I already did and then reposting them, because there's a lot of people that are new here that haven't seen them. So when they get a glimpse of it, they're like, damn, man, I kind of understand the way that this channel is moving. And a lot of people tend to like it. So yeah, it's been a lot of videos that I did. I was laughing at some of them because some of the clips that I put in there, I forgot I put in at pause for the young folks. And I was dying laughing over here, man, at some of the archive content. But I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. And I'm going to keep doing it as much as possible. Try and put out one at either 9 a.m. or 12 p.m. Every day. I think that's a good practice. So, yeah, I think you guys enjoy it. So, yeah, man, what's been going on? I know it's a lot been going on in, social media, YouTube. My goodness. The whole Threads feed is about Dr. Bryant. I mean, Lord have mercy, that woman. But, yeah, we're going to touch on that a little bit. And why I love Black women from this interview that, Miss Bryant, Cheyenne Bryant, had with this educated Black woman on, was it Fox News 5 on DC? But yeah, we're going to take a look at that, man. But I love Black women, man. I was dying laughing at the interview, but good to see y'all here. Thank you, Olawa. Thank you, Pooh Man, for putting all the links in the description. Greatly appreciate it. Let me see here. Is the picture good? Sound good? Let me know. Moderators, good to see y'all here. Hope all is well. Blessings to you and yours. Let me see here. I think we got super chat. Okay. We got Dante Bryant. What up though with the $5 bomb? He said, Brother Double M, I saw bro went on Jeff St. James instead. He didn't want no smoke with you talking about reporting for duty like a Boy Scout. Oh, I know you talk about it. Shout out to Jeff St. James. Greatly appreciate what that brother is doing in these spaces. But yeah, man, honestly, everything, Dante Bryant, everything was said in my video. And like I told you guys, that's one of the main reasons why people don't share this type of content, because it kind of level sets the conversation. And you guys have witnessed in real time that a lot of people don't know Black men. They may know the narratives and the stereotypes, and that's what they tend to speak to, but they seem like they taken a liking to, I guess, know Black women more than they know Black men. And sometimes we take our messaging, the loudest people in the Black community, they will speak for Black men without fully understanding what we're actually doing out here. And that's unfortunate. And we're going to discuss that here in the breakdown, but I hope that my subscribers can understand what I'm talking about here and the ramifications that come with not knowing Black men fully in regards to the statistics. Okay? Because it has a trickle down effect in the Black community, because the more people, place Black women up here based on false statistics, then Black women are consistently looking down at Black men. They're saying, yeah, because everybody is telling us that we're the most educated. Everybody is telling us that we make more money than Black men, right? So I've always said, I honestly don't blame the Black women who hate Black men, why they feel that way. Because if you were told over decades upon decades that your men were trash, that your men were in jail,
I'm going to be honest. Maybe I'm not pro-Black at all. I just don't get, who cares if Black women are saying they make more money? Why is that a big deal? Can somebody tell me? And it may be true that, there's a trend that Black women are kind of doing their thing while while Black men, are wondering where the women at? Why aren't they coming to find me? Well, I read an article today. It's happening across all demographics. I'm just not so sure it is, just a quote Black phenomenon. People will find who they need to find. I'm a lot more laissez-faire about this. Let the market just do its thing. I'm still confused why it matters if everybody's saying Black women make more than Black men. I don't get it. Why is it important? Why is it important to make a show about it? Why is it important to be upset about it? If you know it's true, doesn't really matter if they do.
They're gay. It's no suitable men out there. How else would you see that group of men? And that messaging comes from those that are in the positions to have the loudest voice, because they have the loudest followers, They may be celebrities. And you know how the Black community likes to hang on the words of celebrities. You know, that's why that Dave Chappelle joke always hits home where he said, "Man, who the F care what Ja Rule think or whatever," you know, but the Black community likes to put those type of people on the pedestal, but they don't have any formal training in what they're discussing. Even Tyler Perry is a billionaire, but do you think he has time to go into the weeds and look at the statistics? Instead, he pushes the narrative. He says, well, Black women are making the majority of money because he's consistently around Black women. So he's like, yeah, if I got all these high earning Black women here, I don't see that many Black men, then of course Black women are making the bulk of the money, because he didn't look at the statistics. But as an educated man, you have to make sure that you do the research if you speak so matter of factly about Black men, because that messaging is toxic. It's toxic as hell. And the women who already have a level of disdain for Black men, they are not open to discussion, consideration, anything. So that's why I always talk about the rule of 10. You know, you got to let those people go. But the more that we have people pushing these false narratives about Black men, that number of women in particular and Black men, as you guys have seen, it's going to get larger. So it's going to get to a point where Black men are going to start alienating themselves, or the Black men over here are going to start separating themselves from the collective. And that won't be good for anybody, because these Black men understand it. They're going to continue to thrive. And if you take that away from the Black community, then it's going to be a real problem. And I've been cataloging this for a while. I've been telling everybody about the marriage rates. You know, I've been telling everybody about Black men increasing their earnings. I've discussed this over the past 3 years. I've shown Black women pictures and statistics and references and reports about the state of Black economics. I just posted a video trying to help Black women understand. Stop listening to the propaganda saying that you guys are doing so well when the statistics show that you guys are doing worse. You're in a worse position than you were a couple of years ago. And nobody talks about this. And that's why I said it's very important for me to do this type of content. So at least not necessarily to say I told you so, but to understand that I have been cataloging this and I've been trying to help the Black community understand where we need the most help first. And that's why we're going to talk about Black fatherhood and motherhood and all those types of things. And if you guys haven't checked it out, I did create a Substack. I put out the state of Black women. So that is just a statistical rundown along with solutions on where Black women actually stand. That is my contribution to the Black community. You know, so Black women can go there, look at the actual reports, statistics. You can reference it for yourself. This is something that I've been doing for a while. And like I said, there has never been, I guess, either a social media personality, an educated individual in the Black community that has actually looked at the statistics for Black women. Black men have been picked apart. Pause. You know what I'm saying? We get think pieces on Black men damn near every day. It was a woman that put out the state of Black men, or dating Black men, or something like that. And of course, it was based off of, false narratives and statistics, and based off of a position of a woman who hasn't found the man for her. So when you have those type of think pieces, without taking your biases away, everything gets, twisted. But if you look on Substack and you actually read my report, you will see that I'm very fair, because I would not get up there and just show Black women where they lack without giving you solutions, along with it. Okay. And that comes from the fact that I do still care. It's tough. Not gonna lie. It is tough, to look outside of my circle of Black women that I love and adore and I take care of. But as a collective, I still care, but it's just very tough, with the amount of stuff that's going on, So yeah, so I'm still trying, man. So it's what it is. I know that was a little long, but I've been going for a while, so y'all understand. Jay Renard, what up, though? Member for 17 months, man. Thank you for the support. All this time,
I'm
man.
about to
Just made
move
honor roll
ahead with
and
this.
catching a live win, man. Damn,
Just
that
made
actually
the
reminded
honor
me. I was
roll.
supposed to get up with Yana
Oh, wait, so high schoolers are listening to him? Interesting.
Van Zant. So yeah, so she is back on the podcast scene. Just popped up on my YouTube, mainly probably because I've already covered her before. But she went on to a podcast called Off the Record, AWF The Record. And I recognized one of the women that was interviewing her. she's the spouse of a funny newsman, and she's a funny newswoman. She's a Black woman or Dominican woman that she shows people how she changes her voice from newscaster to, you know, her regular voice at home. And she used to talk to her husband in her news voice, and it used to be so hilarious. So I did not know that she had her own podcast, or they had their own podcast, but they had Ebony K. Williams on as a guest. And some of her talking points sound very familiar to a man that was in these spaces. Rest in peace to Kevin Samuels. And it made me, her conversation on this podcast, it made me create a readout for how many high earning Black women there are in the Black community. And I'm going to, and I'll explain to you why. Okay. So let's get to it. Oh, hold on. See here. Air Force Reek, member for 18 months. Thank you, brother. Man, a year and a half. Salute Media Man in chat. Looking forward to this. No, absolutely, man. We're going to definitely dive into it, but let's have a little fun. I think this is informative for the women who may be considering a lifestyle like Ebony K. Williams. So she always does a great job of explaining herself and her situation and how she's comfortable with it. And that was one of the main reasons why I wanted to review this quick clip. And then you guys can go over there and watch the full interview, because it was very informative, especially for Black women who don't want the traditional household. I will say that much. Okay, so let's get to it. Fair use, fair use.
Historically and still today.
Hold on, let's go back.
Men primarily, historically and still today, are assessed and valued around their economic ability. That has been the case and is still the case. And what are ladies, what are women assessed by? Because it's certainly not our hearts.
Yeah, our physical features.
It is our aesthetic, our beauty, and our youth.
Now, who does that sound like? Damn near verbatim. It sounds like Kevin Samuels. It's the same information that he was giving women on his platform. And let me just say this. All three of these Black women are gorgeous. They're, in shape. They look amazing. So whenever you get a chance to compliment a Black woman, I guess, I'm going to be the first one to do it. Yeah, they look amazing. So, and shout out to them. And they said that very quickly, our youth and our beauty. So even women who fit that criteria, such as these ladies here, they understand it. But there's a disconnect in the Black community when you say messages like this. So I think Ebony K. Williams is necessary for these spaces. And I think more Black women should listen to her message, because it's coming from a place where you could be in the future if you decide to go the route of freezing your eggs and not, conform to traditional standards of a household. And I'm not saying I agree with it. I absolutely don't. I would love to see more Black people get married. However, if you wanted any information on how to do this the right way, I guess you would go to Ebony K. Williams, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's get to it.
Let's name that. Let's name that piece, because one of the main pushbacks that I got, in the wake of Bus Driver Gate, being a woman in my early 40s, is, well, especially how dare you old bitch,
That was funny. How dare you old bitch. Man, they be cooking in them comments, man. I hate it. I don't condone that, but that was funny, man.
Seriously. Yeah. Seriously. Because you definitely don't get no say, because you've hit the wall. No. Anyway.
All right. So I want to stop there, because she said you've hit the wall. If you guys remember, and since I have a Substack, I'm going to post it there as well. I actually did a think piece about how women create their own wall. And a lot of people were like, man, you know what? That's absolutely true. So Ebony K. Williams is saying that the comments are always telling her that she hit the wall. And typically we say that after a woman that gets to 35, her youth and beauty, her ability to have children decreases. We all know the talking points. I don't like people saying, dying alone and foolery like that. But I will say this. When I say that women create their own wall, it's because of their own standards that they place on their dating market. Okay? So when she did the interview with Iyanla Vanzant, and Iyanla asked her, would you date the bus driver? Ebony K. Williams didn't understand why Anyala asked her that, but the reason why she asked her is because she wanted to know how many men you were going to leave or remove from your dating pool. So put it like this. Ebony K. Williams, I'm pretty sure she's a multimillionaire, right? This is fair. She got a lot going on, okay? So most women who make that amount of money, they want a man to make at or above their income level. And I think she said on multiple platforms that she would love for a man to pay all of her bills, even though she's a millionaire. Yeah, you can say make it make sense. It is what it is. Her preferences, the market will decide. But when you remove the quote unquote bus drivers from your dating pool, then that means you shrink your dating pool. That's what I mean by women creating their own wall. Because if you allowed those men.
Wait, did that motherfucker just come into my chat and say, mods report for duty? So he's in my chat trying to steal viewers? God damn, dude. How rude. Thank you, Mariah.
And who may make, a little bit less than you, if they were in your dating pool, you would have a better shot at finding what you want. However, this is where Ebony K is a little bit different. She sees marriage as, as men defined it. Men are in love, women are in business. So she sees it as a business proposition. So money is up here. And also in this interview, she said that she couldn't do 50-50. So that tells you right there, her dating pool is small, i.e. building her own wall. Women wouldn't have a wall if they just dated accordingly to their age and where they stand. Okay? But the problem is every woman on social media thinks they're a 10. And most people can't tell them otherwise. That's why I said it's important for Black women to listen to her, because she will tell you the truth, but she's also a spitting image of where you could be if you decide to go down this road. Okay? And you get to determine while you're young, is this something that is attractive to you? Do you want a life like Ebony K. Williams? Because it's going to take a lot of work. This is an educated woman. She has.
Okay, I am often confused. Does any man just think that they can just walk up to her and just go, hey, I'm a man? Dude, maybe you need to be worth her time. And, now, sometimes your income is reflective of your abilities. Okay, people seem to not understand that most of the time, at least in the quote Black demographic, they're not that many billionaires, et cetera, et cetera. Black people have to overcome odds that white people do not. Okay, so a Black billionaire actually probably has some more capabilities than someone like an Elon Musk, who had a silver spoon in his mouth when he was born. However, I would say the same thing with Black women. If you are Black in America, there's a little bit more of a headwind being, that successful. And you know what? Why should you, like a C. Moore, why should a C. Moore walk up to an Ebony K. Williams and act like he's her equal, at least as far as social status, capabilities, that sort of thing? These guys want to act like that, hey, women are automatically inferior. Black men are automatic leaders. It doesn't matter what they've done in their lives. It doesn't matter how much they earn. It doesn't matter the education. I am a Black man, therefore a natural leader. Okay, what people don't understand, and it seems like a lot of young Black men don't understand, there aren't that many born leaders in any demographic. Hardly anyone is a born leader. Now, you may come with some prerequisites. you know, you may have the fundamentals, but even leaders have to be trained, and even leaders need experience to become better leaders. Not every black man is an automatic leader. They need to stop that fucking bullshit. Even within families, black men aren't automatically leaders. Usually men are more aggressive. Aggressive is not necessarily synonymous with leadership, by the way. It's a very kind of amorphous, to use a big word, sort of concept. One type of, you know, leaders aren't plug and play either. I've seen plenty military leaders get into civilian corporate jobs and fail. Years ago, I knew of, and I'd met him maybe once or twice, a one-star Air Force general, brigadier, went to work in corporate. I don't even remember what he was doing there. But dude, he was gone in like a year because he kept pissing people off, thinking everybody worked for him. So leadership is not a plug and play sort of thing either. Now, again, that's based on my experience. I'm not going to break out, empirical evidence, but, it's kind of intuitive.
A lot of money. So her freezing her eggs, having a child, right? She had a little daughter about to be 2 years old. She had that child. She has the means to take care of it. And she was very matter of fact saying that she did pre-planning. She made sure that she had everything in place in regards, to financially to take care of this child. Okay. So if you are a black woman that is looking to mimic what Ebony K is doing, then you might want to start listening to her. And this is not me telling her you need to change. Absolutely not. I want you guys to watch this interview. She is very matter of fact. She says that she's controlling. It's going to take a lot for a man to settle down with her. She understands.
HB, good to see you, my friend. How are you? Hit the link. I haven't talked to you in I was going to say a month of Sundays. Yeah, I'm still going strong. You can see that I'm still pissing people off, but I'm enjoying it. So hit the link if you want to come up.
Understands exactly where she ranks. And you know what? She's perfectly fine with that. So again, if you are a black woman who thinks this is something that you want to do and you don't want to get married young and you want to wait and, pursue your career, she is the woman that you would probably want to listen to because she's going to tell you all this, the pros, the cons. It is what it is. She mentioned that she lost friends in this, in this, I guess, journey of becoming a single mother by choice because they were like, man, I think you could find what you want the traditional way, but she don't want tradition. And a lot of black women don't want traditional. But again, freezing eggs, it takes a lot of money.
Okay, I'm going to say this. If you say a lot of black women don't want something or another, or a lot of any black men, whatever, that does not automatically mean most. It just means a lot. I don't get how people get away with this and don't get called on it.
Money to do that.
If you want to think about it, a lot of, well, I'm not going to go there. I'll just leave it at that.
Don't just pay one fee to keep your eggs, encompassed in some freezer. No, you have to pay, I think monthly or something like that. I covered it a while ago. But yeah, so you have to be a very, well-off, affluent woman to do that. So it's not as easy. So if this is something that you want to do, I don't recommend it. But if you don't want to change or conform to what men are asking, this may be an option for you. Okay, let's continue.
But that was the retort. So let's just call a thing. Men, and I understand a lot of men feel a way about the fact that they are primarily on a romantic dating place. I'm not saying exclusively, I'm saying primarily assessed around what they can bring from an economic vantage point.
No, and she's saying that men have a problem with that. No, most men, the majority of men don't. They just simply understand it. And I was asking a young man in the comment section, he was like, man, as soon as I get my money up, then I'm going to put myself back in the dating market. And I asked him a question. I was like, so are you planning to give your money to the women once you make more money? And then he introduced the overseas thing. I'm going to go overseas. And I asked him again, do you still plan on giving women your money once you make more of it? And I don't think he responded yet. I'll check. But I'm always curious when men say that, because if you don't want to build young when you with a woman and you're saying I'm going to make money and then find a woman, you're going to end up paying on the back end regardless, because now you really don't know why that woman is there. Okay. So she is saying that men have a problem with that. No, men understand it. But where the issue is that women don't understand that beauty has currency. So you don't want to, quote unquote, waste your pretty while you're young and then try and make it up when you get older, when kids are involved and things like that, because she's in a very, precarious situation because she has a child now. Okay. So that puts her in a different position. And everybody understands Ebony K is an attractive woman. She's 40 years old. This is an attractive 40-year-old woman. She's pretty for her age. That's easy. That's simple, right? So if you were to,
what's been going on,
Man,
HP?
what up? What up, man? How you been?
Oh, been doing pretty good. Yeah, it's kind of the same old gig. I'm just an old, just a grumpy old man.
Yeah. Nah, I don't think anybody's grumpier though. That's something to be proud of. No,
I don't know.
I went on John's channel for a second. I was like, yeah, John's still on the same shit for real. And I was asking about you. They were like, yeah, go pull up on Stanley. I'm like, man, Stanley still doing.
Oh, dude, I never stopped. I just went ahead and got my own StreamYard and kept going. So, but the thing is to my deficit, I probably should have done it way earlier than I did. I'm just kind of lazy. Lazy and loyal is not a good combination.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I mean, it did make for some very, very classic shows though, man. I feel like the John and Stanley you guys were like I don't know, man. I've never seen such a rivalry before. You made him tap
well,
out, man.
it's funny. We went back and forth for quite some time, and then because we buried the hatchet. I haven't changed my opinion about John, but at some point in time, you got to let it go. And the thing is I've never been one. I don't necessarily hold grudges because I say what I have to say and I'm done with it. I forgive, but I don't forget. And, there's still a snipe or two every now and again, but for the most part, as far as I know, I'm still banned in his chat. And however, not last Saturday, maybe it was the Saturday before, he wandered into my chat and, harassed CKJ3. And
wait, CKJ3 just sent me a cash app, man. Salute, man.
Did he really?
Yeah, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, bro. Damn.
So how was your channel? I heard you had an issue or two. Is that true?
Yeah. I got clipped a couple times. The new YouTube guidelines, you do have to follow those guidelines, and sometimes I guess I'm a little too raw, and it just is what it is, I've learned to work around it though, so
well, good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give you a mod stick right quick. You can drop. I'm like anybody who has like channels or stuff that they want people to see can pretty much just do it. You don't necessarily now don't be putting up, don't be sending people to porn sites.
Oh no.
Well, no. I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying I don't really have a problem, if content creators want to, drop their channel links or some show that they've just done.
I appreciate
And
it.
as a
I'm
matter
not,
of fact,
you know, I come
as a
to
matter
your
of
guys' stuff though, because you guys talk about a lot of different stuff than me. I've actually seen this guy before too, and
yeah.
you know,
Well, he's a CKJ3 put me onto him. He's I like him because he's very like numbers driven.
yeah,
Now, and you know me, I disagree with a lot of people, but if you can explain why you think something, I may disagree with your conclusion, but at least I'm comfortable that you thought it through.
yeah,
And, you know, sometimes we just agree to disagree. You know, if you know the details, I know the details, and we come to different conclusions, so be it. You know, do you know who Doug Ehrlich is? He's Josh on most of these panels.
I know who
And
Josh is. I've known Josh for years.
right. He's
Yeah,
he's an
no, hold on.
avowed. Hold no. Don't come up and tell me to hold on. Hold on
Bye,
one
simp.
second.
HB, go run. Get out of here while I'm here. Bye, simp.
Let me
All right, Stanley.
let me
Let
finish.
me get up out of here, man.
Yeah, get up out of here, bitch. Run from the white man. Get out of here, trucker fuck.
What on wait, hold it. What on earth is this?
He's still hurt for whatever reason.
He's mad that a
what?
nigress that he was simping over wanted to fuck me over him. That's all. So he wanted to.
Whoa. Imperious. Why?
Well, because that's what she wanted.
I have not talked to HB in what, a year?
Well, yeah, because I haven't talked.
Okay, enough.
Yeah. And this is like the issue with a lot of this red pill stuff. All these guys do is think about women all day, every day. It becomes
I've noticed.
it's really kind of sad, man. But
let me just, before you go, let me say, how's the job, by the way? You still doing good?
Oh yeah. I'm car hauling now, so
good. Yeah, you had started like the last time I was aware of it, but good for you. I just want to say one thing on that point. Now, you have known me for a bit. Look, I'm 61 these days. Sorry. You know, women aren't always the first thing on my mind when I wake up. You know, you don't wake up with those woodies like you used to, 20 years ago. You just don't. So, you know, a lot of these guys just, why would you're going to be red pill, but you're going to let women be the first thing you think about and the only thing you think about? Isn't that anti-red pill? Isn't that simping?
That's the hubris of it. It's the simps. These guys had to basically create like a whole language just to shame other men for being with women, for liking women. So like they have to do all of these things to try to deter you from being with a woman. But really, when you really look at it, they want you to be jaded and pathetic and angry just like them. And really, they just want you to not be with women.
I had this conversation. I love women. You know, my mother was a great woman. My sister's my sister's who's she'll turn 60 this July. I would consider her my best friend. We've known each other for 60 years.
Yo, my little sister, she just had a baby, and I was just out in DC. And man,
oh really?
Yeah, man. She had
how's she doing?
Man, she's doing good. She had to have like a C-section, so I was like really worried about her. But man, I don't know, man. When you see that little baby and hold the baby, like I was the first one outside of her husband to meet the baby, and it's I don't know, man. It definitely changes your perspective on things, like.
Well, HB, I was literally the first person besides the nurse to hold my son. So he's crying a little bit because, they had to get a new scale because the head, like the lead nurse, they put him on the scale and she's like, no, this scale isn't right. Get me another scale.
Wait, how much did he weigh? How much did he weigh?
He was about 8 3/4.
God damn. What the?
He was a big baby.
That's a big baby.
Well, he's crying a little bit. And so I put him up on my shoulder and he fell asleep.
Yeah.
I was, oh, this is gonna be love. I'm like, yeah, you know your daddy. I was like, hey, it'll be okay. Life is gonna treat you well. Daddy will make sure of it. So yeah,
And
I know what you mean.
and I think, a lot of these like type content creators, they really want to push men away from experience and stuff like that, man. So they want you to
Yeah.
live in like fear and, oh, you need to you're a simp if you date this woman. You're that if you date that woman. But it's like, what's more of a simp? To be afraid, to live in fear, to be jaded and angry all the time, or to have new experiences and just keep it moving. I don't know. I guess I just see it a little differently now. Like this stuff can
No.
be really this stuff can be really detrimental to a lot of guys' mentality.
However,
especially young guys.
let me give you the opposite. Now I'm sitting here and my son's home from school and he's just being a lazy motherfucker.
Yeah.
So he knows I'm in here online. So I'm like, you need to do something with this bathroom. So he just sent me a text going, heading out, did the toilet and took the dishes out of the dishwasher. I'm like, motherfucker, I told you to do. I'm like, really? I told you to do much more than that. But hey, you know what? He has ducked out, but don't worry, I'll catch him. He has to come back at some time.
Yeah, how is he doing at school?
So that baby that I was so, like in love with, I'm like, motherfucker, you did what? You're heading out. You what? You're not done with what I asked you to do. So children are a mixed blessing sometimes.
Yeah, well, he's not really a baby anymore. He's
Oh
a
no,
man.
no. I
man now.
obviously
Yeah.
I'm heading out proves it.
Yeah.
He texted me.
How's he been doing at school and stuff?
He has made it through 2 years and he's still maintaining a better than 3.0.
Oh man, he's good then. He's good.
I was like, well, you could make an A every now and again. So dude, I've never heard him say this before. He looked at me, his eyes were wide, and he goes, Dad, this school is hard.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, I guess B's are good enough then.
That Georgia Tech, right? Isn't he at Georgia
Yeah.
Tech? Yeah. I mean, 2 years though. He's
Oh, he'll be, if he can make it through 2 years, he'll be fine. He's actually taken physics, which is a washout course. Apparently physics and calculus it's like they separate the engineers from the non-engineers or something like that. So he decided to take it as a summer class so he could put his full brain into it. But I'm pretty sure he'll graduate if he can make it this far. Now it's a low 3.0, but it's high enough to maintain his scholarship. He'll be fine.
Yeah. I mean, as long as he keeps that scholarship, that's really all that matters, man. That's really
well. If he happens to lose it, he'll be okay. We'll have to round up. We'll have to corral the grandpas.
You're gonna have to start going live 24/7, man.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm gonna be doing like a telethon 24 hours a day.
You're gonna have to just start turn into like a black conservative and take all the white people's money. That's all you gotta do.
Oh, dude, would that be funny or what? I've read Edmund Burke. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, blacks have low IQ. Yeah, that's all you gotta do. Yeah, take all those white people's money. Yeah, these blacks are out of control. Yeah, that's all Yeah, if it gets bad enough, just start grifting, Stanley. You'll be all right, man.
No, well, one other thing I want to mention now, I'm at like a 353 or something like that. Look,
Oh, with
I
the
should
subs,
probably
with the
be
subs.
monetized.
Oh, okay,
Look,
okay. I think it's
I've
at
been
500 that you get monetized.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll never have to worry about views. I got a lot of views, but look, I've always been a little bit of out of step apparently with reality.
Yeah,
But you know what? The audience I have, I love. I actually enjoy going live. I go live about every day.
yeah. Nah,
I'm retired. What else do I have to do?
that is really the thing about being a content creator, man. Whether you have like 5 viewers or 500, as long as you appreciate your audience, man, they'll always be there. It's just one of those things where a lot of people don't appreciate their audiences, and
Well, let me tell you something. I tend to be a little bit thorny, even with some people on the left. I don't like extremes and I don't like stupid people. And if you're a leftist and you're stupid, I'm gonna shit on you too. Why not?
yeah, yeah,
However, the
yeah,
people, the folks that actually kind of like are the day in, day out folks, they tend to be a little quirky too.
yeah,
There was a thing, like a sales thing, you tend to attract customers that are like you personality wise. And I actually think that's true.
yeah, yeah. No, I think that's why I don't know, man. I always rock with you, Stanley. I think we, obviously we had some wars, but it was never personal.
Well,
And
the thing is
I
it
always
was
respected you.
never it
You
was
know,
never look, it might be over aesthetics or something like that.
yeah,
Being old does give you a little bit of a wider perspective, but sometimes you are out of date.
yeah,
It is
yeah,
what it is.
yeah.
But one thing I can always say is you have always just been, dude, I look up to you too in a way. I wish I could be as personable.
Come on, Stanley. Come on, man. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I did learn a lot of stuff from you and John, man. And like both of you are like damn near like polar opposites. I think that's what I think that's what was so wild. And you guys kind of made me look at my life a lot differently. Where it was just like, do I? I don't want to be like John, but I don't want to be like Stanley either. I want to be somewhere in the middle, like
Well, that should never be your goal to
yeah,
be
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah.
somebody.
No, no, no,
Dude, you
no. But
gotta,
just your guys' like viewpoints though. Like it was so polar opposite. And it's like both of you guys always had really good points too. But it's
right.
like, you know, it's somewhere in the middle.
But
It's a
that's
little
but see, that's kind of the beauty of life.
yeah,
You know, look, I even to this day, um, I just tend to take a bigger picture. I was talking to somebody the other day, and he knows I'm not even that good at politics. I'm better at the political theory parts of it,
right,
like
right.
retail politics versus like, the higher level, top down view. I'm not good at everything, and I admit sometimes I have some boutique views. However, I'm always willing to change my mind if you can step me through your thinking process. And there's some people out there who can tell me some people, some black conservatives.
Yeah,
SKC is one of them. We will joke back and forth, and sometimes, there'll be a bent feeling or two, but I can always depend on him to tell me why he thinks something. And
yeah,
sometimes historians don't agree on like actual facts, like why this happened. You can disagree on why it happened as long as you don't disagree that it did happen. You see
yeah,
where I'm going
yeah,
with that?
yeah, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I forgot
and,
about
look,
CJ. Yeah, I forgot about what was his name? Not CKJ3, but
SKC.
SKC. Yeah. He, I
Yeah, he
remember he
still
was doing the.
swings through here a couple times a week.
Okay. I remember he was doing the that live about like black art and stuff. You know what's crazy? When I went
Oh
to
Lord.
that was the funniest. That
Well,
was the funniest
Stanley, I got a
live.
question, and I'm trying to be honest in good faith here.
Oh man.
If we're
Okay.
talking about red pill, doesn't it still have to have an epistemology, or it's just guys obsessed with
Oh
women and
my
trying to get laid?
god.
See, he can't look at. I'm trying to
Well,
be good
the
faith, and
problem, the
he's
problem.
a whiner. Look, he can't think that
Well,
deep.
hold on.
What's an
You want to talk about?
epistemology,
You
HB?
want to
He wants
talk
my.
about the epistemology of it?
Yeah.
I mean, people. Look, I'm saying that you have to take experience and some experts. I mean, a lot of times people who are maybe too specialized, you got to know both.
Okay, Stanley, I'm talking. Okay, I'll explain this. I'm
I
going to try
know
to.
what epistemology
No.
is.
Can I explain it? I'm going to dumb this down for
Okay.
people. The fact
Well,
that you even
please.
care about women means you lose the game. And the fact that red pillars are
Okay.
thinking
Well,
about women who even give a shit about women means you lose. You've already given up the game and gone
okay. Well,
against
let me
oh
tell
my.
you a little bit about. Let me tell you a little bit about ontology. Okay, if that's how
Yes,
you are, if
ontology
that
is how you determine
I know what
reality. Yes, Stanley, I
ontology
know.
is.
Yes, I know what it is.
So if that, I need you to understand that that is an imperious thing. Don't act like everybody thinks
No,
the
people are
same way as
stupid.
you do.
That's why they should listen when I speak.
Well, people are stupid, maybe.
That's why I abuse them.
There are
There's a
lot of
hierarchy in life.
there are a lot of non-stupid people who are just I'm sorry, there are a lot of stupid people from your perspective that are doing fine. Son, I've literally got a son in a good school. Unfortunately,
Yeah, you Stanley, let's be real. You're in
okay,
the
I
top
don't want to
5
be interrupted. Let me finish this sentence, please. If you could just let
of
me
the country.
finish. If you could just let me finish. Look, I don't feel that my life is incomplete. I'm having a good old time. Someone asked me, CM asked me, you were there in Paris. When do I sleep? Years ago, I made my father laugh about this, and I've told the story a couple times. When I was like, I don't know, 10 or something like that, I asked my father, well, Daddy, when do deer sleep? His response was, well, I guess when they need to. You know, they're up at night, they're up in the day. They just, their lives, avoiding predators and eating. So my father asked me, like, I'm always afraid to call you because I used to do the overnight show. So I never know when you're asleep. I'm like, you can call me anytime. And then I reminded him because he didn't remember. You remember when you told me, basically, I sleep when I need to sleep. It's a fairly regular schedule, but dude, I'm retired. I sleep when I need to sleep. That's it. I don't, try and keep it regular. But when I hear some old YN like CM who you don't know, HB, literally asked, well, I thought old people would be asleep in the middle of the night. I'm like, how many old people do you know?
Wait, Stanley, wouldn't you start using YN? Wouldn't have that?
Oh, dude! I have evolved.
They got
I'm
you,
keeping
Stan.
I'm keeping up with the times.
Oh, they got you, Stan. Nah, that's good though, man. That is good. When I was out in DC, I actually went to the African American Museum.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. It was.
Did you like it?
They had. I like the more militant stuff. I didn't really enjoy. I didn't really enjoy the Murray's display. You know what I'm talking about, Stanley? The Murray's the hair grease, the hair foam.
Oh shit! I used to use that back in the day. Shit, yeah, dude. My mother would give me, her old pantyhose, and you cut the foot off, So
Right.
you make you a wave cap, a homemade wave cap? Hell yeah.
Yeah, they had a whole exhibit about it. I was like, ah. But
Well, you don't think that's important though? Did they have Jarris hair? Did they have Jarris hair tonic?
I don't think so. Was that the like the S curl stuff? Or
It was a
the
bottle
Jerry
of the
curl?
green stuff.
Oh, okay. No. They had the Murrays there, and
Oh, I know what it is.
yeah.
It was
I
hair.
like-
It was hair wax, right?
Yeah. The hair like pomade thing. They
Yep.
had
Yep.
they
Do they
had a
have
bunch-
Royal Crown?
I think they had Royal Crown. They had Royal Crown. There was like a bunch of other stuff. I was looking more at like the Civil War stuff, the Tuskegee Airmen stuff, obviously
Wow, they didn't.
the Honorable Elijah Muhammad stuff. They had all of that in there too.
Well, let me ask you a question though. You don't think Trump removed a bunch of stuff?
Well,
Now I can't believe they didn't have Elijah Muhammad or the Tuskegee Airmen.
No, they
That's
did.
crazy.
They did have it.
Oh,
Did have
okay.
it. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
They had Elijah Muhammad. Yeah, it was definitely an experience. I was like, should I go here? Or should I go to the what's that other one in what is that other one? I can't even think of it.
Well, I like there was a museum of American culture, I think it's called.
The Smithsonian.
like-
The Smithsonian. I think that's
Oh
the
no,
Smithsonian.
I know that, but
Okay,
they've got several museums.
Yeah.
The last time I went to the Smithsonian, it was I think it was actually before I got married. I can't remember, but the African American Museum didn't exist. But now the Air and Space Museum I've been to 1,000 times.
Yeah, I've
'cause,
been to that
you know,
one too. I've been to that
Yeah,
one
it was
too.
near where I worked.
Yeah.
But Archie Bunker's chair is was my favorite exhibit out of everything. I don't know why.
What did that have to do with the Air and Space?
Oh no! It's the Museum of American Culture. Now it may have a more technical name. And Archie Bunker's chair was part of American culture. So I think for quote black culture, I don't have a problem with Murray's hair wax or whatever it was.
You know what?
there.
You might have a good point there. Maybe I should have saw that museum first and then saw the Black Culture Museum, because some of this stuff I was just a little too militant. I was just looking. I'm like, where's the Nat Turner exhibit? Where is that at? Where's the blood of the white people he murdered in their sleep? But yeah, maybe I should have, because some of this stuff I was just like, come on, man, really? You guys got Kobe Bryant jersey? Come on, man. He was I almost got convicted of rape, man. What you
Yeah,
doing?
but it's a culture museum.
Yeah, but even with Kobe, is he even?
I mean,
really-
they're about shoot. And I hate to cut you off, but let me make this point. There's probably fewer young black people, especially, who know who Nat Turner is than older blacks or white people.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, that's just my thought. I don't, it's just my thinking on it.
Yeah. No, it was definitely. I really liked it. Honestly, I was impressed. I thought it could
Well,
have
the
been.
Smithsonian is just awesome.
Yeah. I'm definitely gonna go there next time. I'm gonna try every time I go to DC. I'm gonna try to see it.
Yeah, but wouldn't you agree that like Nat Turner was like a negative though, because what he did just caused
No.
more suffering onto the black community afterwards?
No.
1831, you still had 34 years left of harsh slavery, and after that, the laws of the states changed to impose harder lives on the slaves because
Well,
of it,
yeah,
as a penal.
they didn't want black people in the state if they got manumission. So yeah, but I think if you're gonna frame it that way, it was a tragedy on both sides. I mean, nobody can condone mass murder that way. But if you really want to go there, an SKC of all people, because he is literally sometimes concerning. Black people wanted to be free. And for some reason or another, white people back then couldn't figure that out. They literally came up with drapetomania. So it's like a disease, a mental disease, if black slaves want to escape the plantation. So no, I don't think Nat Turner was a tragedy. If anything, it was an inevitability.
And it was inspiring, honestly.
Well, I don't know about inspiring. I wouldn't go that far.
I think the fact that they went out of their way to like hide his story and they didn't want other slaves to know about it. You know,
but they didn't always do that. Back in the late 60s, William Styron wrote a book about Nat Turner. Damn it, I can't not. When you get old, sometimes you'll think of something and it'll just kind of fly away. Back in the 60s, back during the days when, the Black Panthers and, blacks were a little bit more militant, Nat Turner was like, almost a cultural icon.
Isn't like the Jones Rebellion, though, more like successful?
Which one? Is that the one in Louisiana?
I think it was the Kansas one, right?
I don't know. There were a lot of them, but tell us about it.
I thought it was the Jones Rebellion from he was like it was that whole it was in Mississippi, I think, right? No, was it Mississippi or Kansas? It's one of the two. I forgot it, but anyways, he kind of like created a free state within.
Was that a black guy? I thought it was a white person.
It was a white guy, but they had black people with it.
It was
free state.
It was free state of it was called Free State.
Free State of Jones, I think, or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they did a movie about it, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. But like stuff like that, I thought was probably like more successful, right? Because they kind of like, actually like drew enough attention from like supporters to get it to like be more effective. You know what I mean? It drew outside support.
I would actually have to think about that point. I would probably tend to agree, but it was very short-lived.
It was short-lived because the Civil War was ending. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, what about the Bleeding Kansas? Like the Civil War between, like in Kansas?
Well, as a matter of fact, EAE, who I have not seen in like forever. What's up, EAE?
Yeah, why'd you change your name, EAE? What you got going on, man?
I mean,
he's asking who is more gangster, Nat Turner or John Brown?
John Brown, probably. John Brown's the one I'm talking about.
I'm gonna say Nat Turner because he was up against some bigger odds.
Yeah, but John Brown fought the actual army. You know what I mean? Like
it's gonna be it's.
I mean, how many men did John Brown kill? Wasn't it like 800 guys?
I cannot argue that.
I mean, he fought the damn military. He was like, screw this, we're going right at the cannons. We don't give a shit. We don't give a shit. We're going at the Gatling guns. We don't give a shit. He was just wild. And and not just that, but like for a white guy to be that passionate about somebody else's freedoms, that's not his. It's pretty, I would say it's pretty gangster.
I am not going to argue against that. I'd have to think about it. I think they were both gangster. Maybe
remember he was so successful. Brown was so successful in Kansas, if I remember correctly. They had
he's actually not only that, but I mean, if you want to talk about after effects, John Brown, he's credited with actually fomenting the Civil War.
War, exactly, because
there were repercussions.
That was such a
But Nat Turner,
but that's what I'm saying. Like the Kansas-Nebraska Act is what started the Civil War by splitting up and having that kind of free state versus slave state line like that, which started to develop a push westward for expansion of slavery. You know what I mean? And so what they did when the Congress cut that off and said, no, you can't make the territories.
I actually do believe that the Civil War was inevitable, and I take it all the way back.
The founders knew it.
Yeah.
The
Jefferson
founders knew.
especially. Yep.
Oh, well, not just that, but Adams too, dude. Didn't Quincy Adams say like, then let it come if it means civil war, then let it come and let it be the last battle of the American Revolution?
Something like that.
Because again, this was a religious war.
Man.
It wasn't just about. This is like, see, this is the thing. People think it was like, oh, we're just fighting for. Why was slavery wrong? It was wrong because it was moral and religious wrong.
Well,
It
it
starts
is
with
so
morality.
funny.
Law is
People
downstream
don't
from culture.
understand. People don't understand the complexity. In all honesty, it didn't become a war about slavery until it was really a strategic move because Britain. I heard something the other day.
Well, it was because Britain was threatening to support the South, and so was
correct. And
Spain.
then
so what was going to happen is they got
Lincoln
Go ahead, son.
makes it about England was staunchly
anti-slavery at that time.
Once Lincoln made it about slavery, then that kind of, England
Well, the
was
British
like,
public
nope.
stopped wouldn't support it.
Exactly.
The British public wasn't going to support
Exactly.
it. Parliament wasn't going to support it. It didn't matter.
Exactly.
And that was what happened. That's why he did that. I mean,
Right.
Lincoln cared about saving the Union. Slavery was an afterthought. Like, people forget that. Like, he thought it was a moral wrong, of course, but he wasn't willing to sacrifice the Union
I
for
don't think
slavery.
they forget it as much as never knew it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
You don't now it's been years since I've been in high school. So, I never really, talk to my son about it. I don't know, maybe they teach it better, but certainly, 40 years ago when I was in high school, they weren't teaching it like that. It was like, this is Savannah, Georgia. Those Norths, slavery would have ended anyway. No, I don't think so. It wasn't just about economics. It was also social, cultural, whatever you want to call it.
And EAE saying that I would have snitched on John. No, because Rome was against the
What
against
is
the
he
South.
talking about? Well, I guess he wants to be provocative. Folks, the
because
link is-
Rome was against this. He forgets that the cavalry, Lincoln's.
You're breaking up a lot. Are you in a car?
Grant's best friend and the commander of all the cavalry of the Army of the Potomac. No.
Wow, you're. Oh wait. Well, HB probably left.
You better.
You're no, you're still in and out. Now I can't hear you at all. Let's see. Well, it's good to see. You're still in and out. Like I can't hear you right now. Still can't hear you. I can hear you briefly, then you're out. It's kind of borging, and then you're out. I don't know if you're moving or what. Oh, well. So EAE, where the hell have you been? It's good to see you. Ghost of Harriet Tubman messing up and I don't know about all that. So the link is posted if anyone wants to come up. I am kind of fascinated. This particular video, we're 38 minutes into a 2 hour and 34-minute video. So I don't know that we're going to go the whole, 2 more hours left. But the argument is kind of fascinating. I think that, in my opinion, because I tend to like strong women because I just, who wants to be bored? But you just have to be the bigger man. If you got an Ebony K. Williams, she'll know if you're her type of man. You'll find out, and you will just have to be the man, either the man she wants or a bigger man than her. And that's a joke. just be the man that your woman wants you to be, and if you can't, move on. Stop acting like, women need to submit to something they don't want to submit to. Hey,
Can you hear
Imperious.
me back? Can you hear me now? Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there. Maybe I had to pop in and out of StreamYard.
That happens. As a matter of fact, it happened a lot over on CM's show.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. See, I mean, StreamYard is okay, but it screws up too. I don't know. Yeah, EAE's all depressed. I'm glad I saw him. I thought he was gonna. I thought EAE was gonna off himself, Stanley. He was real. He was in a bad place like the last month or two, dude. So I'm glad he's okay.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, he couldn't goon anymore. Like all the women he gooned for and stuff, like they kind of got like with people or left the internet and stuff, and he's been really like, he has that obsession with like e-girls and stuff.
Really?
Oh,
well,
yeah,
why doesn't he
has
live in? For some reason, I thought he lived in Philly. There are plenty of women there.
But I think EAE is like he's a good guy. I love EAE, but he is super. Think of like a 6 foot tall Urkel, and he's kind of like that. But he's like also like
I've been a 6 foot tall Urkel.
But he's worse because he's scared to leave the house. Like he only can like communicate on the internet. Like he can't like communicate in person and stuff like that. Yeah. Like he's very like shy, and he's like only at home. He doesn't like to like talk to people, and like he's all paranoid about people finding him because he's he's a good guy, but he has a twisted sexual mind. Very, very twisted sexual mind.
Well, how do you know that he's twisted?
Some of the things he said have even kind of like shocked me a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Like he says he would let women like cut him and shoot him if it meant like he could get off with them and stuff. And yeah, he's a sick puppy, but he's a good man.
Well, EAE, is any of this true? Are you still in the chat?
Yeah, I'm very happy I caught it because my old account like got locked down on Discord from people complaining, so I had to do my other one, and I didn't have him added. I didn't have him on Discord, so like I've been kind of looking. I've been hoping to make sure he's all right because I know he's a sensitive guy. EAE is a very sensitive guy. You know what I mean? He's very fragile, man.
I'm glad he saw fit to visit us today, and hopefully
I do. I hope he comes back. EAE, if you're there, my friend, there's places we can get you to help you out. I'm always here for you, bud.
Hey, HB.
There we go. My bad. I had a call.
See there. Look what he said in the chat.
Oh, that's
look what
all
he
right.
said. Look what he said, Stanley, in the chat. Look at what EAE said. He's been upset. He's been.
Well, wait. Is he talking about you being a hot mess?
No, he's talking about himself. He's been a hot mess. He has been. He's been a hot.
So you're the EAE whisperer.
Well, he's told me so the thing is EAE knows that like I don't judge him because I know I'm effed up in the head too. So like he'll say things like, and I'll just be like, "Don't worry about it, bud. You're all right," and stuff. But he gets real hard on himself.
Well, let me ask you about approaches. If both of you are effed up in the head, have you ever thought about the different approaches you two have? Where
like
you will
with women or with life?
Well, no. I'm talking YouTube panels where you feel comfortable inflicting yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you like inflicting yourself.
I impose myself, and he doesn't.
Exactly, and EAE tends to be a little bit more.
He's a very shy. EAE reminds me of one of those fluffy Persian cats.
You know what I mean? Do you think? Which do you think? Oh my God, Link, the fuck have you been? Yeah. Like all the old friends.
Wait,
coming out today.
Salute.
What's up, man? How you been?
Hey.
I haven't, dude. I don't think I've talked to him since I talked to you. Are y'all the same person?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Stanley, you remember we used to always talk about movies and shit? You see that movie Old Henry? I feel like you would like that.
Old Henry?
Yeah. Old Henry.
No, I don't think I've even heard of it.
Okay. Oh shit! It's like a it's kind of like a
Let me
Western.
look it up. Let me. Oh well, I like westerns, of course.
Yeah.
Don't tell me. Does it have? It sounds like a Danny Glover movie.
No, not that kind of western.
You are right. Out on a limb is right there. Persian pussy is top tier pussy, dude. It really is.
Old Henry.
But Stanley, look,
2021
now
Western.
that DHB's here, I genuinely like. I don't understand the red. Like, why even like think about women at all?
Oh wait, I think I know the actor. Hell yeah, I'll watch
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Nice.
But HB, why even pay attention to women at all? Like the red pill's all because in the end, it's still the goal of attaining a woman, and women know that they're the power side on the negotiation.
Man, I honestly, it just like just even talking about it, it just. Seems
But that's what I'm saying. Like you can't even imagine a world where you're not fucking, and that's why you'll always lose.
Yeah, but why would I talk about fucking with a dude?
No, but I'm talking about you. No, you're talking about red pill, and red pill's goal is to fuck women, right?
It's queer.
Isn't red pill's goal to get men to be able to fuck women, right? That's the stated goal.
No,
So I'm telling you, that's that.
I think red pill. Its goal is to get men to hate women. Honestly, it's
So they know because.
It's to get men to think of women.
Have you
as
done the
as a
contract
number
negotiations before?
and a conquest.
No,
not
but have you
actual
done any
people.
kind of like contract
It's
negotiation or anything?
It's really to turn men into women. I think that's the real.
No.
Red
Pill turns men. Red Pill turns men who had a predilection.
All you can talk about is pussy. That's literally.
That's my point. That to me, I wish there was no pussy in the world. I would never want to talk about it.
The most you turned into a woman.
No, it's the thing is I'm someone who looks at things.
That's why the first thing you could even say to me is talk about a bitch.
Because it shows that you care about her.
And
that you got upset because you thought a woman cared about another man more than you.
Listen.
That is the issue. That you even care about something that is inferior to you.
Imperious. But this is the thing. I don't have to pretend like I don't care about stuff just to feel like a man, especially to other men. That's the point with red pill. Your whole point is to
red pill
men.
Takes autistic people who had a predilection to simp for women and make them simp for men. It's a gay. It's the first step to homosexuality.
It's a bunch of broken men.
It is the first step to homosexuality. It is the first step to homosexuality.
Complain about women.
Exactly. It's the first step to homosexuality. Women are a hammer.
Can I hold on one sec? Why do you think that, Imperious? What
because
is it a priori or has something?
The red pill's target audience are the autistic kids who think that getting a woman is some kind of mathematical equation. If you get 6 feet tall plus 6 figures plus this, you'll equal a girl with this measurement.
But that's kind of looks maxing the result.
No, that's what the red pill is. Looks maxing is to do everything
but I'm
for
saying,
you.
You're talking mathematical and all that stuff.
That is the red pill. They tell you
understood.
6 packs, 6 figures.
Now, the question is, what has led you to believe it's the first step to homosexuality?
You want me to explain? Don't interrupt. I'll explain it if you want.
Dirty dude. So
I'll interrupt if I have a question.
Well, but I'm saying is like if you really want, I'll tell you. The target audience is people of the red pill are men in general that have some kind of autistic or Asperger's symptoms or are on the spectrum somewhere.
Now, what are you basing that on?
Because any man
with any kind of social evidence, is there empirical evidence of this?
Yes.
Where
do you know the widespread and how much the internet is a congregation of autists?
Okay, I asked for empirical evidence.
Okay, you want me to find a study that says there are more people with autism that are prevalent on the internet?
It would at least validate this
Okay, I will do that. Let me finish the argument and I'll give you the proof.
Find the study.
Okay.
I will. Okay, if you don't. I will find.
Well, no,
you the
no, no.
study.
Dude. I'm actually interested in this. So go ahead, please.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Again, now I got to get back to what I was saying. It is a group of men who don't have the ability to be socially cohesive or act in the normal social way. That is red pill, because if they did, they would have women and nobody cares about that shit. That's how you know normal people from fucking autists online. Normal people in the real world know nothing about the red pill because they're socially normal and they can go up to a woman and just talk to them.
Or they don't come on YouTube at all.
Yeah, because the YouTube is full of autists and mentally ill people. Yes. People that are living good lives are not living it on the internet.
I'm going to say, I'm still hoping that you can provide some empirical
Okay, yes,
evidence.
I will. Okay.
However, I'm inclined to go with that argument.
Okay. I'm going further with it. And what these red pill men have done is taken these autistic men, who autistic people in general have a kind of sycophantic hero worship tendency. Autistic people go and start to hero worship cult-like figures. They have that tendency through their mental illness. So what these red pill cult-like losers do is they create this community of autists who, it's like a cult mentality, feed off this person as their savior in this. And all these red pill dudes is feed these men these kind of playbooks to their autism. Like, here, buy this book. It'll tell you how to approach, and you say this. When she says this, you say this. That is not the normal way people get together. Like, this is what I'm saying. That whole idea is autism. You know how people get together? They're like in a study group together and they just start talking and things has happened. Human beings mating is chaotic. It's not arithmetic. And this is why it's all autism. The red pill is autistic homosexuality. So what they do is they turn those men's autism, where they worship pussy that they'll never get, to start worshiping a man. Why do you think Andrew Wilson? Why do you think
I don't care about. Why do
you think about the Vegas guys? About Rollo
I
Tomassi?
don't ever. I literally don't know.
I'm
that
saying
much
they
about
take
it.
they create a cult of homosexuals.
You are going to ask me about someone I don't know that much
Okay,
about.
Stanley, I'm naming names of the red pill community.
I literally don't.
So who do you know in the red pill, Stanley?
Most of them are Black Manosphere.
Okay, and they all create homosexuality, right? A cult-like mentality around them.
I don't know. Would you call?
Okay, Stanley.
Would you call a DJ Hamp?
Hold on a second. That's what
I said this 6 years ago, HB. While you're sitting there simping over women, stop it.
That's what I
Stop!
said.
You're sitting there, dude. I insult women, and if you can't kill a woman, I can't respect you.
Whoa.
That's what I said.
Let's stick to.
No, that's not what you say. You actually like women.
Oh my
You
Lord.
actually like women, dude. So
Yeah,
you don't
because
say
I'm
that
not a
because you don't
queer.
act like
I'm
that.
not a queer. That's
No,
why I
you
like
are
women.
queer. Then there's nothing more queer than
Wait,
being
hold it.
dominated
Can
and
we-
put under the
hold on,
foot of a stiletto.
gentlemen. Can we? You know what? HB, I need you to send me that. Was it a beaver that goes?
Oh
You need to send me that.
But no,
So-
Stanley, this is.
Well,
where
hold
a lot
on
of
one
these
second. Let
guys
me
have
read.
gotten.
Let me read this comment from EAE. I'm autistic. This is EAE. I'm autistic and not a red pillar. More so black pill. Nothing ultimately matters. Legacy means nothing, and the sun will eventually swallow the earth. Yeah, in like 5 million years, you won't be alive for that. By the way. So he's not
I
a
just
red
put
pillar.
one
What do you
study in the
think?
back talking about virtual autism and electronic
Oh,
devices.
so it's virtual autism.
That's
God.
what. No, what do you think? How does the autism develop?
Okay, so there's virtual autism and autism.
Yeah, Stanley, what is the difference? Virtual
I
autism
don't
is
know.
just excessive
I'm
device.
not that kind. I'm
I'll
not
read
that
it to you
kind
if
of
you want to.
doctor. As a matter of fact,
Stanley,
I'm not a doctor
is
at all.
is virtual autism on the autism spectrum?
I'm looking at it right now.
Go ahead. What is the first thing?
I don't have
autism spectrum disorder. It's on the autism spectrum disorder.
Is a neurodevelop. Well, hold on. Let me put it on screen. Autism spectrum disorder, ASD, is a neurodevelopmental disorder involving social communication challenges, repetitive behaviors and restricted interests with varying symptom severity. Virtual autism is excessive device use. Oh, so you're just saying, I heard of something I read today. So it's caused by social media or phones or
No,
whatever?
it's more than that. You got to read down more,
Well,
Stanley.
no, I don't have to read the whole thing. Let's just parse it. So
If
I
you're not
was
going to
about
read
to
the
say
study, how
that.
can you analyze
Okay,
it?
sir,
How can you read
that
the study if you're
sounds
not going
like
to read it? I don't know.
I'm not going to read the whole thing right
No,
now.
I'm just
But
going.
I am going to ask you a question about the devices. That's a Jonathan, who's a psychologist at New York
Jonathan Haidt.
University. Haidt. So is this going in that direction?
No. This is
Okay.
this is dealing
All right,
with.
well, that's my question. I'll read more.
Go ahead.
That was really
ahead.
my only question.
Mm-hmm.
So the prevalence was estimated at 61.9 or out of 10,000 globally in 20. Oh, this is 2012. And more than 2 million people may have ASD in India. Is there anything about the United States?
I can find you others. I'm going from the farthest back that we know.
Let's not
Okay,
do
so you
India
don't want to
because
see at
I
the
don't.
start.
Oh, no. Listen to what I'm going to say. You may know, I don't do comparative culture. I want to know about the United States. Now, I understand that there is some use in comparative culture, comparative politics and stuff. I think it's limited use. So as soon as I see the study or whatever, the first paragraph about is about what's going on in India, I'm starting to lose interest.
Okay, so if I give you one from 2025 about the problematic internet use and social media use of young people with autism spectrum disorder, would that be more?
Would they be American children or
Yes.
kids?
Yes.
Good. Oh, I would love that.
These are this is an American study at
I will be
Research,
all
done by
into it.
Pew
I will be
Research.
all into it.
Okay.
I'm surprised. I'm sure Hyde has done something, right?
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, Height's fine. I want the actual data in the study showing the actual ratios and stuff that you can read out.
Okay.
I just posted in the back. What's happening is that the rise of autism correlates to the rise of technology use, and this rise of technology use and the rise of autism is making more and more young people have autism, which therefore makes kids unable to socially interact. That means there are more of them constantly online, Stanley. There are more people.
Oh yeah, well that's obvious. I'm more
that was
online
the
than I
argument,
was.
Stanley. That the
I'm
internet is
more
a
online
collective.
than I was. Okay, hold.
That was
on.
literally what I was arguing, Stanley.
Hold on.
Study for that? That's
You asked for a study, though.
That's
No. And you delivered. I'm not fussing at you
Stanley,
about
I
that.
write briefs. I have to cite every sentence.
I understand. Okay, wait, hold it. This is not okay. Hold on, you two, HB. This I'm genuinely curious. Please don't think I'm being bad faith here, Imperious.
Yeah.
So it's on screen now, and let me get rid of
what it is showing and what they're saying is that the rise of autism is correlatory with the usage of technology. And with the rise in use of technology, it has exposed more and more people to the genetic markers that would start and cause the autism spectrum disorder.
So is the study saying that,
yes,
this
if you look
stuff
down
is
at the
latent?
ratios.
Right. But let me ask you a question because you read it. And it's an interesting point if I can get it out, HB.
Go ahead.
Is the point that, hey, kids, this is like latent traits that are being brought out by social media? Like, these kids,
it's called the usage,
would never
something I don't know.
present.
Yeah. And what it's saying is
interesting.
The brain functionality and the neurodivergency that happens with the continuous use of social media and technology like this
Okay.
it instigates more and more and causes the autism to keep getting worse. And remember, what did they
So
say?
it's a nurture bringing out a
It is.
nature that
It
wouldn't.
fosters a
Okay.
toxic result from the brain. The brain was never meant to have
That
this much
is
stimuli.
that is interesting. That is interesting. No, but you know what? That actually kind of it's a logical argument. Now,
Well,
whether
and this
it's
is my
actually true or
hypothesis.
not.
I'm not telling you this is fact. This is, and let me tell you my hypothesis. Let me finish with what I was saying. My hypothesis is this: because you're seeing the most people that are online now, because of what I'm showing you backed up by these data, are somewhere on the spectrum. So what are these people doing with these red pill? They're marketing to their group, their demographic, mostly autistic people.
Well, there's also a piece, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to support your point. This is exactly what some of these marketing companies do. How they get people hooked on social media. I'm
These
not that
social
kind of
media
expert, but
companies spend
it's
hundreds of millions of dollars
making sense. It's making sense
on brain studies to figure out what can get you the most addicted.
Well, let HB respond. What you think?
Yeah.
Because it actually does make sense.
Bobby Perkins, salute. No, Imperious. My issue with you has never been about a bitch. It's just that you're horrible on the panel. You don't have any panel etiquette. You like yell over people, and you're just kind of boring to me. That's it.
Well,
like,
he's kind of like me, right?
Yeah, but
if I was
like,
boring, I wouldn't make the channels $500, $1,000, $1,500 in a day.
People know who you are, though, Stanley.
Everybody knows who I am everywhere.
You don't hide who you are, Stanley. It's kind of like, if you're gonna be, just an avatar, at least have some decorum.
No, I have decorum when people dude. When I came, I can have perfect decorum. No, but hold on, I can have perfect.
I don't like this shtick. I'm not really.
I can have perfect decorum, and I can guarantee you the ideas that I will speak will trigger people. That's all. I don't need to curse. I don't need to act belligerent or bombastic. I could simply bring out the most uncomfortable ideas.
It's boring though.
No, it's not. The only that's what I'm trying to say, HB. What is the boring conversation? Women? What is the entertaining conversation? Women?
It's kind of boring.
Women are the most boring thing in the world to talk about.
Yeah, to a homosexual woman.
No, to everybody.
Yeah,
to any man. This is Stanley. Stanley, can I?
Oh my Lord!
I was trying to act with decorum, Stanley. Do you see what I'm saying? And just the idea, Stanley. It was literally reflected in what just happened. I just said what would happen.
Know where to go.
I just said what would happen. The idea would get him.
Gentlemen, please. I know. I literally asked HB if he had input on.
And he started to insult me.
Because I will say, come on, HB.
Go ahead, girlfriend. We gotta go. We gotta wind them up.
See, Stanley, see, the thing is I'm just way meaner.
But wait, hold it.
The thing is, let's get it real here, Stanley. What it is, Stanley, is this. What it really is, Stanley, is this. They want to play mean and not make. See, I don't play mean. I want people dead. I don't play mean.
Lord.
No, ask Stanley. Ask Mariah in chat what I did yesterday. There was a black guy at a light.
Wait, hold on. Why would we? Wait, we're not talking about Mariah. Let's keep it tight. No,
but why I'm keeping it tight, Stanley? Stanley, you think I'm joking?
Does Mariah have anything to do with autism or this study?
No. Well, she is autistic.
Good. Well, that's kind of off the topic. And I will. Let me hold on one sec, HP. I am going to read this particular study through.
Yeah, you should. It's very interesting. It's scary.
It's actually connecting some dots.
It's scary, Stanley. It's a really scary study if you read it through the kind of
and
explications.
By the way, HB. By the way, I kind of I got a soon to be 20-year-old. And dude, it's like one day I go walking into the kitchen, motherfuckers taking dishes out of the dishwasher one hand at a time while holding his phone. And I'm like, wait, you do know if you use two hands, it's much more efficient. Why don't you just put the fucking phone down?
He has a social life though. He has a social life though.
Well, he kind of does.
Yeah, that's different. That's I don't know. I think just
he's still with his little Asian girlfriend.
Oh yeah, man.
Oh
yeah,
wait,
yeah,
did I tell you I didn't have to make plain. That motherfucker found out how to get to San Francisco and back, and I didn't even pay for it. This mother. He met her. I haven't even met her yet. He's met her parents, and who knows what they were doing out.
Wait, you still haven't met her yet?
No.
Oh,
now hold on. It's kind of my fault because I don't want to know his business. Hold on. College girlfriends aren't. I will know. I'm not that interested.
Wait. Let me ask you this, Stanley. Did he try to?
Now I've seen a picture. I think my sister's even talked to her. I just haven't.
Did he try to introduce you to her
though? Not in a way that I particularly was impressed with. But let me put it to you this way: we can one of these days maybe I'll propose we meet on campus or something.
Wait. Was it he? So it wasn't that he didn't try to introduce you to her.
No. You know me. I'm a little. Well, he hasn't been like, hey, Dad, let's do lunch.
Yeah, you're traditional. That's what it is.
Well, I'm also traditional to a point to where if she survives college, I'll take it seriously.
Oh, come on, Stanley. Come on.
Really? You think I'm doing wrong? No, seriously, HB.
No, honestly, I feel like your son, he really cares about he cares about what you think. So if he wants you to meet his girlfriend, it's not because he he might want to know what you think for real.
Well, I do ask about her, like how she's doing.
Yeah, but
I've seen a picture of her. I know what she's majoring in.
This the other thing too. Women always want to meet the parents. So if you're dating somebody and they don't want,
well, let me put it to you this way. And I hate to cut you off, but let me tell you something that I was actually and I noticed. He went out to meet her folks. And you know what? As far as I know, they're still together. So at least I know he's a gentleman, he's a man, etc. Dude, if honestly, I've raised him from the time he was 7 going on 8. I know the standards that I tried to instill in him. Everything is fine. I have no feelings. And sin to a certain extent is right.
Yeah. I don't think.
But let me tell you something else. My wife was afraid of meeting my parents, and I was like, "Well, why? You haven't met them? Well, they raised you." So,
you shouldn't even bringing you shouldn't even be bringing married. Like I only dude, my parents I think only met like 3 women my whole life. Like everything else was just fucking.
Well, I am going to say this though. I am going to say this is now I know he's had like a high school girlfriend or so.
Yeah.
He's never been this serious. Like I never told my parents about, gave them details. He literally said, "Hey, by the way," he sent a picture. He's very forthcoming, and he tends to be kind of closed. He tends to compartmentalize.
Wait, Stanley,
which, by the way, is just like me.
Wait, Stanley, how did he try to introduce you to her?
Well, I'm not going to do it online.
Okay,
You know,
okay,
I'll yeah, and
Well,
it was no. It was honorable. It wasn't anything horrible or anything like that.
all right,
But it's
all right.
something and it wasn't that bad. I could say it, but you know,
It
I'll
wasn't. It
just
wasn't up to your standard, basically.
pretty much. Oh fuck yeah, it wasn't.
Okay, I got you.
Not even close.
Yo,
Like
so,
we
yeah,
don't do
women-
we're not that. No.
But this is the thing. This is the thing, though, Stanley. Like with girls are really sensitive, man. So if she's serious,
That's a lot.
If she's thinking about this, if she's serious with him,
I'm gonna. Hey,
Yeah,
HB, I'm gonna take your advice. Honestly, it's good advice.
Yeah,
Because it's not like I'm a monster. I'm just eccentric.
Right. And you don't want her thinking that you got an issue with her.
Correct.
And you know,
No,
I
get
it can add stress to him.
Stanley,
his
just be your
relationship.
Stanley, just be the dad and say whatever you dude. My dad just always said whatever he's gonna be completely honest with me all the time.
Imperious. We're not talking about your dad, Imperious.
Yeah, exactly. You've been babbling for a
We're
while.
not
It's
talking
my
about
time.
your dad, man.
Yeah, and we're not talking about
Kimmy.
you who simps over women.
We're
That's
talking
how you.
about
That's how
Stanley
you know
and
you
his
can't
son,
give
man.
advice to men. Until you're like
nobody
me,
cares
you
about
can't give
your-
advice to men, dude.
Nobody. Cares
Until
about
you
your
have
dad,
no
Stanley.
weakness a woman can exploit, you can't give any advice to men because you're a weakling.
And that's the whole thing. It's not a war with women.
No, you're weak.
Only you think
it's
that
not a.
women are to go to war with.
Hey, you keep going. I will be right back, but I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, no. Only a man that's been broken down by a woman will look at a woman as something to go to war with. You got to be very jaded to look at a woman and be afraid to be exploited or whatever the hell he's talking about. Yo, I could not imagine being that broken and shattered. That I'm looking at women as an enemy or something. It's really sad, but that's why most women don't understand that men love way more than women do. Women could experience the worst heartbreak ever, and they're right back on that saddle. Guys like Imperious, no, they're gonna be heartbroken for the rest of their lives. They rather go shoot up a school before they allow any woman to break their heart again. They'll
Wait, he's gone. I'm listening. He'll probably be back.
Yeah, no.
Look,
and that's,
I think your advice is actually good advice. I hadn't thought of it from that perspective.
Yeah.
So, and it's not. I'm not against it.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, I am gonna do. I'll go down because she's at Emory, so I'll figure out how to get down there. She didn't need to come here.
Yeah. But you know, I don't know, man. You definitely, you know.
No. I actually, dude, I listened to your advice and I thoroughly agree with it, and I'm going to take that course. I hadn't considered it from her perspective. So
exactly,
dude, you just gave me something and I think I'm wrong on that point.
Yeah.
See,
no,
I do listen.
No, I know. I just don't, you know. I guess I just think of it. Sometimes you do have to look at it from the woman's perspective too, you know. And
But see, this is why I respect your intelligence. Dude, some smart dude, you, me, whoever, dude, we can't know everything. And we you know,
can't.
Yeah.
No, that's the, what do they call that? What do they call that? Like the time before recorded time. It's what is that called? The
prehistory?
Not prehistory. There's like a word for it, but it's basically there's some shit.
An anachronism.
There's there's just some shit you're never gonna know, and it's okay to not know. You know, like understanding women and stuff. There's
Well, I mean, you can't under shit. What man do you understand? I don't understand my father, but over the course of 61 years, I can predict how he's gonna act. You don't know for sure, but see, people don't understand that, when you know somebody, it tends to be trends. Like I could kind of predict how my father, and one day offline, I'm going to tell you, oh God, I have such a good story. And it was when, my son, I called him talking about, this new relationship and all. And I'm not going to go into details because it's just a little,
whoa.
you know how the internet.
You're in a relationship, Stanley?
Oh, no. No. I'm talking about his relationship.
Oh, okay.
So, well, let me just tell you what I told him. Don't mention it to granddaddy, who's my father. I will tell him, and there's a reason.
Yeah.
And I'll leave it at that.
Oh, it's the iniquity.
Son, don't call your granddaddy. Let daddy talk to granddaddy about this.
Yeah.
And he had a question or two about why that was, and he made an assumption, and actually his assumption was wrong. It was a totally different thing, because I know my father. My son does not know my father as well as I know my father. And he just let me present this. Not that my father wouldn't care. He'd be kind of as a matter of fact, I was happy.
You
because
think he might say something that might
it's no.
Color Oriental.
No. Well, I think you're on to something, but that wouldn't be it. It was a totally different reason. Well, I'll just say it. I was afraid my father was going to be like he wouldn't say motherfucker, but dude, school is your priority, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, let me deal with it. Cause he's just gonna tell you don't have time for girlfriends. You got school. And I'm like, I am not. Nope, let me do it.
Yeah.
I'm good with what you're doing. I'm kind of glad that you have a social life. Your granddaddy's gonna just go, you got some engineering to do, son. You don't have time. No. And funny enough, my father didn't come off like that, but I have known him for goddamn at the time 59 years. I need to gauge this. You don't.
Wait.
I hope you understand my point.
No, 100%. Where did your father meet your mom at? Did he meet her after?
It was at a social gathering, and I'll leave it at that. But you have to know my mother. Her mother, my grandmother. Oh no, they're like my father. Oddly enough, it was almost like a textbook, like a kind of manosphere thing. My father was the man. And when I say no. When I say the man, I mean he was in the Air Force. He was going places. He was like, oh no. Like I know my grandmother, at least I think I do, to the point to where she would find something wrong. Nope. My dude, why do you think I always say if I had heroes, my father's my hero. Dude was spotless. He was spotless, faithful. It was. You have an idea of where I'll go with this. It was almost fairy tale.
Fairy tale. Stanley, that's the other thing that I really hate about Red Pill. That's the one thing that they forget about.
They don't dream.
No. Your dad's generation understood that. That if you want a loyal woman, you got to be loyal too.
Amen.
And these red pill clowns will sit here and tell men, if you're a high value man, she should expect you to cheat on her. Like, bro, what the hell is wrong with you? But your dad's generation understood that no, I don't need to chase women. I don't need to.
Well, dude, and I've told this story before, dude. One day I was like a teenager in high school, and he goes, "Well, Stanley, I'm not one of these fathers." I pissed him off somehow or another. Well, Stanley, I'm not one of these fathers who's after work sitting on a bar stool just. And I remember thinking in my 15-year-old brain, oh my God, I wish you would, so you get off my back.
Yeah.
It's like you never had to wonder where my father was. Never. Here's the number where I'm going to be at before there were cell phones. Oh, nope. You never had to worry.
Yeah.
Dude, I remember
I think
he was, but the thing is I learned it, and that's why I don't have heroes.
Yeah.
He was always there. I got more stories, but he's still around, 83. Honestly, a great man.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. They don't build them like that anymore, Stanley. And I think that's what a lot of this generation they don't really get.
Right.
The guys back then, they were really forged in steel. These guys know how to talk a good game.
Oh, steel? My God. It was titanium or something.
Right,
It's
Teflon.
It's
These guys were really everything that they said they were. They lived it, and
and dude, I've heard stories. And you know what? My father has a great sense of humor. My mother had a great sense of humor too. So by the way, 12th man, salute. He's up to talk to you, HB.
12th man,
hey, how's it going, fellas?
12th man sober right now. What's going on, 12th man?
A bunch of the old school crew back together again over here. Had to come up and say hi.
What's going on, 12th man? You doing all right?
I got my deck all cleaned off today, so I'm ready to grill now. In fact, I grilled out some brats earlier, and
nice.
Yeah, just chilling. So.
Oh yeah, 12 man. I just got a Mossberg. I think a Mossberg 530, man. I just got a new.
Oh, nice, great brand.
Yeah.
Classic.
I'm trying to buy some weird some shells online. They got a bunch of weird shells you can buy online. I'm trying to see what's legal.
Yeah, don't use the dragon fire in them. They'll ruin your barrel.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Don't use dragon fire shells in the barrel.
Thanks for
turns the shotgun into a flamethrower for a minute, basically. But you don't want to use those; they'll fuck up your barrel.
Thanks for letting me know, because I definitely was going to. So, yeah.
Yeah, we are. This channel is news, politics, culture, and blame.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Oh no, I don't. Shoot, I don't care. Hey, that's a other convention, by the way. HB. I still do the Monday through Friday, but no, weekends are for fuckery. So wherever it goes.
Yeah. Nah, man.
Yeah, ready.
Oh, go ahead.
Just ready for summer, even though it'll be gone in September. While y'all are still enjoying the heat, I'll be getting ready for winter.
Yeah,
it's what it is.
It's hot as hell down here, man. I love it, so I love it. Yeah. It took me about a year to get used to it, but I love the heat down here.
It seems like blacks can get along with the heat a lot easier than whites. Whites can get along with the cold easier than blacks. I'm not sure which one it is.
Let's just go ahead and forget Mount Kilimanjaro in Kenya. Really? Blacks can't swim either. Blacks in the sea don't mix. Let's just forget West Africa, in East Africa, in South Africa, in North Africa. It's surrounded by water, but blacks can't
Well,
swim.
we do have some year-round blacks up here, but it's not a lot.
Year-round blacks is crazy.
Dude,
we get a lot visit in the summer.
He never believes me when I tell him, if you're not a racist, you sound like one.
Nah, 12th man, he's
no,
racist,
dude. See, that's why I'm not monetized. I'm brutal with this shit, dude. If you sound like one, you are one. Oh, and by the way, you remember when John and I used to? John is worse than like anyone I know. John might be the most racist motherfucker I know personally.
See, I think John's the way he says things, it might come off as racist, but I think John is just he's just passionate, man. Like a lot of the stuff that John talks about, I really don't, I could really care less about, like for real. Like it just doesn't affect me, but
HB, John has a master's degree according to him, and I believe he does. I don't doubt that. Yeah. But dude, if you sound like a racist, you are a racist. There are better ways to say things. You can write it down. In 2026, you don't have to go the blacks. Yeah. There are just better ways. There are better ways to go. Beauty desert. There are better ways not to call. There are better ways not to have Be Brave come up to your panel and start calling black women ugly and fat.
Yeah.
That's racist.
Yeah.
And sexist and all kinds of other isms. Dude, if you sound like it and you do whole shows about it, then you are it.
Yeah.
Well, only people I ever see John invite into his house are black. I've never seen him invite a white person.
Wait. He invites him in and treats him like slaves. I'm sorry, you're not gonna.
Does he?
Oh, dude. Oh, you have not been watching John lately.
I've been tuning in.
Dude, even CT like reviewed this clip of John to death. Somebody clipped it. Oh goddamn, dude! John just treated. Maybe it was Johnny Boy. I couldn't tell. John treated this poor fool like, "Give me a fucking beer." What? Yeah. Then you know what, dude? He was treating that black man that he let into his house, invited into his house. Get me a fucking beer, dude. He's the Black Archie Bunker.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna definitely
eat it,
John, next time.
Eat it.
Next time I'm in DC, I'm gonna hit him up, man. I go out there.
Motherfucker, tell him I said hello.
I'm gonna hit him up, man.
No, actually, I told you he was in my chat. It was like not last Saturday, yesterday, but a week from yesterday. So I mean, he's not blocked in my chat.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys. It's just you guys have different philosophies on things. I think I don't know, racist. I think definitely John. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the stuff John would say, I'm like, damn, man. Is he talking about me?
Well, wait, hold it. Damn, John, they're gonna think you're a racist. Well, I just went out and said I think you're a racist. I didn't bury the lead.
See, I don't think John's a racist. I think he's more so just very passionate about this stuff. I think
HB.
Yeah,
I'm not thinking it. I keep saying I think he's a racist. I know he is. Okay, there, dude. You know, sometimes the symptoms indicate the disease.
Yeah.
So, and I don't want to belabor it because dude, I think John, when he is like relatively sober, he is very engaging. If you get him on a good day, dude, I could talk to him for hours. He's really a charming guy.
Yeah.
However, it's more than peccadillos. This motherfucker has some problems.
Yeah, yeah. I think you know, sometimes you gotta know what type of king you want to be when you're a ruler. Do you want to rule with an iron fist? Do you want to be a just king? Do you want to be a evil king, demented, sadistic? That's kind of what Game of Thrones was all about. What kind of king do you want to be when it's all said and done? What kind of king do you want to be remembered as?
I've literally never watched an episode. I've seen clips, of course, but no.
But I think
it's on my bucket list of stuff to watch.
I think John is more on the sadistic type of king. I think because to me, when you call him racist, I don't think it really captures what John really is. He's
oh,
like
so you think he's a sadist?
Yeah. I think it's more to John than race. I think it's.
Oh wow! You know what?
I think he's like sadistic.
Wow.
He likes to see like he likes to see people struggle and the pain that they go through. He gets a kick out of it. It's more the black stuff.
Okay. Well, you know what?
That's just
once again, you have widened my lens.
Yeah. Nah. It's more than race. That's why racist. Nah.
Oh, whoa. You said it's more than race. That doesn't preclude. That doesn't preclude race. It's just more. It's racist plus. Racist plus.
It's just
he's a Simon Legree. Like, motherfucker, not only are you black, I want to see you black and red.
Yeah. John, like him finding dead tenants. Most people that would like, yeah, let me go to church. Let me
oh God, dude, you remember that video he took of himself where the cops called him wanting to talk about it? He just like, what you call him? He was pretending he wasn't that landlord.
Yeah.
What you calling me for?
He could
Holy fuck.
He could care less. I'm like, yeah, this guy John is sick.
Well, I think John exposes how landlords in general feel about their tenants. I mean, they really don't give a fuck about their tenants. They just want that money. But I could see John being upset about these people leaving piss bottles everywhere when they move out.
Well, motherfucker, that's the property he runs. Okay, see, he gets to pick the building or the business. It's his fault. He chose that picking up piss bottles life. He can fucking sell the building and move on. Stop acting like stop acting like the tenants are doing shit to the landlord.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that he tries to pretend to you guys that he doesn't like it, but no, he when he sees those piss bottles, those piss jugs, a smile.
Let me go find my phone.
Yeah, nah, he loves it. He loves it. Most people would be like, "Yo, this is disgusting." John loves seeing it. He loves seeing the depravity of people, how sick people can be. Yeah, nah, he's definitely a sadist, man.
Well, let me say this though. In Sin 7 Sin, I don't know if you know her, JB, but she's the most interesting woman in the world. She says John should have had periodic inspections. Well, why the fuck would he do that? He likes the surprise of it all.
Yeah. I think he enjoys. Oh, they're not paying rent.
Oh my lord.
Let's see if they passed away. Yeah, no, I think
Yeah.
Let me go see. Do I have to
Apparently,
scrape
apparently he
another
had
body
another
off the
one
floor?
pass away.
Yeah. Nah.
Cancer patient.
Yeah, if John could get
The
10
title of his
more.
show was
If he could
Cancel
get 10
Nicka
more.
Dies. Cancer Nicka
sorry.
Dies. I couldn't believe that. He named his show that.
It even made you not want to watch it, huh?
Yeah. I couldn't do that, Stanley. Sorry.
So Sin says he will still give them the code to get in. Well, motherfucker, you know what? I was about to say something, but we buried the hatchet, so I'm not going to say it. But dude, of course he's giving them the code to get in, but do they get out?
Hotel California.
It's like a house of mirrors.
You can come in, but you can't leave.
I don't know about all that, but again, John has his purse. It's his business. He knows.
Yeah.
It's his business model. He could always sell.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a couple of decades now. He ought to know.
I don't believe anything he says. Who knows? I don't even care how long he's been doing it. I just see what he is currently doing.
I'm just
Who
saying,
cares about all
he
that?
should know what to expect by now. I mean, why complain about it?
Oh, does he complain? Sounds like he celebrates it. Yeah, and Sin says next time I go to DC, I'm gonna stay at a John Galt room. Yeah, well, make sure you take your phone. We will look forward to that video.
And a piss jug. And
yeah,
I was looking at all these little water bottle piss jugs, the small ones. They're like a pint or something like that at the most. And I live off grid, so sometimes I use a piss jug, but I always empty it out in the bushes. But I have to use.
Is this information you really want to share?
Well, yeah, because
you
I
really
don't
want to
see
talk
how-
about your piss jugs.
Do they? Why do they? Why do they use these little water bottles for piss jug? How do you even?
Okay, why are we talking about piss jugs? I've been trying to kind of ward you off of this topic.
Well, they must have really small.
I
dicks.
literally don't want to talk about piss jugs.
All right,
I'm
then.
struggling to send signals. I'm trying to use telepathy. We're not going to talk about piss jugs.
Gotcha.
I should stand. Well, shoot, Sin. I think if you I hear John has a Discord now. Just get on his Discord and tell him your itinerary. All right. So the great HB, literally hadn't talked with him in a year or more. So he graced our panel and hopefully dropped his link to his channel. But let's see. The great Imperious did the same thing and got me interested in this autism, or I'm sorry, social media to autism pipeline. So we will go with that. So let's see, what else do we have here? Let's clean up some tabs. We'll listen to this a little bit more and then we're going to move on. By the way, I need to thank some folks. Our executive producers, CKJ3 and Lupin Reiking. Support the show by supporting the host. Lupin and CKJ3 were nice enough to, be generous in their support, enough for me to pay off newspaper subscriptions. But there are other subscriptions, as a matter of fact, YouTube Premium went up by $4, which was kind of a big jump.
It was
StreamYard, all that
$5.35 at the
stuff.
time.
There's Substack, all kinds of subscriptions. Plus there's the Sovereign Beer Fund. So support the show, support the host. We do have PayPal, so the foreigners can donate lira, pesos, Deutschmarks, francs, sterling, British sterling, Australian dollars. Hopefully PayPal will do all the exchange or the conversions. So there is that. Let's see here. Before we start this
Stanley,
again.
a couple of months ago, $18 to fill a 5-gallon jug for my generator, and now it's
How much?
$28.
Hey, Stanley, do you
So-
hear me better or no?
Yeah, way better. Way better.
$10 more in 2 months.
Can you hear me now, Imperious?
Stanley, can you hear me or no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make
Evidently,
sure.
he can't hear us.
No, I think you can now, right? You can hear me, Stanley?
Right. I can.
Okay, good. Yeah, Stanley, look, I didn't get the. I have some other studies, though, for you. Miss Mariah actually found this one and gave it to me. Look in the back. It directly relates to what you're talking about autism and like the red pill feeding off of that and stuff. So I just posted that in the back.
Okay. So Mariah's your research assistant.
No, I give her full
Ooh, this is
credit.
I like this. I like this title: "Swallowing and Spitting Out the Red Pill: Young Men Vulnerable." Oh, this looks good. Yep, gonna put that in there. Shit, this might be worth a show.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. But see, folks, this is what I'm talking about. This is contributing to the show. This might be interesting. So,
Yeah, all credit to Mariah on this one. I didn't do this one. So.
well, she is a darling.
Yeah.
So,
Wait till you see her in bed, man.
we
She ain't no
may
darling, she's a
actually.
monster.
I hadn't. Well, I'm sorry. She's always been nice to me. But no. This is getting me curious,
bites,
and
Stanley.
I have not read Jonathan Haidt, but he's got a Substack. So I see his Substacks. I really haven't like delved into it but this might be a Saturday show.
Because the red pill
No,
really is, like I said, this weird conglomerate of these poor kids who are getting led astray by men who are just trying to make money off their mental illness.
Now that part I agree with. Motherfucker, dude, rich men don't have troubles like that. Now,
Yeah, dude, like I've never had trouble getting
hold on.
women.
Rich men who are well adjusted, like, they don't
Even nowadays, if you're rich, you don't have to be well adjusted. There's a lot of rich autistic kids that are buying OnlyFans models and flying them out. Honestly,
Yeah,
Stanley,
but that's not normal. That's not
no,
even
it's not.
manly.
But they're not normal, so I'm not saying. You know what I mean?
Right.
What I'm saying, Stanley, is this whole culture of like red pill and trying to like. It's like it's sophistry and a lot of bloviation and gig. Stanley, what's the word for making?
Well, no, I like bloviation. I hadn't heard that word in quite some time.
Yeah, there's a word, and God, I'm not. I hate when I forget a word, but there's a word on how it's like over. It's a synonym to overcomplication, but it's more to the effect of
overcomplicated.
But it's a synonym to that. But what people do is they dig into these things and they create these like narratives of really complicated answers to a very simple situation. You know, I'm trying to remember the
Well,
word for it.
that's like, you know, it's not a, you know, it's not every time, but yeah. Well, that's why you break down problems into simple pieces and then reassemble. But
Yeah,
I can't think of the word, but I know
but
what you mean.
I'll get to it. But what it is like people are looking at dating or human interaction between men and women as this very complicated thing that you have to research and do study. It's not,
Well,
Stanley.
see, I agree with that.
I think it
No,
should stand.
do not research it. Now you have to know something
Yeah,
about
I
it,
mean, we want to know,
but
like,
that's what parents, you know,
yeah,
good parents will teach you how to deal with it.
yeah. And I think, look, I don't mind certain numbers and taking polls or here and there and stuff like that. What I'm talking about is we're looking at human beings. Human beings act wacky. If you could predict human behavior, data scientists would be billionaires. Okay, they're
Well,
not.
some of them are.
No,
They
but I mean
still
like
study.
economics, like economics teachers.
Well, there's behavioral economics.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if economics teachers could teach you like they're doing and make it seem so easy that human beings are so easy predictable in what they do, those professors would be very, very rich, like billionaires, and be doing no.
Like a now they're not billionaires, but
No,
like a
they're intelligent people. What I'm saying is there's a certain amount of chaotic activity and unpredictability when it comes to human nature. Like humans
right, but
don't.
even that's predictable. The chaos
Yeah,
part is
well,
predictable.
yeah, if you're going to go chaos theory and the predictability of chaos, yes, I get the full.
Mhm.
I'm saying in a general sense, human beings don't act in a way that's just conform this, that. No, human beings act funny.
Well, let me ask you an odd question, and I think I know where you're going to go with the answer, but be chaotic and don't. And it could be a function of age, but I actually think I've always been like this. I don't really care that much. I mean, you have to care what other people think or predict to a certain extent because you have to be a defensive driver, as it were. But I literally have never cared that much. Like people talking like medium man on the screen about high value women or women are making more. Yeah, you got to be aware of it, but who cares? I need to make money. You get the best woman you can get along with or love. Why is everyone so
Yeah, because it's
concerned?
autism, Stanley. You want to get into this class with the top 1% men, and you want to get the woman that
Well,
looks like the.
that's competitive.
It's yeah, and dude. The reason dating is so effed up is because people just have stopped getting with people they just get along with and like, and want people that get them into a
Interesting.
lifestyle. They want a
Interesting.
lifestyle, not a partner.
But that's at the top echelons. I
No,
mean, I
Stanley, that's
see.
everybody now because it's all
Really?
online.
Well,
Stanley,
see, now you're no. You take the wheel. I haven't dated
and
in a
look, I'm not
decade.
even the youngest group, Stanley. I'm not
Mhm,
even like the teens right now. But Stanley,
mhm.
I know 20 and 30-year-old women, like late 20s, early 30s. And Stanley, they all are expecting like Stanley, they don't understand that just a man making over 100 grand is like the top 10% in the country. Only
Right.
10% of men, they don't get that because to them, all they see is TikTok and Instagram, where every woman that they follow is going to trips to St. Bart's,
Well,
Santorini.
let me ask you an interesting question, and it's going to be it's a complicated question, but I have friends who are, say, South Asian. And yeah, it's kind of everybody makes over 100,000. What happens when every man in your, say Indian conclave on the West Coast, everybody makes 100,000?
Well, usually you
You
get
know,
better
if every man
partnership.
is equal, that's where the personality stands
Yeah,
out.
exactly. But that's the thing. Like those in enclaves of usually like ethnic cultures, what happens is because those cultures are so intertwined. Like when you go, like for example, if you're Korean, you know a lot of other Koreans, and you're around. You know what I mean? Like ethnic enclaves kind of
Well, for
happen
the
like.
most part.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's always every single. I'm talking for generality's sake here.
Right.
And so Koreans, because you're in a group that has expectations culturally to like achieve a certain amount, you're probably all going to achieve a certain amount. So usually those marriages and relationships last longer because the women, all the men are competing with each other and are expected to do the same thing. So all the women have the same choice of the same kind of man. They're not going like, oh, I'm going to hop to this guy because he can buy me a Rolls Royce while this guy can only get me a Bentley. You know, and because
But
the
let
thing
me
is I
tell
don't
you a
blame women for that.
story
No,
that's
but hold on.
kind
And
of
I don't blame
similar.
women for that because hypergamy and the need for resources and protection more than anything is biologically imperative to women.
I don't disagree with that. But let me tell you a quick story. This friend of mine, West Coast, South Asian, Bengali, I think. And his family's, Berkeley graduate, all this stuff, and they are elite. So, I can't remember whether it was his sister, sister-in-law, brother-in-law, but they were drifting apart. And the family got involved. Like, there was divorce talk, and nope, like both sides, the wife's family, the husband's family, because it was an arranged marriage. So I don't know whether it was a business deal or something, but both sides were like, no, no, no.
No,
And
no, no.
none of, well, they didn't say that. I wasn't there, but I've heard this story. Because my friend is like the brother of, bride or groom. I don't know,
Stanley, you
or
want to know
husband or
my
wife.
opinion? What the whole problem I think is of dating and relationships?
Okay.
It comes down to one thing. It's not men and women. It's not technology. It's not anything like that. Okay.
Mhm.
It is letting people just date and choose for themselves. I personally think the best relationships happen when families put together people from different families and the families come together and say, hey, we should try to get this person with this person. We
Well,
should do
based on what? Royalty,
No, I
business?
mean
What would
just
be?
relationship. It could be like in neighborhood people that families know each other.
Okay, yeah. I've seen that.
You get what I'm saying? Like if you know, like let's
Mhm.
say like you are like like a new community that just got built and and you guys all moved in the same time. And over the years, people
Mhm.
had kids throughout the neighborhood and everything. Like you're gonna know these people. You're gonna know
But
how they
that
act.
kind of still happens, doesn't it?
No, it's all online. 80% of relationships are started online now, Stanley.
Really?
80%, yeah.
Well, I mean, like marriage relationships. I
Yeah,
mean,
any
what's a
relationship.
relationship?
Like any kind of male, female, 80% of it happens on the internet now.
Well, I'll tell you, this is an old man on the porch telling stories, but well, my school, I think this girl was like maybe a year younger, and she, my all boys Catholic military school had a sister school.
Oh yeah, we had the same, but it was in one
An all
school.
girls Catholic school right behind the cathedral in Savannah. It's easy to look up. So somehow or another, we just used to, and I'm probably a sophomore. She might be a freshman, somewhere in that. We weren't, you know. So one day, we go to football games or something like that. So one day I'm sitting on the porch with this girl and her father wanders out. Now, our families knew each other. We went to the same church, but I guess different masses. I don't know. And you have to know my mother. No one was good enough for me. But anyway, I'm sitting out on the porch. So her father comes out and she's like, oh, he was like, it was the closest I ever came to a notion of matchmaking. So yeah, we're sitting in rocking chairs and yeah, if you two get serious, and I'm lit. My eyes are like get wide. Like what? You know, if you two should decide to get together, you know, maybe I was like, I'm only 15. I'm not even thinking about getting serious, dude. And you know what? I'm not sure we dated much after that. It was like, God damn, this motherfucker
That was
is
awkward.
taking this shit.
That was awkward.
No. Well, I had good sense enough to just listen and not talk.
Yeah, I always tell guys that on dates, don't listen or don't talk that much. Just ask her shit. Women love talking
No,
about themselves.
don't listen to the father.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, listen,
he
just
wasn't
ask her like,
threatening shotguns or anything like that. He was just assuming that, oh, hey, we're a match.
yeah, exactly. Without even like,
I was like, your daughter doesn't look that good. It's not love at first sight.
I just think Stanley, I think the idea of
girl.
dating for like personal preference is the bad way to go, because I think we're so, as human beings, especially in America with our culture.
I mean, as kids.
Well, I think as young people, just when we're doing it as young, I just, Stanley, it's not a perfect solution.
I know where you're going.
Like, it's not a perfect solution, but you got to restrict on one end or the other.
Feel comfortable saying it, because I'm literally watching something on British TV. Just say what you got to say. Don't worry about it.
To me, it's you got to restrict something. Something's got to give. You either, if you want successful marriages and successful families, which is the backbone for society, you have to make it so in a way the families can stay together. And the problem is from what I've said and what I've seen and what I've experienced and what I've read, the problem is you're giving people a choice in a society and a culture built on immediate and gratification and always gratification. And relationships aren't like that.
Let me
take
ask
work.
you an interesting question. If we, and I know the answer, but if the society is about immediate gratification, are you actually giving kids a choice? Okay, choice, like hard choices involve you got to know that there's no immediate gratification, or you get to choose between
I get the paradigm you're
gratification.
describing. Like, is there really a choice?
But
Because
let me compare what you said, because it lines up with something I've thought for, I've said it, back in the John Galt days, dude. And I'm going to concentrate on Black culture, but I think it's American culture in general. Black culture, quote, Black culture tends to be the canary in the coal mine.
It is. Yeah, the Black culture is what happens first. What happens to the Black community will expand to the rest of society.
If the cultures, and it lines up with your family point. If the culture is broken, the only way to rebuild it is from the ground up.
Exactly.
We must care about what's happening in our four walls. And then when those kids walk out the door, they need to know that you're taking the home culture with you. And if there are problems, if there are questions, we need a lot more parental supervision. And I'm not going to accept the excuse that, oh, I'm a single mom. I have huge sympathies for single mothers. And it was easier for me because I was a single father and, educated and had the family support and all that. But dude, it can be done. So you and I agree. We may have to go back to the family as a building block. And we're
That's
not
just
totally
me, and I'm not,
fucked up.
I'm not even like, to me, it's about creating the better next generation. You get what I mean? That's my focus.
Oh, no. Once you have kids, it's not about you anymore.
Yeah, your life is kind of like secondary to what making that kid's life better than yours.
And well, that's why I'm saying have them young so you have a life.
So you have the energy to. So you have the energy to keep going. You know what I mean?
Dude, I have a friend.
Look at poor Al Pacino at a kid at 80.
Yep. I have a friend who is my age, and his wife is like within a year or two. And I've known him for 30 years by now. They got married at like 19. They grew up together, had, I think, 3 sons. dude, by the time the kids were gone, they were still in their 40s, like late
Oh man.
40s, and they used to have all kinds of fun together. Like
Oh
she was
yeah.
still pretty hot. He was still
Dude, they probably
pretty,
traveled all over,
viable.
did so many fun things.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
dude, they had a goddamn RV. We used to go to the reason I
Oh
know him
yeah,
is
trip around the country, man.
we worked together. Dude, we used to go to RV shows. Right there in Greenville, South Carolina. Dude, she was still like 40 hot, but she was still hot. And the kids are out of the house.
Well, Mariah had
So,
her kids pretty young. Like Mariah's kids are almost like.
well, wait,
She-
why are we talking? I wasn't talking about Mariah.
Well, no, I'm saying, but just as like an example of someone
Are
who had
you
them
gonna
young.
take this? Are you gonna take it somewhere?
No, I'm just saying, like, as she had her kid, like, all her kids are almost out in like a few years, she was telling me. So she's like feeling all, because
Really?
she's like 30, like 40, 41, I think, 39, 40, something like that. And she was like, yeah, I'm getting all weird because my kids are almost all out. There's only like one that's still in
Aw.
school or something, like one's graduating this year and the other, you know what I mean? So she's all freaking out too. And she's like early 40s. So she doesn't know what to do
Well,
with herself.
I'm gonna let you and Mariah know. According to CM, I'm age appropriate for Mariah. so,
She's-
so look out, Mariah. I'm in my 30s.
Oh yeah, you're 35, he said, right?
That's right. And I like
You're young and
slightly
virile.
older women.
Stanley, you like that? You're young and virile.
Well, I'm not chopped liver, but I
No,
am
dude, Stanley,
61.
you're gonna have her doing cartwheels.
I think we all know that weed is doing something to Clifford's
It really
brain.
makes him paranoid. Like he
Dude.
starts thinking everyone's against him.
I'm
They're
like, oh
he gets
my
real
God.
paranoid. I didn't
It
think
is-
that was a thing, but it is apparently.
It is. It is. So Clifford in Ponders
Honestly, I
is
feel
co-
bad for the dude,
Dude,
that's so desperate for people he
I
says he
don't
doesn't
feel
hate.
bad for him one bit.
No, I mean,
But let
I
me
pity him. I pity him.
I
In the
don't
fact,
even pity him. But dude,
well,
dude, he,
look at this
as
though.
much
Look at how
shit
messy.
as much shit as he talks, I understand
Oh well,
because
yeah.
you,
And the thing is, he called out the internet. You
oh
don't
my
call out
God.
the internet and go, well, you guys can't. Nobody can do anything to me. You don't do that on the internet.
Dude,
or
that is
people are,
crazy because they're gonna wanna.
yeah, because there's like Jim is a sick dude. Pepe are sick. Like all these groypers, dude. These are sick people who like enjoy just effing with people.
Yep. Look what I can do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like look at. I can SWAT your house. You know what I mean? Jesus,
Dude,
dude.
even in the military, dude, the thing was, hey, Russians or Iranians or whatever, we can reach out and touch you. You
Yeah.
will know. We will know that we can reach out and touch you. See and let me say this because I gotta throw a shot at Ponder. She is stoking a fucking fire.
Oh, she knows exactly
I
what
think
she's doing.
I think she is an abuser.
Oh,
to be honest.
she's like taking the dumb kid and making the dumb kid smuggle
Yep.
weed or something.
Yep.
It's like
That's
taking the kid with like
exactly what she's
like Down
doing.
syndrome and making him smuggle the cocaine or something. You get what I mean?
Yeah, now that is the part that I do pity him. He doesn't know what's about to happen to him.
He doesn't get
she
that
is-
she's using his simpness, that all she has to do is bat her eyes at him and say, "Oh, Sam, you're so smart." And then he's all, "Oh my God, I'm all this, I'm this, I'm that." He gets this like rush of energy when she compliments him because he's like, he obviously, like I said, the weird autism with women. He doesn't interact with women, so if he gets some kind of compliment, he thinks like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna hook up with her. I'm gonna get with her. She likes me. I'm cool now." It's a weird thing, Stanley. I you know what I mean? Did I lose you? Did you lose me? Am I?
Oh, hold on one second. I was on mute. Look.
Oh, sorry. I just
I'm
didn't know.
not-
I'm like, did I get bad reception
No,
again?
no.
Because I'm in my house, so it
No.
should be good.
It's me. I'm old and forgot to unmute.
No, you're good.
'Cause
You're
I
good.
don't use StreamYard. I use the mic. But here's the deal. And again, I am not. I don't care that much. It is funny. I care to troll. But dude, if you are a Hollywood star and you got 4 trucks, see, dude, that truck he was showing, by the way, that's not a full-size
2008
truck, motherfucker. It's
That's
not
like a
full-size
2008. So
truck.
that's like $8,000, bro.
I'm like, what the fuck? You got a bunch of cars that you can't prove move? Does he
Not just
understand
that,
how
but
the
he had a
internet
title
works?
transfer. It's not like he had the original pink slip that you buy from a dealership. That means he bought it
Right.
used or he got a title transferred to him. He didn't buy that thing new.
Okay, well, the thing is there's nothing wrong with that.
No, but when
there's
he's
not-
sitting there
but
going,
don't be-
I have all
don't
the
be
money, I make
bragging
all
like
this
your
money, I have
cars.
all this money.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I have no problem with people buying used. It's smarter to buy used.
Right.
But he's sitting there going, I'm rich. I got 4 cars. I got a house. I have everything. It's all mine. I buy everything. I got all kinds of money. Then why did you transfer cars? Why did you just go buy a car new?
Since we're in gossip mode, let me ask you a question. Every time he wants to look at my picture or review a video, he has to take his iPhone 5 and point it at a fucking dusty TV. Motherfucker, do you know that StreamYard will allow you to share a video so it's a better experience?
He's scared.
This
No, he's
dude-
scared he'll get it. You'll flag him for doing it.
Okay, well, explain that part. I don't even understand.
If he plays like your show on his show, you know what I mean? You can flag him for copyright. And so he thinks
I
he'll
don't
do
give a
that.
fuck, dude. Well, he is paranoid. A lot of people don't care. He can
But
play
isn't it
my shit
ironic, though?
anytime he wants.
But
He
isn't
can
that
play my
ironic that he goes to that end to avoid you being able, just
'Cause
the
he's
thought of you doing
paranoid.
that?
Well,
but
let
then
me-
he says he
hey.
doesn't care about YouTube. He doesn't need the money. He doesn't care about
Right.
his channel. But yet at the same time, he's going to go to that length to really avoid you being able to do that to take his channel. You
Well,
get what I
can
mean?
I
Like, this is
point
what I
out
mean.
the irony? Dude.
Oh, the irony is
I've
almost
gotten-
suffocating.
The irony is a lot of his folks have subscribed to my show. You can talk about my show 24/7. Dude. People from his little channel have come over here and subscribed. They may like it, they may unsubscribe, but I've grown since my association with little Clifford.
Well, yeah, because dude, nobody
This
likes
dumb
you. Dude,
motherfucker does not understand.
nobody likes him. They just, dude, trolls just watch to see how stupid he's gonna do. Like what stupid shit he's gonna do.
I think there's some people who kind of like him.
They
kinda
like him as like a useful idiot. You know what I mean? Like, oh
No,
yeah, he's
I
a good
think-
tool.
I like him as someone, and look, I'm beyond that, but I like cautionary tales.
He's the walking thing that you should show every kid in high school. Make a little like montage of CT's life and show little kids
Scared Straight.
scared straight with
2026.
Clifford Moore. Scared straight with Clifford Moore. Look, little Johnny, if
Oh,
you don't
j-
go do well in school,
oh,
you're going to look
dude,
like that with
dude.
some really crappy grades and a really bad vocabulary, a really inadequate vocabulary. You're not going to finish school. You're going to have kids all over the place with baby
Hey,
mamas
Moxie.
everywhere.
Moxie, I'm actually having fun. Dude, okay, this is going to be weird when I say this, but he keeps bragging about grilling and stuff. Dude, I just asked him out of the blue, are you using lighter fluid on your charcoal? Dude, no motherfucker who knows how to grill or actually the process of barbecuing using lighter fluid is like 1970s, motherfucker. Your food will taste.
Yeah, why?
Dude, there are fumes. Dude, if you
It
like
contaminates the
shit-
meat.
Dude, it sticks. When you burn oil like that, that black smoke is oily. It just sticks to the grill. Oh, that is ghetto as a motherfucker.
Dude, I use pine charcoal pellets.
Well, I don't even do that. I just use a chimney. You can start.
Oh, yeah.
Even if you want to do mesquite or something, you can do it with hardwood too. Burn the newspaper. Now, there's always going to be oil when you burn something like newspaper stuff, but it's infinitely less than using a fucking petroleum product.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
well, the contamination in it is ridiculous.
Oh my God. So the motherfucker is bragging about that dry, long weenie and the fucking dude, that shit was dry as fuck. Dude, that
he doesn't know. I mean, the thing is he's not like
dude.
He's not from the South. Dude, he doesn't know how to barbecue.
Okay.
He's not from the South.
You said the truth.
He's not from the South. I mean,
North.
Like Texas may be able to, but he's not from Texas either. He's from SoCal.
Yeah, that motherfucker's using like one of those old 1960s grills where the food is 2 inches above the fucking
where you got to use like a brush to clean off the racks.
No, I think he actually has. Well, you know what? Now that I think of it, he has something akin to an offset grill, like one of those barrel looking things.
Yeah, the round.
He doesn't have the
a grill master grill. He doesn't have like a grill master with like different level grills, different different temperature grills, different like isolation grills, different type of grill. You know what I mean?
Dude, he's not. Barbecue is smoke.
But he don't have no king. He doesn't have a king char. Guy doesn't have a king char. Are you kidding me?
Dude, you know what? Let me tell you something. My father and I, back in the 80s, built a grill. He poured the concrete pad and I helped him smooth it out. That motherfucker's still there. It was leftover brick from an addition on the house. And dude, the last time I watched him, dude, it's big enough to put a small whole hog. And there's a crank, like a metal cover that literally with a temperature gauge, and it's cranked by hand. You can lift that. It's like a car hood. You can lift it up. You can put it back down. Dude, I built it with my daddy fucking 40 years ago, and the shit's still there.
Stanley, that's so funny you say that because
we did it last summer. We used it.
Last year,
and my son and my daddy.
Yeah, because they last forever when you do it by hand.
That's Savannah, though.
Yeah, but when you use it by hand and you create it with like love and stuff, it lasts. You know,
dude. Dude, it looks great. Yeah. It was leftover bricks. One of these days I'll give you details, but no, that motherfucker. It's been through hurricanes. It's been through all kinds of shit. That's because
it's by hand,
but my daddy and I,
something by hand,
literally
there's something about
built that motherfucker. It is a brick house.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Stanley, when you do, why do you think the old antiquity buildings that last? Look at the aqueducts and stuff. Those were built by hand with love.
Yeah, dude. And I hadn't thought about that until that motherfucker started talking about, oh, did you see what I grilled, Ponder? Motherfucker, you don't even understand.
You don't know what grilling is.
He doesn't know what, and I don't want to beat up on CM because look, ignorance, sometimes you can be a little too twee or superior or all.
Look, I don't want to hurt him too bad because I get amusement from him coming back at me because it's hysterical.
I don't. I don't like seeing. I do not like seeing dumb young black men.
But Stanley, it's the whole Napoleon
I honestly
saying.
Don't.
Never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake.
He's not my enemy. He's not even my problem. Dude, he's
just your son, Stanley. You just got to treat him like a son.
No. Oh, dude, do you honestly think, dude, My son is more sophisticated at fucking 19 going on 20.
Do you think your son would beat CM up?
No. My
No?
son would go
Who the
literally
hell is
my
this
son would
trash? Who's this Cali
that's
Black?
right.
Is that what he would
Wait,
say?
no,
Who's this
you know
Cali
what?
Black, Dad?
No. I think my son would go, "What's up, man?" and then ignore him. Like, you acknowledge him. Treat him
He'd
like a
acknowledge
human
him and be
being.
like, and then he'd talk to you like, and he'd be like, and you'd be like, son, this is your stepson that you never had.
No. Okay, you know how this works. You treat everyone like a human being, but God doesn't tell you to fucking associate with them. Treat them
No,
like a human being and move on. Dude, yeah, dude, if you knock at my door, you can have a glass of water, even come in and cool off. But motherfucker, we don't have to associate. We don't
Stanley's a
have
nice
to be
guy. Look at that.
friends. Of course I'm a nice guy. Dude, I'm old and raised Catholic.
I'm an old guy. I don't have time to be angry anymore, right? That's my dad always like, I don't have time left to be blown on that shit.
Hey, do you know? Well, I learned a long time ago that holding grudges just takes too much energy.
It ages
energy
you.
That
it ages you.
But I also have to say, especially from 48 on, you know what happened, look, and I was busy with my son because motherfucker, he was smart. So I'm not gonna let him off the hook. But dude, I'm in the let's just say last of October into November of my life. And that's why I don't get like that wrapped up. Some of this manosphere bullshit is for the young folks. I wish that CM was right that I was in my 30s, because I have about 3 relatively young ladies that I just met on YouTube. Dude, I would be simping like a fucker.
Stanley be lining them up and knocking them down.
Not that, but I'd be like, hey, I'm not flying you out. I'm flying there. Let's see what you're like.
I'm not flying you out. I'm flying them out. There you go, Stanley.
But no, bottom line is, you got to know where you are. And I'm perfectly fine. Look, if my son does well, that's my job. My daddy's fine.
Stanley, and that's why, Stanley, I always like you, because in the end, you're just a good dad, and you're just on here as some like entertainment to just blow off some shit and just talk. And like you care about your kid more than anything else, and you just have such a life outside of here. So
but
and I think that's
also,
the whole thing.
let me tell you something. And it's what I've told him, dude. My parents prepared me for this. Okay, I don't know how many times I've gone, especially when my son was in school and, 2nd and 7th grade stand out. I've had the kind of family support because I come from a smart family. All these motherfuckers are smart. And, sometimes between work and single parenthood, you got to talk to your mother or you got to talk to your sister. They've been so kind. My father-in-law is down here a couple times a month. I've had all kinds of support. And this is one thing that you'll appreciate. One of the reasons I wound up marrying this white woman is we were all Catholic. It was like, well,
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? Dude.
It really doesn't matter. Yeah, and that's the thing. You can just tell you care about your kid, and like it's just a contrast from CM, who wants to like talk to his kid through video games and shit. You know what I mean? Like you're such a good dad. Like like you remind me of like my dad, or like like my friend's dad, just someone who gives a shit. You know what I mean? Instead of just trying to be a friend or a cool kid to the kid. You know what I mean? You're like a dad.
No, it is totally different. Like, dude, it is so funny. But you know what? I think my son, he still kind of rolls his eyes, but eventually he'll understand.
Oh, dude,
And
I still roll my eyes at my dad today.
yeah.
I still do it, dude. Like
Oh,
he'll be like,
I do. Hey, I'm 61. What is 83? I do roll my eyes
hey, at
sometimes.
least hey, it's great. You got him. 83, man. It's looking good, man. That's pretty good.
So that's why, and I want to, and this is one of the things, dude. We're not all ghetto. Some black people have, like, dude, I
I've
had a
never
great
met any ghetto
childhood.
like Stanley. You got to realize, like, I mean, I've met ghetto black, parties and shit like that. But what I'm saying is, like, anyone, like, black people that live around me in Newport were all wealthy. I mean, Kobe lived like 5 streets over. You know what I mean?
Really?
Like, not like they live in a private
But were
community, but
they
it was
of
like,
good
you know,
moral character?
yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, dude, like most of my I have priests that are black. I've had priests that are Filipino. I've had people live next to me that, like,
Interesting.
that's not what it is. It's literally like
Right.
people that, like, can maintain stability, civility, rules, regulations,
And
keep
most
things
of all,
clean.
just goddamn be smart, dude.
Yeah, it's just having a fucking functional, like, brain. Like, if you see something on the ground, pick it up. If you see, like, a line, like,
Yep.
don't skip it or try to get around it or cheat,
Yep.
but, like, things like that. Like, like
Be
in, like, just
decent.
little, and it always starts small. It'll start small with,
You're
like,
right.
people, like, not paying a toll to get on a bus. And then it'll get bigger and bigger and bigger.
You're I think you're right.
I know I gotta hop off, take my dog for a walk, but I'll try to be back in a little
All
bit here,
right.
Stanley.
Well,
I'll
I
try to
don't
be
know
back.
how much longer.
Try to get Mariah, that bitch. Like, she loves you, Stanley. Like,
Wait,
dude,
what?
Stan. Oh, I was gonna
Wait,
tell you this,
wait,
Stanley. You
hold
know who
it.
you really remind me
Do
of?
you think if I let you call her a bitch, she's gonna come up?
Oh yeah, no, she's fine with it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not though.
Oh, okay. Well, she, look, like, you should hear what she wants me to call her in bed, Stanley. But
That is fine, but that's between you and her. That's
you
between you and her.
Okay, you remind me, Stanley. I had my grandparents took me on a tour of the American Revolution and the Civil War when I was like 13 back east. This was like a 2-week tour up and down the East Coast. You know what I mean? And we had a black tour guide, and he had stories just like you, where he would sit there, like, we'd be driving through some town, and he'll be like, okay, so back in 1804, there was a gentleman that lived in this town, and he used to own a bit, and it would be like, and he'd lead you down, like, painting a story like you were back in 1804, and it's like you were there, Stanley. You tell great, like, stories, Stanley.
Really?
Great story. Yeah, you stand great.
Oh
Like,
my Lord.
it's because you could. It's like you give enough detail. It's like you can kind of imagine it. You know. So
Well,
it's
actually
it's
kind
pretty
of a
entertaining
high
when you tell him.
compliment.
So, anyways, I gotta
Yeah,
go walk this fucker because he's all barking at me right now. So I'll be back.
Well, wow. Did he just call me a storyteller? I've never thought. I think my stories are just kind of disjointed. But anyway, we are at 3:31. All right, folks. I may have worn out my welcome. Let's see, what do we have here? Deacon Dave, are you still around? Because I would have loved to have had you and HB up here. Well, folks, I was blessed that HB popped up and spent some time. That was definitely a blast from the past. So really? Amazing stories. Okay. Well, I'll try and tell more of them. But the problem with my stories is I tend to kind of let it, like, flow. I have to protect the innocent. So anyway, let's listen to a little bit more of this. I do realize I might be going past my expiration date with some of this stuff. And I actually do want to do one thing that is very negative, and maybe I'll just have to save it for tomorrow because it's political. So maybe I'll just save it.
Rank her on the 21 to 30 scale that I created. She would rank in that 21 to 30, but she has another barrier for a man to consider. She has a child now, so that may be tough as well. And also, she wants a man to make $1 million, millions or more, And also she wants him to pay all the bills. And also she's controlling. It's so much, but I think what's interesting about this interview is she is so sure of herself. She's matter of fact, and she's like, hey, this is me. This is who I am. You can take it or leave it. So I like the fact that women do that. And also,
Hey,
like men
by
do
the
it.
way,
They
let
say,
me.
hey, I'm not ready
This
for
just
marriage.
reminded me. Hey, Cam, you were made the comment about Persian women. I'm gonna drop this link to you. I've known her for a bit. I met her through the John Galt channel. She is gorgeous, kind of funny, and thank God I've never met her because that would be problematic. Because I'd be her simp. However, I'll start this and find her link, or channel link.
You can take it or leave it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's very refreshing. So hey, thank you, pretty boy, for the 5 Media Man memberships. Good to see you back here, man. I know it's been a while, but you always supporting your boy, man. Thank you. I greatly appreciate it. Good to see you here, man. Good to see some old faithfuls, man. If you got one of those memberships, please make sure you drop a thanks to Pretty Boy, and make sure you maintain it on the behalf of Pretty Boy. Thank you, brother. Blessings to you. Let's see. All right, so let's get back to it.
But then they get to call it love, because what's this thing I keep hearing? Men are in love, women are in business. They say women are in business because they're constantly assessing for the economics, as I just outlined and conceded and acknowledged, and it's not new, by the way. But men are in love, but that's really just semantics, because what you're calling love is beauty and youth. And maybe even fertility.
And that's why I say, if an NFL player, a man of a lot of means, an athlete, what society sees as coveted, is with a woman who's not conventionally attractive, people are like, what's wrong? Something is misaligned.
And we hardly ever see it, if we're to be honest about it. And if we do see it, frankly, there's some other currency at play. If I can just go ahead and do what I do, which is rile the people up. Oftentimes when we see professional athletes, particularly Black ones, with people that are not at the utmost standard of conventional beauty, they are what? White. They're white. And it's okay, because I'm going to...
Okay, she said that's a currency at the end. So that at the end of this clip, that's another example of Black people not knowing Black men, because she is under the impression that all of these Black athletes have white wives. And she took a little dig there. She said typically if they do get these women that are unconventionally attractive, they tend to be white. But I remember I did a video a while back where there was a young man who was friends with a student athlete. And he said his friend was on his way to the NFL. And he was like, man, he was dating this girl, this white girl. And he was like, man, she would have his food ready. She would help him with his homework. She would get his clothes ready. She would just take care of certain things that needed to be taken care of while he was pursuing his dream of becoming an NFL player. And at the end, it ended up working out because they got married. But he also said in college, Black women take a different approach. This is not all, just some. And I know it's not all, because I'm going to show you guys the statistics here in a second. But he said that the Black women were like, nah, I'm not going to do all that. I'm not cooking for no man. I'm not going to fold his clothes. I'm not going to help him with his schoolwork. It is what it is. That's their prerogative. But the way that these women are securing these Black athletes in the minority is because they listen and they look to see where they can add value outside of the bedroom. Now, I did see the little think piece about how white women are taught to get Black athletes, and I was reading some of the points, and I was like, damn, man, it's a lot of stuff in there that I think Black women could adopt. If that's the case, if there's a blueprint out there on how to be more useful to these athletes, y'all may as well take some notes, because some of it was pretty simple. Most of it was essentially, hey, just be a feminine woman and help where he needs help. Take up slack where he needs help. Be a freak in the bed and keep yourself up. Why wouldn't you want to do that to somebody that has an upward trajectory at a young age? And that's how I took it. But I'm going to address their point where they said, like, yeah, typically it's a white woman. But again, that's where it's a lot of people that don't know black men. And we're going to discuss it here. I'm going to show you guys something real quick. All right. So to their point in regards to successful black men, they still marry black women. And you guys have seen me share this type of information before. So from the income-based research from the BLS report from 2021, 2022, black men earning $100,000 or more, 83% of married black men earning that amount have black wives. Okay? So who would be in that pool? The athletes. Fair? So only 17% are married to non-black women. But what happens is that's who black women laser focus on. They'll see that one black athlete, or they'll see Therese Halliburton going to a restaurant with a bevy of bunnies, right? And they'll be like, oh, see, black men. But I believe Tyrese Halliburton's mom is white and his dad is black. I mean, so what you gonna do? Okay? And I've never heard that man speak bad about black women. He didn't say nothing about that. I think Cameron actually asked him that question. So yeah, shout out to him. But yeah, but most of these black men that they point to and say, yeah, you know, they always dating these white women or marrying these white women.
Sin, maybe you're listening to this video and I'm not trying. I could be misunderstanding your comments. No, Stanley's not a magical Negro. I'm Stanley. And being black in America is about getting over. That's the comment that I'm commenting on. Do you believe that, Sin? Or is that a reaction to Medium Man's video? Can you clarify, please?
It's not true, but it's just what y'all focus on, because those tend to be the pictures that are shared. You guys will see it and like, oh man, look, another one. But the overwhelming majority of sports players are married to black women. If you go on TikTok, you can type in what is it called? They have a term for like wives and girlfriends or something like that. I forgot it. But you'll see a bunch, hundreds, thousands of black women married to black athletes, professional athletes, but they don't go viral because it's not controversial enough. So that's why I'm level setting the conversation. And I think our educated.
So Clifford is saying it's over, Stanchi. And my question to Clifford is, what is over? Can you be more specific? Or bring Ponder so she can be the Cali Black translator. What's over, Clifford? Tell me, can you be specific?
Portion of the black community needs to be aware of this stuff. You need to know black men before you go on these platforms and say that all these black athletes are marrying white women. It's not true. Okay. And then this may help education-based research, college-educated black men. 85% of college-educated black men marry black women. Interracial marriage among college-educated black men is about 30%. Max upward, about right around there. So even with high income and higher education, black women are still the majority of the spouses. So we can go ahead and dead that conversation right now. Okay. I know it feels good to point at black men and say, you guys bunny hopping, but that is a overwhelming minority. Black men still love black women. It is what it is. Now, another point that I put out there today was based off of this conversation with Ebony K. Williams. And I learned that sometimes when she gives advice from her standpoint. She's an affluent black woman, but affluent black women are not the average black woman. And I think if Ebony K. Williams really wanted to get her message across to black women, she'll be very transparent and say, hey, look, my position is not the average black woman's position because I earn this much. The majority of y'all earn this much. Okay. So what I'm talking about, if you have, aspirations of getting to this point, this information may benefit you. But if you're trying to, incorporate this information now, then it may not be for you. But they rarely do that. And that's how the message gets twisted because all Black women will hear Ebony K. Williams, who is a millionaire. She's talking about her experiences in freezing eggs, raising a kid by herself. For the majority of Black single mothers, that is tough. I see the statistics damn near every day, okay? It is very tough, and I think it would help her message even more if she was very transparent about that. But since she hasn't done that, I'll go ahead and do it for Black women, okay? So in America, as of 2024, it's about 18 to 19 million Black women over the age of 18. 46 to 47% of that are never married Black women, and that's about 8.5 to 9 million. That is a large population category, okay? The largest, because only 29% of Black women are married. Make sense? Okay, so Black women earning $100,000 or more is about 900,000, okay? So that's about 5% or 1 in 20. So if you see 20 Black women, one of those Black women make $100,000 or more. And I know that goes against what social media tells you. Everybody balling, every Black woman is balling, right? But the statistics say different. And this is the type of information that Black women need in order to get their messaging correct, okay? Now, for never married Black women, because the first, number 3, the point 3, that included married women, okay? Never married Black women earning 100K, estimated about 350 to 450,000 Black women. That is 2% of adult Black women, meaning 1 in 40 to 50. So if you see 40 Black women or you see 50 Black women, that means that one of those women makes $100,000 and she's not married. She's never been married, okay? So that puts things into perspective. 2%, okay? Now, Black women's median individual earnings was about 49,000, little under 49,000 for the year 2025, okay? So when you think of Ebony K. Williams, millionaire, her message is being broadly spread to all Black women. Can all Black women benefit from a situation or advice coming from Ebony K. Williams unless she makes sure that she says, hey, I'm speaking to the women who are able to do the 2%. That message doesn't resonate with the majority of Black women. But what I've learned from doing this for a while is that you'll have Black women receive this type of message from Ebony K. Williams, and they'll apply it to their lives, even though they may be struggling. And that's why you see these women on social media, you know, going public with their standards of what they will and won't accept in dating. You know, I need to go to a steakhouse. I'm not doing coffee dates, things like that. You know, and that's because you have messaging coming from a millionaire that's getting distributed to women who make, you know, the median average of 49.
Let me, what the fuck is it with these idiots in their steakhouses? She had me go to a takehouse. The fuck? So a steakhouse, because I hear a lot of people talking about Ruth's Chris and stuff like that. So a steakhouse is like the apex of a dining experience on a date. Oh my Lord, these dudes. Ruth's Chris. My girlfriend asked me to go out to Ruth's Chris. What the fuck? Does this motherfucker know how silly he sounds with that?
$1,000. And that's what needs to stop. Okay. So, and I get it. Sometimes people, it may feel good to say Black women are thriving out here. I understand that. But that doesn't help Black women when you look at the statistics, when you look at the reports. Okay. What Black women need is the truth. And then they can make adjustments. Or if they don't want to make adjustments, that is their prerogative as well. But they need the truth and the accurate information to do so. And again, it may hurt, but on my platform, I'm not worried about that. Okay? Because I know what I'm saying here is coming from a place of love. So we have to be more matter of fact, more direct with Black women and tell them where they actually stand, which is why I created the State of Black Women. You guys have to go read it on Substack. Black women, if you're in the chat, Ninja watching, read it, because you may benefit from some of the solutions that I put out there. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Man. I know I may sound like a broken record, but I mean, you gotta help as much as possible, bro. So shout out to Ebony K. Shout out to Ebony K. Shout out to Off the Record.
Let me concentrate on this comment. So Sin, her earlier comment was something about magical Negroes. So that was from way back. Apparently, this is to me. When Imperius was calling you a good storyteller, I seem to recall him mentioning it today on this panel. You know the literary trope of the magical Negro. Well, Sin, let me help you out. I know way more about American history and especially the Black portion of it than obviously you do. And I know way more than Imperius. I'm 61. He's still in his 30s. I enjoyed talking to him, but dude, I know way more than the both of you put together. Stop telling me about shit I know. Tell me about what you know. Don't ask me. Don't mention magical Negro. To be honest, the magical Negro part is a Hollywood trope, not necessarily the literary trope. And I know you want to talk about Uncle Tom's Cabin and all that stuff. The magical Negro is a Hollywood trope, not so much a literary trope. I know this stuff down cold, ma'am. You have not, Sin. You have not done the requisite homework. You have not done the reading. Please stop acting like you know YouTube better than I do, but I know literary tropes better than you do. Stop thinking magical Negro is a thing. Everyone can tell a story. It's not just a Black people talent. God damn. So let's get back to this person.
Podcast. I think it was a good watch. I think you guys should go back and listen to it, especially the Black women who are, decentering men, or you want a dynamic of freezing your eggs and then becoming a single mother by choice. Ebony K. Williams will tell you exactly what happened to her situation and what she's looking forward to. And I think in that it may be beneficial. Again, I don't condone it. I would love to see Black men and Black women get married, but I'm definitely not forcing Black men to tell Black women otherwise. Absolutely. There are too many women out there that still want marriage. Black men can find them, as you guys see in the statistics. Okay? So yeah. So whatever you want to do, cool. Just get the best advice possible. But you're not going to get it from me. You will get it from Ebony K. Williams. All right? So go watch it. Let me see here. Dante Bryan, what up though? $5 bomb said, thank you, sir. Same thing I said when I first saw it. Instead of complaining, why aren't y'all taking notes? Yeah, that's all that I'm saying, man. Like I've never understood why more Black women don't listen to spaces like this. I know some of it can be very hyperbolic, and I don't watch that type of stuff. But when you have content like this, and you look at my platform and you see,
this is getting boring. Let's skip ahead. Because this is a whole lot of his opinion and not enough of like my people show. Wait, hold it. We're going into what here? Oh, Larry Elder. So we're getting into some conservative stuff. Let's do that. That could be it. I probably should have skipped ahead.
Still spreading the messages about the welfare state of the Black community, family dynamics. There's a lot of things that I actually agree with him. However, people misconstrue his message, and also he misinterprets or he fails to acknowledge certain dynamics in the Black household. And that's where I come in. But I want to show you this video of how Black conservatives take messages from Charlie Kirk, play it on their on their platforms without doing research. And please, Black people, listen very carefully to when white people call y'all blacks. You hear me? When you see white people call you blacks, the blacks, that's a covert way of calling you the N-word, if y'all didn't know that. Okay? The blacks, you hear that? Watch that. Okay?
That sounds
and
very
also,
John
pay
Galt.
close attention to what Charlie Kirk is saying. He's gonna say 2 statistics, and I'll stop him. Hold on.
Blacks have a father around when they're raised.
I'm not sure.
20%.
Hold on, let me go back. Here we go.
What percentage of blacks have a father around when they're raised?
I'm not sure.
20%.
So
Okay. First part right there. Pay close attention. What percentage of blacks, right, have a father around? He said 20%. Right off the bat. Is that true? Black people? From what y'all learned on my platform, are only 20% of black fathers in the household? Think. Okay, let's continue.
80% of blacks do not have a stable father around. It is the most.
You know, it looks like C. Moore is live over there. This is odd. Unfortunately, the lineup he's got on his panel isn't anything that I'm particularly interested in. Looks like he's got more viewers. Y'all go over there if you're interested in that kind of low class bullshit. Don't let me keep you.
Predictable way to end up in prison, end up as a or a criminal.
And why
It's
do
not a
you think that's
racism
a problem?
It's not a white supremacy problem. It's a fact that black fathers impregnate women and they don't stay around with the women
And
that they have
why-
impregnated.
And this the type of shit that you black conservatives listening to? Y'all gonna sit there and listen to this white man say this shit about y'all, and none of y'all said anything. I didn't know who this dude was until he passed. But this is who y'all was listening to? Talk about black men like this? When you
Well, I'm gonna have to say this: if you did not know who he was before he was killed, then dude, shame on you. Why aren't you keeping up with what these C. Moore, Charlie Kirk, they are literally a swirl of toxicity. C. Moore and Charlie Kirk have more in common than C. Moore and Stanley Cross do. Charlie was dumb. C. Moore is dumb. They're both toxic. I hope I'm not more in common.
got the ability to open a fucking book? Yeah. That's why I put black conservatives in there. Sometimes, man, we got some. And she's sitting there agreeing with this shit.
Charlie Kirk, do you think that happens more in the black community compared to others?
It's threefold. Number one, we subsidize single motherhood. Number two, it's culture. It's accepted in the black community, and it
so
shouldn't
it's
be.
Culture. Okay.
Don't take my
I
word
see.
for it. Read Thomas Sowell's own book on how black culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state type practice.
All right, now,
dude, listen.
said-
So this, of course, they're gonna quote motherfucking Thomas Sowell. Dude, quote another black person who's saying this. See, this is Charlie Kirk and who else? What's her name? Look, all these people. Is there an argument to someone like Thomas Sowell? They just a white man. I'm sorry, a black man. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Dude, Thomas Sowell said everything a Charlie Kirk level idiot wanted to hear, and then he used footnotes. Dude, Thomas Sowell is actually a bigger problem for the Charlie Kirk type white boys, young white boys. Thomas Sowell led these motherfuckers astray. And what comes around goes around. Y'all believe the wrong black man.
Read Thomas Sowell's own book. Which book? Y'all know Thomas Sowell has written or published over 20-something books. You know that, right? I've only gotten the chance to read 2, okay? But he's published many books. Which book are you talking about? You see, and people listen to this, and it sounds like he did his research, but all he did was listen to a Thomas Sowell podcast or something, and he doesn't know exactly what Thomas Sowell said. Luckily, you got an educated black man up here, and I do my research, okay? But I'm disappointed, and I'm embarrassed by some people in the black community, because we have more than enough educated people, both men and women, in these spaces that will be able to challenge messages like this. But you refuse to do so. You'd rather listen to the white man. White ice is colder, right? Coming from him, so it must be true, instead of doing the research for yourselves. That's a problem. Okay? Let's continue.
75% of black youth are raised without a father in the home. 75% of black youth are culture allows single motherhood to continue into a nanny state type practice. 75% of black youth are raised without a father in the home.
So this is the same video. We didn't cut to a different video or nothing like that. First, what did he say? 20% of black fathers aren't in the household. Then same conversation with the same woman. What did he do? What did he say? 75%? And y'all don't question this stuff? When I first heard this, I was like, hold on now. Which one is it? Black people, that comic set that Chris Rock did, where he said, if you want to hide something from black people, put it in the book, because N-words don't read. This is a prime example of this.
75%. Is that a bigger problem or not a bigger problem than whiteness, white privilege, or white supremacy? How
They
can
should
you
all
blame?
be addressed, and they're all related.
Okay, how is a white person to blame? Wouldn't it be more like smarter to be like, hey, that this is not about systemic racism. Like, stop impregnating your women and abandoning them.
Let's see what Larry has to say about this.
Number one social problem in America by far is the epidemic, not of COVID, but of fatherlessness.
You see that? Now, this is another one. This is Larry Elder, and she's putting this information out there from podcast clips without doing the research for herself. When I heard this, I was like, why is this dude saying this? And again, I agree that when fathers aren't in the household, that household tends to perform poorly. That's one of the things that I have consistently pointed out on my platform. However, when you say a blanket statement of fatherlessness and you don't put parameters around it, people like this woman right here, people like Charlie Kirk will say fatherlessness. That must mean the majority of black men aren't taking care of their children. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it is imperative to implement context. You need context to these conversations. Larry Elder fails to do that. Charlie Kirk failed to do that. And also Thomas Sowell failed to do that as well. But that's why I'm here. Okay, let's get to it.
70% of black kids today enter the world without a father in the home, married to the mother.
So again, 70% enter the world without a father. We're going to discuss all this. Here we go.
Up from 25% back in 1965. Now 25% of white kids enter the world today without a father in the home, married to the mother. And the stats are clear. Even Barack Obama once cited them. If you're raised without a dad, you're 5 times more likely.
And he said, and the stats are clear. What stats? Y'all, what?
To be poor and commit crime. 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. What's happened? In the mid-60s, with I think the best of intentions, a Democrat named Lyndon Johnson launched what he called the War on Poverty. And since then, we have incentivized women to marry the government and incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility. You know, when I say this to people, the pushback I get is, well, there are lots of things that are going on, systemic racism, poverty. Here's the problem. If you look at a young black male aged 10 to 43, that's young to me because I'm 71 years old. A young black man in that demo is 13 times more likely to be murdered than a young white man, same demo. Young black man, real young, 19 and under, the number one cause of preventable death is homicide, almost always at the hands of another young black male. Same demo for whites, the number one cause of preventable death is unintentional deaths. That includes drug overdoses, automobile accidents, drownings. It's not until they get to number 4 that death is the cause. In America, 60% of the shootings, the robberies, and the homicides are committed by black people, often against other black people. Of the homicides in this country, half of them are black victims, almost all killed by other.
Now, did you hear that? Of the homicides, half. What is that talking point? That's that white ass talking point, right? 50% of the homicides are committed by black people. Okay. If you go on my platform, I've already done a breakdown of this. No. And also to his point, just mentioning this and not giving the context of saying most crimes are intra-racial, meaning that white people delete white people, black people delete black people, and so on and so forth. Why is that always missing in conversations like this? Because the way he framed it is that this is something that's abnormal to the black community. No, proximity crimes, this is what tends to happen. We hang around more black people. We're going to have more issues with black people. This is what happens. Okay? White people feel the same thing. And it's funny that they never mention the fact that, violent arrests and violent crime, it's the majority of them are committed by white people. White people lead and great, white men in particular, child, issues, all this type of stuff. But they never mention this stuff when they're trying to spew off all this information about how bad fatherlessness is. And again, I agree that fatherlessness is an issue, but without context, it makes it seem like black men are failing. No. Okay, let's continue.
Blacks. How do you explain that if it isn't for the absence of father?
So, are you mad at what Charlie said? Or are you just mad at was Charlie saying it?
You see that? Now, this young woman right here, she has over 450,000 subscribers on Instagram. So what happens when a black person shares this type of content? You think about the Hodge twins, you think about Officer Tatum. Their audience is predominantly white, okay? And it was nothing but white folks and also black people in there agreeing. Well, there it is. That's the statistics. Charlie wasn't wrong. All this type of stuff. So it's somewhat of a grift to put yourself out there using false statistics, get your fan base up from white folks to see a black person talk down about black people. It's embarrassing because none of these people have done the research to see what the actual statistics are on fatherlessness, okay? And again, let's go ahead and share this real quick because I want to be clear. So, father absence is actually, it's a crisis in America, okay? When the father is not in the household, it's an issue. So, research shows when a child is raised in a father-absent home, they are affected in the following ways. Listen, greater risk of poverty, more likely to have behavioral problems, greater risk of infant mortality, more likely to go to prison, more likely to commit crime, more likely to become pregnant as a teen, more likely to face abuse and neglect, more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol, more likely to suffer obesity, more likely to drop out of school. That's a problem. So when the father is out of the household, yes, you see these issues. And that's why I always tell black women, the single mothers, that's where the majority of our issues come from. Okay. And I want to address something after this. But the strengths of father presence, children with involved fathers have a strong foundation of child well-being. They are at lower risk for a host of poor childhood outcomes, okay? So this is measuring the lower risk, lower infant mortality rate, low birth rate, emotional and behavioral problems, low neglect, abuse.
Sorry, I'd stepped away. I was listening to this in the kitchen. Well, number one, he just said the problem in the black community is single mothers, or just any community. but I want to back this up a little bit. I agree with this point about context. So if the problem of single fatherhood is really bad in the Black community, but it is happening in the white community, in other communities, and please make sure when substitute community for demographic if we must. And actually, I was kind of impressed with Imperius. Dude, if Black people are the canaries in the coal mine, you know, when America catches a cold, Black people catch the flu. Yes, because of history, economics, etc. You know, Black people tend to be a leading edge in a cultural, economic, or even social problem. Why aren't white people aware of this? So if homelessness, if single fatherhood, if it's bad in the Black community, why are white people not realizing that shit, it could and probably will happen to us? That might be one reason why America wants to actually look at the Black demographic, what's going on there. That's why the Black demographic could be important to what's happening to the United States as a whole. We got a bunch of dumb white people. We got a bunch of dumber Black people like Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder, who's on the screen, etc. These people don't understand context, and to a certain extent, Imperius got it right again. I want to get monetized. Should I go conservative? I could be the new Larry Elder.
Was point just mentioning this and not giving the context of saying most crimes are intra-racial, meaning that white people delete white people, Black people delete Black people, and so on and so forth. Why is that always missing in conversations like this? Because the way he framed it is that this is something that's abnormal to the Black community. No, proximity crimes, this is what tends to happen. We hang around more Black people, we're going to have more issues with Black people. This is what happens, okay? White people feel the same thing. And it's funny that they never mention the fact that, violent arrests and violent crime, it's the majority of them are committed by white people. White people lead and great, white men in particular, child, issues, all this type of stuff. But they never mention this stuff when they're trying to spew off all this information about how bad fatherlessness is. And again, I agree that fatherlessness is an issue, but without context, it makes it seem like Black men are failing. No. Okay, let's continue.
Blacks. How do you explain that if it isn't for the absence of father?
So, are you mad at what Charlie said? Or are you just mad at was Charlie saying it?
You see that? Now, this young woman right here, she has over 450,000 subscribers on Instagram. So what happens when a Black person shares this type of content? You think about the Hodge twins, you think about Officer Tatum, their audience is predominantly white, okay? And it was nothing but white folks and also Black people in there agreeing. Well, there it is. That's the statistics. Charlie wasn't wrong. All this type of stuff. So it's somewhat of a grift to put yourself out there using false statistics, get your fan base up from white folks to see a Black person talk down about Black people. It's embarrassing because none of these people have done the research to see what the actual statistics are on fatherlessness, okay? And again, let's go ahead and share this real quick because I want to be clear. So, father absence is actually, it's a crisis in America, okay? When the father is not in the household, it's an issue. So, research shows when a child is raised in a father-absent home, they are affected in the following ways. Listen, greater risk of poverty, more likely to have behavioral problems, greater risk of infant mortality, more likely to go to prison, more likely to commit crime, more likely to become pregnant as a teen, more likely to face abuse and neglect, more likely to abuse drugs and alcohol, more likely to suffer obesity, more likely to drop out of school. That's a problem. So when the father is out of the household, yes, you see these issues. And that's why I always tell Black women, the single mothers, that's where the majority of our issues come from. Okay. And I want to address something after this. But the strengths of father presence, children with involved fathers have a strong foundation of child well-being. They are at lower risk for a host of poor childhood outcomes. Okay. So this is measuring the lower risk, lower infant mortality rate, low birth rate, emotional and behavioral problems, low neglect, abuse, low injury, low obesity, poor school, low chance of poor school performance, low chance of teen pregnancy, low chance of incarceration as juveniles, low chance of alcohol and substance abuse, low criminal activity, and low self-deletion. Okay? So I want to be very clear while I'm doing this breakdown here that there has never been a time that I've neglected any of this. I agree. When a dad is not in the house, the family tends to, perform poorly. So that's not the issue. The issue is Charlie Kirk spewing a message saying that 20%, 75% of, 20% of Black dads are in the home.
Okay, I'm done with
Black
this.
men run off and they're
The problem is what's causing it. Stop blaming Charlie Kirk or single mothers. What's causing it? Go there. I'm done. This is just too dumb. So let's listen to a little bit of what's, what? I was going to say, what's going on over here, but I don't care. So let's see here. I think we're done here. Give me 1 sec here, because I don't know that I want to go this deep into politics. Might be the end. Oh, you know what? I do want to watch this because it's going to lead into tomorrow's show. Oddly enough. So let's listen to this dude. And there is a point.
Deal products anymore.
Let me start it from the beginning.
Well, it has been a while since I've made a full video for YouTube. So here I am in all of my glory. I want to talk about some tobaccos today because I realized that I have amassed a large cellar of pipe tobacco. And I didn't even know what all I had. And so I just wanted to share with you today. And I'm going to get into some history and things in just a second, but I wanted to share with you some of the blends that I found in the cellar that I think sell extraordinarily well. At least for me, they do. Now, the pipe that I'm smoking today is my old trusty Peterson 87. First Peterson I ever bought years ago. The first 87 shape. And it's still my favorite pipe that I have in my collection. Back when the Peterson bowls were made a little bit more robustly than what they appear to be made like today. And in it, I am smoking a house blend that came from a little tobacco store in Greenwood, South Carolina, called the Tobacco Case, and it's a black cherry blend. Now, I've had it for 4 years, so most of the aromatic aspect of it is nearly gone, but it's very quality tobacco, and it still smells good. And I'm trying to work through a lot of the aromatic stuff that I have so that it just doesn't go to waste. But people have been wanting to talk about more pipe videos and that thing. They've been asking for more pipe content. And so I thought I'd just share a little bit today about some tobaccos that I'm selling. Now, some of these are pretty old, and some of them are not as old. The first one that I appear to have a great deal of is Rattray's Red Rapparee. And I've talked about this blend in previous videos, probably 3 or 4 years ago. And most of the tins that I have are 4 to 5 years old now. So I look forward to popping this baby open. Now, for those of you who don't know what this blend is, it's considered to be a Scottish blend primarily because it has Cavendish in it. And it's Latakia, cut Virginia tobaccos, dark Cavendish, and Oriental. A lot of English blends do not have Cavendish in them, but this one does, and I particularly favor a little Cavendish in the tobacco blend. It offers just a tinge of sweetness that I particularly enjoy. That's why I've always liked my Mixture 965 from Peterson so well. Another one that I have collected a great deal of, and again, this is also, these tins have about 5 years on them, is Peterson's Nightcap. And people often think that this is a rather difficult blend to smoke. Well, it's not. It's very easy. At least it is for me. A rich flavored smoking mixture for the evening with its period of relaxation and leisure. I've always loved the tin art on this particular Peterson blend. It's got the little nightcap on, it has the clay pipe, the candlestick. It's the way a pipe smoking session should look. Even though I don't buy Cornell and Deal products anymore, I still have a lot of them, and I ain't throwing them in the trash. And for those of you who want to know why I don't buy from Cornell and Deal, you can go back into the archive and listen to the video entitled Why I No Longer Support Laudeezy Enterprises. However, when this blend came out, I bought a hefty amount of it. Many of you know it if you're a pipe smoker, Carolina Red Flake. And it's one of the best straight red Virginia blends I've ever had. And this particular series was from 2022. So this has nearly 4 years on it, August 2022. And that's about right for Celerin, Virginia. You get into the 4 or 5 year mark, the sugars begin to crystallize in the Virginia leaf. And this is the time they get the leaf from, I think this was from, North Carolina. It's a 2020 crop year. So the tobacco itself is now 6 years old. And of course, all these tobaccos are perishable products. You cannot just simply hold on to them forever. And you're not going to live forever either. So if you have I've seen some people online that have massive cellars. And whereas I would have books behind me, they would have shelves like this with tobacco just everywhere. I don't smoke enough pipe tobacco to ever smoke that much during the course of my lifetime. At most, I may smoke these days just one bowl a day. Some days I won't smoke a pipe at all. I go through periods like that, and some days I'll smoke 2 or 3 bowls a day. It's according to whether I'm dealing with a 2 or 3 pipe problem. And but this is one that sells well. I'm looking forward to cracking that open too. Now the next one, I've got several tins of the old McClellan Christmas cheer. And when I used to go to pipe shows, I don't really have the time or the interest to go to many pipe shows anymore because I don't need anything. And I just really don't need to buy anything. I've got more pipes and more tobacco than one man could ever need. But I used to seek these out because the first time I smoked this was probably, again, several years ago when we were still living in South Carolina. And oh, it's just beautiful. I don't know that any Virginia blend will ever exceed the quality of what McClellan put into their blends. So I need to start smoking this stuff too. This has got a 2017 date on it. So we're getting close to 10 years on this 10. Now, I'm confident that it's aged well and that it is going to smoke perfectly, but you never know. Some people take the tobacco out of the tins and put them in glass jars. Even if they're brand new, they'll sell them in glass jars. I usually don't do that because I like to look at the tins. I don't like the look of glass jars. I like the tin art on a lot of the blends that I like to smoke. Now, this is another one that I haven't smoked in a long time, but I enjoy it tremendously. Got a few bags of Esoteric Dorchester in the cellar, and this stuff is awful difficult to find these days. But it's very moist. You can feel how moist that tobacco is inside this bag. No air has gotten in here. If air had gotten into this bag, I would be able to feel and hear the crinkle. So I've never worried about it. I mean, I got so many other things in life to worry about. I don't worry about, excuse me, I don't worry about the tins that the manufacturers put the pipe tobacco in. I read an article on Chronicles magazine's website this morning, and it was entitled something like "The Ghosts of the Confederacy." And you know, I can't do a video without talking a little bit about Southern history, or at least I don't like doing a video without at least touching on a little bit of it. And what the author was saying, his first name's Scott. I don't recall the last name, and I don't know anything about what Chronicles really does these days. When Chronicles magazine was started in the 80s, it was heavily influenced by Southern writers, heavily influenced by people who had a great admiration for the history of the South and the culture of the region, and who were outstandingly knowledgeable about it. And I've met or have personally known a lot of the people who were there in the 80s writing that good material. But this morning, the article was in some sense arguing that Southern culture is dead, that the South is no longer preserving its traditions. And one of the pieces of evidence that the author uses to suggest this is that the Confederate battle flags are coming down around state capitals. And he suggests that there's not nearly as many Confederate battle flags flying around the South on private property as there once was. And he's got a point to a certain extent. And we do have a problem with governments not wanting to display Confederate symbols and taking monuments down, etc. But I think that there's far, far more to the reality of Southern culture and Southern traditions than Confederate symbols. And I do believe that many people realize that. And it's one thing to talk about the representation of Southern history, in most respects, Confederate symbols on public property. And it's a completely different conversation to talk about how those cultures and traditions are preserved in the home and in the private lives of the people who are living in the region, particularly people who have history, family history in the region. So regardless as to whether other people want to recognize that Southern culture and traditions are still very much alive, I have always thought that they are that they exist, that the South continues to exist as a unique region within the confines of American society. You just have to help people rediscover what those things are. Sometimes you do that through recommending books that people can read, but other times you do it through ignoring those who would have us forget who we are and forget our past. You just ignore them. And this was one of the great sources of wisdom of Walter Williams years ago, a great economist. He said that when people want to talk to you about how evil the Confederate battle flag is, just ignore them. And I would have to push back a little bit on this idea that Confederate symbolism is not found on private property just as much in certain parts of the South now as it used to be. Even here in our part of Kentucky, there are Confederate battle flags being flown on a constant basis on private property around here. I don't think that many of those people are flying it because they have a very strong connection to Confederate history, or that they are in tune with the history of the Cotton South, so to speak. But they are very much interested in displaying a symbol of defiance towards external authority. And if that's the way certain people want to view the display of the Confederate battle flag, then I have absolutely no problem with that. Of course, you've also got scumbags who will display it for reasons that are entirely inappropriate. We have allowed a little bit too much of Southern culture to be hijacked by a lesser sort. And so I think that there is a process of rediscovery that needs to be occurring. And I wrote an article for Substack yesterday morning, and I wrote it about the Southern writer M.E. Bradford. But I don't think many people are going to read that article, so I wanted to.
Well, two things. Walter Williams, I've actually, he's got a documentary that I showed. It's been maybe over a year ago now. Walter Williams is a less known Thomas Sowell, somewhat less problematic, but in a way, because he was less of a coon, he's a little bit more problematic. But he's dead. He's been dead for quite some time. So the reason I'm showing this is I do have a fascination with this dude. He is a new age, or I guess a modern Southern agrarian. Like, we're actually going to go back to yeoman farmers and stuff like that. It is so sad to see a man not understand that autumn moves on. And Seymour's the same way. This guy's just a white bearded and more educated Seymour. He gets it all wrong. And then he is his own caricature. So Seymour, I hope you and your crew are watching. You are this white guy. And he's just a little bit better educated than you are, and not as hood, but has read more books and actually owns property and has a family and a house and all that stuff. But he's you. Why don't you try and be as why don't you try and have what he has instead of that little sissy white truck? Even your fucking little non full-size truck is white.
Share with you a quote from the Southern historian Eugene Genovese about M.E. Bradford. And for those of you who don't know who Bradford was, I'm sure many of you do.
Hey, Tamika.
He was perhaps the foremost Southern conservative writer and thinker during the second half of the 20th century. His immediate predecessor would have been Richard Weaver, and of course, and Donald Davidson, and many of the Southern agrarians were the principal mentor.
Feel free to hit the link if you want. It should be posted, or not. You know, I am getting a little wild here, but I'm kind of watching this while I do a quick prep for dinner. Mostly done, but let's see, where are we? Oh shoot, we're at 4.5 hours. This show could end at any time. What is Tyrone here? Holy fuck. Motherfucker, you better hit the link, Tyrone.
Mentors of Bradford as he studied at Vanderbilt. He was the chairman of the English department at the University of Dallas for a great number of years, and he died early on an operating table. He was having heart surgery in 1993, and at 58 years of age, he passed away. He was a rather large, rotund man. He wasn't in good health, but his mind was as sharp as a tack. I wish I had the chance to meet him, but I never did. I have, over the years, met several people who did know him personally, and I have greatly benefited from it. But there's this question that people often ask me, and I'm sure ask other people who mention the phrase, Southern conservatism. What is it? How is it different from any other type of conservatism within American politics and American society? Well, it is strikingly different from what we would call conservatism now. I personally don't believe that there is any truly traditional national conservative movement. MAGA is not it, and I've told you this time and time again. So after Bradford died, Eugene Genovese, who was not a Southerner, he was from New England, and I don't really think that he identified himself as a Southern conservative, but he understood it far better than most. And I want to read to you a quote from an essay he wrote after Bradford's death, sort of a tribute to Bradford, entitled The Voice of Southern Conservatism. Now, for those of you who want to tune out, that's fine. But I think that for those of you who are interested in learning more about what this phrase is, just listen to this paragraph. Now, this is Genovese. I don't know what year exactly. It can't be any later than 93 or 95. At the risk of oversimplification and homogenization, their, meaning Southern conservatives, core ideas may be summarized as rejection of finance capitalism's substitution of the market and its consumer values for society and values determined by religious and historically developed moral principles. Now, some of this is in direct keeping with Catholic social teaching, as a matter of fact. Genovese himself converted to the Catholic.
Stanley,
how you been?
Been all right, Stanley. How have you been, Stanley?
I have not been too bad. I'm surviving.
What's been going on, Stanley?
Pretty much the normal stuff. Son's home for the summer.
What the hell you got going on today, Stanley?
I don't know. Sunday show. The weekend is always a little bit undisciplined, which we all need from time to time. But it's mostly
I probably
just,
showed up at the right time, huh?
Oh, you showed up at definitely the right time. Take a sip, motherfucker.
All righty then. I'm taking a sip then. Sip and a smoke. And let's see what's your conversation today. See, can I pry into your mind today?
You know what? I started off with pretty much what's on my mind is well, apparently I'm in an internet beef with some like Cali Black who thinks that he is the man. So that's the background noise because I know he's not. He's a Cali Black, but there's nothing that focused. We talked about watched Medium Man. Do you know who he is? He's a content creator.
Stanley, I haven't been in these YouTube streets in a minute,
Oh, really?
been
What, you've
working and
been actually living
maintaining
your
stuff.
life?
I've
You know, it's
always
good
lived.
to be
What do you mean?
it's good to be out of these YouTube streets every now and again. So salute to you.
Yeah, I'm about to come back and start trolling and pandering you.
Hey, trolls are expected here.
So,
You know
what
who's
are you
up
showing
here a
here
little
tonight?
bit earlier?
What's going on?
You know, I'm on cruise control. The reason I'm showing this particular video is that character who's supposed to have a beef with me reminds me a lot of this white man who has some misconceptions about the South, even though he's from the South. Clifford's from California, living in Texas. And basically, he is a fish out of water. He thinks fucking grilling weenies makes him black or makes him Southern. And
But Texas is
it's
not
a
the
slow.
South.
I think the closer you get to Louisiana, it is. I think
Texas
East
is
Texas.
west.
Tyrone, hold on. Let me answer. I pretty much agree with you, but I honestly think because it actually has a black history, more by number, more black people live in Texas than any other state. There's a black history with
So what are you talking about?
Mexico.
Juneteenth?
Hold on. There is Juneteenth. Texas has a black history. The west part of Texas, I would agree. I think the east part of Texas that's closer to Louisiana, yeah, you got to give them credit. There's a black history in Mexico due
They're
to
not in the
slavery
Bible
in
Belt.
Texas.
They're not in the Bible Belt,
Okay.
Stanley.
I
They're
don't
not in
know
the
where you're
Bible
going
Belt,
with
Stanley.
this. Let
They're
me
not in
finish.
the Bible Belt.
Let me finish.
The Bible Belt is from Louisiana
The
on back.
Bible Belt, the
The
Bible
Bible Belt
Belt
is from
in the
Louisiana
South.
on back.
Okay, son. Oh, crack open a history book. Did you not just hear me
Is your
say
son?
that more
Is your son still at
black?
Georgia Tech?
Don't ask about my son because we're
Is your
talking
son still at Georgia
my
Tech?
son
Is
is
your
not
son
from
at Georgia Tech?
Texas. My son is not from Texas. Why are we
Is he
talking
still
about
at Georgia
him
Tech?
when we're
Does he
talking
still go
about
to Georgia
Texas?
Tech?
Okay,
Does he still
son,
go to Georgia Tech?
stop moving
Go to
the
Georgia Tech.
goalpost. We can get on to my
Does he
son
still go to
once.
Georgia Tech?
Okay, Tyrone.
That's my
Tyrone,
question,
do you know
Stanley. Does he still go to
Tyrone?
Georgia Tech?
Tyrone, do you
That's
know
simple,
how
Stanley. Yeah, you know.
organized? Do
Yeah,
you
no.
know how to have an organized conversation?
Does he still go
Do
to
you
Georgia
know?
Tech?
Do you know what a
Does he still go to Georgia
segue
Tech?
is? Because you didn't do a segue.
Does
We're
he
talking
still go
about
to Georgia
Texas.
Tech?
We're talking
Does he
about
still go to
Texas and
Georgia
Black
Tech?
history, and all of a sudden we're talking about my
I'm
son.
talking
Why are you wondering about
I'm
my
not
son?
talking about this, son. I'm asking a question.
Why
I'm
are
asking a
you
question. Does he still
wondering?
go to
I
Georgia
didn't say
Tech?
you're talking. I said you're wondering. Yeah, this dude, don't be motherfucking messy up here. I haven't changed. We're talking, is Texas the South? And all of a sudden you want to talk about my son? What kind of motherfucking weird mood are you in, Tyrone? You know me, I know you, and you know I'm not going to let you wander off until we get done with what we're talking about. Segue, motherfucker. Use a segue. Damn, Tyrone. You know better.
Church later on in life, well before this essay was written. The second thing, a rejection of a radical individualism that places personal expression above social order. In other words, this idea that I can be whatever I want to be, do whatever I want to do, regardless as to the consequences or what anybody thinks about it. This radical individualism is something that both Bradford and Richard Weaver wrote strongly against beginning in the 1960s. Third thing, advocacy of broad-based private property in a market economy subject to socially determined moral restraints. private property is at the heartbeat of any type of true conservatism that may exist in the United States, then or now. From this perspective, the fourth point, and faith in a republic based upon respect for local and national cultures that are free to establish their own moral standards. From this perspective, so
let me tell you something that's rather interesting. Property is really the crux of the Civil War. Why the United States wanted to hold on to slaves. These people, that property issue, the property and man, that's the kind of the way they used to euphemize slavery. Dude, the crux of it is property. They didn't want them slaves to go because them slaves were property. And property is literally the base of American, government, culture, etc. You're back. You're there? If you are, I can't. Oh, there you are.
Did you kick me off? Or what's going on, Stanley?
No. Why would I kick you off? I haven't seen you in a bit. Why would I kick you off? And I'm used to your sloppiness. The point I was trying to make.
Stanley.
Oh, you're not?
No, I'm not.
So
can I
finish? No. Your question gets to be asked after I deal with the Texas thing in the Bible.
No, we got to establish something right quick.
No,
we have to
you don't get
something.
to. You do not get to set what gets established on my panel.
No, Stanley, that's the only way we can
You know
move
this.
forward.
You know
And
that
you know
you
this.
don't rule.
You know this.
Is this your panel or mine?
You know you will get pushed back. You
Okay,
know that.
is this? Hey, I'll wait for the pushback in an organized manner.
You getting
Now,
pushback.
is this
That's a simple
is this
yay or nay.
panel? Is this panel Stanley's panel or
This
Tyrone?
panel is YouTube's panel.
Okay, motherfucker, it's Stanley's panel, and you need to understand
No,
that
it's not. It's YouTube. It's YouTube's panel.
YouTube is hosting my land. It's
Yeah, you're
Stanley's
leasing.
panel.
So it's
Do not.
YouTube.
Hey, if I'm leasing it, your ass is on my porch. It's my goddamn porch.
Hey, do
It's
you
my
want to answer my
goddamn
question or not?
porch. As long
Do you
as
want to
I'm
answer my
leasing
damn
it,
question or not,
as
Stanley?
long when I'm done with what I need to say. Can you wait?
You're making this shit hard, man.
Can you motherfucking hold your wee till daddy's done?
It's too small to hold. I don't have any tweezers right now.
Yeah,
but
well,
what I'm
I
trying
don't.
to say is,
That's a Tyrone problem. But
you
Stanley's
brought that
gonna
up, not
finish.
me.
Stanley
That's a
is
Stan
going
problem.
to Stanley is going to finish what he has to say,
You
and
brought
you
that
are
up,
going
Stanley,
to
not me.
you
You
are
came
going
with
to
the
motherfucking wait, aren't you?
Okay, I'm gonna wait. Go ahead, Mr. Stanley.
Good for you. Thank you for noticing. Texas is way more consequential, especially East Texas. It's way more consequential to Black history than Black people are willing to understand. More Black people by number than any other state in the United States. There's Juneteenth that comes out of the Houston area. There is a whole Black history due to American slavery in Texas.
Not
Black
Houston,
history
it's
in
Galveston.
Okay, no, up. Let me finish. A whole Black African history in Mexico because of slavery in Texas. Stop like discounting Texas as important. I think Georgia,
I did not
Alabama, South
discount
Carolina.
Texas. The only thing I said
Not
was
done.
Texas is not the South.
Georgia,
It's
Alabama,
Midwest.
Georgia,
Midwest.
Alabama. Oh, goddamn, dude. Why can't I finish a sentence or a
Because
paragraph?
you're talking bullshit right now. You know I'm
Okay,
telling you the truth.
son, it is my panel.
Your
Let me
son is
finish.
at Georgia Tech.
Okay, now you want to talk about, dude, stop talking about my son. You can ask questions later. Georgia, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Eastern Texas are the crux, in my opinion. In Houston, I can't remember how far east, but the bottom line is stop sleeping on Texas. Once you get to Pecos, it's the West.
Nobody's sleeping on Texas. I understand Cinco de Mayo and the Blackamoors.
Didn't you just say you just said it was the you just said it was the West. You literally said Texas was the West.
It's the Midwest.
Texas is important to Black American history.
I never denied that, Stanley.
It's not necessarily the Bible Belt. To that point. Now,
so now you're agreeing. So now you're finally agreeing. It's not the Bible Belt.
What's your weirdo question about my son?
I was just asking, was he still at Georgia Tech?
Last I checked, he's out tonight.
So the next time,
but apparently he's decided to take a physics class this summer. And he'll be back there in the fall, starting his junior year. So yes, he's at Georgia Tech, and and is maintaining his full ride. All he had to do was maintain over a 3.0 average. Seems like he's been able to do it for 2 years.
Well, that's great, Stanley, but that was not what I was referring to or talking about. I was only trying to say that your son is at Georgia Tech.
I'm sorry I interrupted your question. Please ask your question now. Please. No, I was talking about my son.
Yeah, I know. He's at Georgia Tech.
Okay, I didn't call you son. I did not call you. I did. Oh, God damn it, dude. How drunk are you? How drunk are you?
I'm not drunk. You did it twice.
Would you like to be my son? I'll adopt you.
Look, Stanley, stop it. How many have you drank today?
What's your goddamn question, son? Get to it. There, I called you son.
How many are you in today? How many have you drank?
Okay, enough. Enough to be impatient with you.
No need to be impatient with me, Stanley. I understand.
I've
known you for a while
What is your question?
And I know you're inebriated.
Do you have another question about my son?
No, son. See, once again, that's the third time.
Well, good. Let's move on. What's the next question?
Let's move on, Stanley. What do you got next?
I don't. I'm about to start this video. You want to watch some more of it?
Start it up.
Conservatives have cried out with Richard Weaver, and this is a quote from Weaver that Genovese is writing here. This is Weaver. There is ground for declaring that modern man has become a moral idiot. For 4 centuries, every man has been not only his own priest, but his own professor of ethics. And the consequence is an anarchy which threatens even that minimum consensus of value necessary to the political state. Now, I write more about this in the article that I published on Substack. Go read it. There's no paywall, so it's free for you to read if you wish. And by the way, that essay is located in this book entitled The Southern Front, History and Politics in the Cultural War. A little known book that I rarely see people use. So going back to the article in Chronicle this morning.
Sometimes there's a reason people don't use books. What's up, 12th man? You still there?
Oh,
12th man's up here?
Yeah.
You're back. Yep, 12th man. 12th. Wait, hey, Tyrone, before you go, 12th man, HB was up here for a little bit earlier, Tyrone.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what's up. Do you think all those books he have over there are real, Stanley?
Yes.
Or is that just a background?
What kind
No,
of books
it's they're real.
What kind of books you got up there, though?
Wait, who?
That's the
Who?
question.
The guy on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that a question? So
Oh,
the
I
the
just
kind
wonder.
of books matter. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
what
an
you
odd
reading?
question. The question, the original question was, are those books real? My response is yes. And you wonder what kind of books?
Yeah.
What kind of books do you
The
think are
kind
up
that
there?
you
Just
read.
out of
The kind
Well,
that
you
you read.
can see them. You can't read the titles to any of them.
Okay, you know, what is it with you
You're
weak-minded
not supposed to be able
motherfuckers?
to read the
Like
titles, Trust Man.
if a person has a book, you wanna act like, ooh, it's just for decoration. They couldn't have read them. Dude, what is wrong with y'all? Is it a
You don't
MAGA
I have a
thing?
library,
I think it's a MAGA thing. I think MAGA hates
I have a
books.
library, Stan. I have a small library of
How
personal
long
books that
do
I
you
Well,
like.
of
think
course
it?
Tyrone, I said y'all. I apologize for that oversight. I mean 12th man.
Y'all said y'all.
Motherfucker, you're from
Actually, I would rather
Memphis.
read than get my
Okay,
information off of Google.
surely 12th man, you're from Memphis. Is this the first time you ever heard a black man say y'all?
No, everyone says
Then
y'all down
why
south.
are
Black,
you repeating
white,
what I
it
said?
don't matter.
Why are you repeating what I said if it's not the first time? You sounded surprised.
It's like you might get called a trucker downtown. You know, no one cares.
I've been drinking.
Like,
I've been
what's
drinking.
up, trucker? What's up, my
12 man,
brother?
what's been
What's
going
up,
on?
my cracker? What's
What's up, my
happening,
cracker 12
Tyrone?
man? What's been going on?
I
Oh, now he's
just did a
quiet.
bunch of spring cleaning and stuff like that around here today. I was just curious about what kind of books does he have on the shelf? That's what I want to know.
Well, we wouldn't know that, 12 man. We can't see the title or anything, but we see he has
That's
a
right.
big selection right there.
Well, let me tell you this. He has a Substack. He's got like, do you want his Substack newsletter? Because you could actually ask him personally. It's very easy to do on Substack. Would you like me to drop his link? So
let's hear some more from
you're curious. Would you like to hear from him personally? You asked a question. I would be a horrible content creator if I could not put you in direct contact with the owner of this bookshelf and the books.
Well, you can put it in the back chat. I might.
I will do
out.
just that right now, sir. I will do it pronto.
Put it on the YouTube page so anyone could check it out.
Motherfucker, you know what? Let's see if you can do some research. I'm going to put this video and see if you can actually figure out how to get a hold of him. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Well,
and I'm going to put it in the back chat special for you. You can ask what kind of books are on that shelf.
Yeah, my friend in
But
Alaska story.
I want to know.
Yes, sir.
12 man.
Yeah.
12 man. So it's raining there in Alaska right now?
Supposed to be, but it's still been getting chilly. It's a cold spring.
So what's the temperatures like right now? So what are the temperatures like right now?
Here, let me look real quick. 50 degrees. 50 degrees.
Hell, that's winter to me.
It's warming up, but I'm covered up right now. I already did all my work for today, and I got chores for another day, but right now I'm just chilling out with Stanley.
So you still have your dog?
Oh, yeah. He's 10 years old. I'm hoping he'll be around at least 4 or 5 more years. He's in pretty good health. He's a happy dog.
That's what's up.
And then I got the deck cleaned off today. I cooked bratwurst, and now I'm just drinking and chilling.
So how many are you in, 12 man?
I don't remember. See, I don't think no, I had 2 drinks so far.
By the way, folks, I'm going to be signing off in 30 minutes or so if everything goes right.
You're going to bed early tonight, Stanley?
You are not. You are not. You are
12
not.
man.
And I repeat, you are not.
I'm not what?
You are not.
Well, I was thinking of 12
under
12
any
man.
circumstances, in 30 minutes.
Man of Tomorrow has a show coming up in 30 minutes where he's going to talk about black conservatives. How could I resist not watching it or being on the panel?
What is this man of tomorrow? Is that a new channel?
No. Dude's been around.
Is that another channel, Man of Tomorrow?
He has been around. Where did he go?
He's going live.
In about 30 minutes.
Can you put his link in the back chat or even on the
Okay, God damn it. What is
YouTube
wrong
channel?
with you people?
Well,
I was
I'm not a moderator.
going to say that's why I'm going to wrap it up in 30 minutes. I'll drop the link in the chat if people want to go over there and hear him. That's where I was going, and I kept getting interrupted.
You sound
So
kinda
here is
bougie
Man
tonight.
of Tomorrow's show coming up in 30 minutes.
Grumpy
And
motherfucker.
he's gonna talk politics, which I'm always there for. Oh, look, let's see. Seymour is back. Stanley, you are Mark. What the fuck does that even mean? Is that ghetto talk? Is that ghetto talk? Do you know what being a Mark is, 12 man?
A mark, yeah.
Like a marked man?
Yeah, if you're marked, you're marked.
So that motherfucker is making threats? Wait, whoa. Did he come over here? Did he come over here and make a threat? Oh damn, I might have to
Sounds
deal
like
with that
it.
motherfucker. I
Just
think
panic.
I'm gonna have to deal with it.
That is a threat.
Tyrone,
You know,
Tyrone, come on back.
That was part of an OG song by NWA, Niggas with Attitudes. You're nothing but a park. But you get your ass kicked hanging at the park. Bitch. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you're nothing but a
Love hearing you.
That's gangster talk.
Yeah. So it is.
There's far more to the South than simply the Confederacy, and the article recognizes that point. But I think that it didn't explain enough about what it is regarding the South that we should pay attention to. And the literary scholar Mary Montgomery used to say all the time that when we think about these principles that we claim as Southern, we should probably put quotation marks around Southern, because most of them are universal. And they were respected in parts of the world at one time well beyond the South. It just so happens that the South is, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many people, a final bastion of Western tradition and Western civilization on the North American continent. So what we define as Southern conservatism, those principles can be located in other civilized societies throughout history, going back to antiquity. And so I don't think it's fair to say that Southern culture and Southern traditions are dead, or even that they're dying out. No, it depends on how you define Southern, and it depends on how you define the first principles that Southern conservatives have always generally tried to define and defend. So I think the moment is ripe at this time in American history for, as I say, I keep using that word, rediscovery. It is ripe for a more robust and more widely known rediscovery of these first principles, which Southern conservatism, including Southern agrarianism, have always articulated. Another thing that Marion Montgomery said years ago in a conversation I had with him is that the Vanderbilt agrarians, and you've heard me talk about them time and again, they were just coming to realize something that the Catholic Church had known for years. And you see this in Rerum Novarum, roughly the same time period as the agrarians are coming into their maturity. You see the papacy pointing out some serious issues with industrialism. And the church had always been concerned with rampant growth of industrialism and this notion that man is nothing more than that relationships between people is predicated primarily upon the market. There's a social aspect to it. And the only person really in national politics in recent times that has recognized this in any meaningful way, in my opinion, is Pat Buchanan. And by the way, the only real online publication that I am these days learning much from is the American Conservative, which was co-founded by Pat Buchanan over 20 years ago. So what I want to do is something different. And I'm not really buddy-buddy with a lot of institutes and organizations. I tend to keep to myself in a lot of those areas. But I want to start something new. And I've been wanting to do it for months, just haven't had the time. And it's going to take even more, it's going to take a lot of time and effort to get it off the ground. But I don't want to say in memory, but for the purpose of continuing a discussion about the themes that M.E. Bradford thought to be important, I want to create something called the M.E. Bradford Institute. And some people may laugh at that idea, may think that it's not going to work, but I'm going to give it a shot. I want to build something. I want to create something that's important, that's meaningful to other people. And I know that what we've done through YouTube and writing on Substack and going to different places and talking to people, that's been beneficial, and I enjoy doing it. But I want to do something that's more in keeping with my academic training and more in keeping with where my heart rests when it comes to American history and American society. So look for more of that. And by the way, if you want more lecture material, let me remind you that I answered the call of many viewers and offered courses on a new website we created, alanharrelson.com. It's just my name in small letters, alanharrelson.com. And at the time, I have two courses that you can purchase. One is over 8 hours of lecture material on American history for $67. That's dirt cheap. And that's as cheap as I'm willing to go for that. And the second one is $47, and I think there may be 5 or 6 hours of material there. And it's a discussion of Catholic social teaching, Rerum Novarum, and as it relates to Southern agrarianism, Chesterton, the distributist, etc. Hilaire Belloc, all of those wonderful people who were critics of the 20th century modern world. And look into that if you are interested in more lecture material, because I love doing it and I love helping people where I can. But in the meantime, I've got to go and finish enjoying this wonderful bowl of pipe tobacco. This is Alan Harrelson at the Pipe Cottage. Thank you for stopping by.
I thought about just introducing myself as a large animal veterinarian, and I actually am supposed to be down the hall, but somehow I stumbled my way into here. So I heard somebody give this illustration, and I think it might help understand what I'm doing here. There's this astrophysicist with like 3 or 4 PhD.
Actually, this goes with the video that just finished. Main reason being is there's a whole Southern agrarian movement where they're trying to resurrect the South, apparently. And Alan Harrelson, the red-headed beard dude with the pipe, is part of something called the Abbeville, South Carolina, by the way. But it's like a think tank where they're trying to make the South live again. And the reason this video caught my attention is it's literally called, the video is called, The Unsavory Passage of the 13th and 14th Amendments, and it's import for today. So these white motherfuckers in South Carolina are calling the 13th and 14th Amendments unsavory. You see it on the screen there? By the way, I think most of these links, I was actually going to save this for tomorrow, so it might not be in the chat, but here's the deal. It's disgusting that this is 2026. This is 1 day ago. And there are people in South Carolina calling the 13th and 14th Amendments unsavory. And it's not because of, hey, you know, it could be called slavery if you have to go to prison. These motherfuckers are racist as fuck. And we still have problems here on the race front. And anyone like a Clarence Thomas or anyone wants to tell you that America is not racist as fuck, just in a different way in 2026, is not watching what I watch. And these are mainstream channels on YouTube. And I have not heard this, no idea. But again, the title of the video caught my attention. How could freeing African slaves be termed unsavory? So that's why we probably, I think I should save it for tomorrow. CM, are you still live or am I? Is your show still live? Let's see here. Your motherfucking show is still live, CM. Why are you in my chat? Oh, this dude is a freak. Dude, why have you fucking... Look at this motherfucker. Oh, this is awesome. Now, this is CM Shows Live, and he's in my goddamn chat. So have you decided, CM, that your show is not as good as mine? That's why your dumbass is here? Oh, what do you think of this, 12 man? Why is this motherfucker on his why is he over here from his own show asking, like, why is his account blocked? Dude, this dude's a weirdo. CM, why don't you hit the Hey, CM, hit the link. It's a better panel over here. You apparently have abandoned your ship. Motherfucker, you can come up here now. You might not even have to pay the $50 bounty. Dude, look at this motherfucker is still here. Y'all boring, man. That's why you're here while I'm watching your live goddamn panel. Ooh, boy.
I went back into
this shit is
full-time
still
law
alive.
enforcement. Full-time.
Oh, dude.
And
you
that's what I
have
did.
abandoned your post. Hey, content creator captain, you've abandoned your post. What is wrong with you? Oh, this is
He has
disgusting.
Gold Digger Pender or Ponder on there too. The Gold Digger.
Oh, is Ponder? Well, Ponder probably kicked his lame ass off. She kicked him off his own panel. Is that what happened there, Clifford? Dude, this motherfucker is totally weak. He actually thought he was gonna come over here and troll. Bitch, take your ass back to your panel, motherfucker. Take your goddamn ass back to your own panel. Dude, I have never seen a more irresponsible content creator than your fucking dumbass. This is amazing. Captain Clifford has abandoned his own panel. Those motherfuckers are struggling, probably talking bullshit, and your ass is in my panel wondering why your main account. Dude, weak sauce, bitch. Don't you ever fuck with me again. This is going to be clipped. I'm going to motherfucking make shorts of it, and your ass, consider your dumb ass roasted, dummy. Dude, this dude is amazing.
Ryan is talking on there. Wondering what he's
Oh, look, this
talking about.
motherfucker's still here. That's my name, son. Motherfucker. Why is everyone on your own show's panel talking but you? Can you tell us that? Can you tell them that? Okay, come up to my panel and talk to your show from my panel and just tell them you thought they were boring and a failure. I couldn't stand talking to you anymore, pick me ponder, and I had to come over and talk to my daddy Stanley about your fucking lame spinster ass. I don't want to be your husband, Ponder. Oh, look, the motherfucker just left his own panel. This is amazing.
Looks like Ponder is in charge now, Stanley.
Well, she's always been in charge, to be honest. No one ever thought Clifford wore the pants on that panel. Clifford. She's at the doorstep going, Clip, motherfucker, I'm not letting you up here while your own panel is left alone. Get your ass back. Oh, this motherfucker wants to come up to my panel right now. He's literally in the back. Oh,
Go
fuck
ahead
yeah.
and let him, Stanley.
Why?
Maybe he'll make fun of his own panel.
Okay, let me help him out. If he, we just had this conversation this morning, motherfucker, it's $50 to come up here, and now it's $100 because you fucking abandon your own ship, bitch. I'm not letting some goddamn second-rate abandoned ship motherfucker up here. Dude, you are letting your panel down trying to come up to mine. This is disgusting. Hood more. Can a hood more?
Yeah, Stanley has morals, goddammit.
Well, it's not like, YouTube panels are like a moral thing, but goddamn, dude, you're an embarrassment to your own show. What's up, Tyrone?
Listening.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you. Might be a delay.
Just listening. That's it.
Yeah, well, what do you think of a fucking motherfucker who literally abandons his own live show? We're watching it on the screen. He was up on his own panel, and then now he wants to come up on mine. Can you tell me why any responsible content creator would abandon his own panel like that? Tyrone?
Maybe you have a more interesting show. Let him up. Let his ass up.
No. That motherfucker has a bounty on his head.
Let's get him.
I'm gonna check my Cash App first.
Let him up,
It's
Stanley.
50 no, it's $50 goddamn dollars to bring that
Let's
fucking.
goddamn get him. Let him up.
No, we can do it. He doesn't have to be on the panel. The
No,
motherfucker's
let him up.
still in my
Let him
chat.
up. Are you
Nope.
scared to let him up?
Are you ready to pony up $50 to let this bounty
Pony
bitch
on no
up
fucking
here?
$50 and let somebody on fucking YouTube.
Yeah, well,
Let that
motherfucker,
motherfucker up.
somebody
Let
needs to
him
pay
up.
him
Let him up.
$50.
Let him up. Let him up. Let him up.
Not
Fuck
gonna
all that.
happen.
Waste our
Not
time.
without some
You control your
tangibles.
panel. You told me
Motherfucker,
this is your panel. Let him up and you control your fucking panel. Let him up.
okay, well, let me tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop my Cash App and PayPal. Because this is
Nah,
this
you
is a
fucking let
this
him
is
up.
a this
You
is a
fucking let him up.
profit.
And you
This
show
is
him like you do
I
me,
know,
motherfucker. Like
son.
you do me,
Didn't we
motherfucker.
just
Like you
didn't
do
we
me,
just talk
motherfucker.
about
You
we just
control the
talked about
narrative. Let his ass up. Let him up.
motherfucker? I'm controlling more
Motherfucker,
than the
let him up.
narrative. Okay, here is
Motherfucker,
my
let him up.
PayPal. Y'all get some charity together and let this dumb fuck up not less than $50. Period.
You're scared, Stanley. It used to be
Tyrone,
Stanley versus the world.
if you want him up
It
so
used to be
bad,
Stanley versus the
motherfucker,
world.
you see my goddamn Cash App. Now it's Stanley
You're acting
versus.
like a coochie right now,
Now it's
Stanley.
I am acting like a profiteer.
You're acting
Yeah,
like a
Stanley,
coochie.
you could do like a donation, like $5 here and there, and then when it reaches $50, you'll let them up.
Well, that's pretty much how it's going to work.
Yeah, simple as
And
that.
and here's the
Tyrone.
deal: no goddamn body's going to pay 1 red cent to have him up on my panel. That's the sad part. If people liked you, Clifford, they'd be paying for this confrontation. They're not going to pay shit to hear you on my panel.
Let
Oh, he's
Clifford the
gone
big
now.
red dog up.
Dude, oh, this is fucking so sad. So maybe he's going to go back to his panel, which we're not
Let
listening
Clifford the
to in
big
the
red
first
dog
place.
up.
He left. He couldn't afford the $50. Oh, and by the way, Tyrone, you don't know the history of it. I dropped him from my panel last night for being offensive, and the charge was $50. He owes me. So I'm not letting his dumb ass up here for free, especially with this egregiously bad behavior. Dude, and you'll see, there he is. He's back on his panel now. Dude, the motherfucker has no moral core. Dude, this motherfucker is dude, it's even I'm gonna take the N-word privilege, folks. Please forgive me. Even hood niggas have a heart and a moral core around something. This motherfucker abandoned his own panel. And it will be clip, bitch. I'm gonna brutalize your dumb ass, Clifford. So where do we leave off, Tyrone or 12th man?
At the 14th and 15th Amendment.
Well, do you really want to watch that? I was gonna save it for
No, I'm just
tomorrow.
saying you asked where you left off at. I'm just saying where you left off at. I mean,
Well,
but
once I started,
you Negroes know, according to Dred Scott, you Negroes can never be citizens. So I don't even know why y'all worried about that voting
no,
shit. It don't pertain to you guys.
you know what? You're absolutely right about that. But you know how we became citizens?
Through the Continental Congress, actually, until George Washington chopped down the cherry tree.
Afraid not.
We've
It
been
was
citizens.
actually it was actually through the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment.
Stanley,
And the 15th
do you know about
Amendment
the
to
Continental
the
Congress?
13th. Okay, no. I know.
Do you know about the Continental Congress?
Okay, goddamn, Tyrone.
God damn it. People have been voting,
If
Stanley.
I
Stop the
cannot
bullshit.
finish, okay, son, I know
See, there
the
you go with that.
alcohol. I know the alcohol is coursing through your brains and you're feeling froggy and shit, motherfucker. But if you ask a question, you're gonna let me answer it.
The Continental Congress has nothing to do with the current United States other than it was a precursor to the Constitution. Don't ask me dumb questions. I know the history.
Then if you know the history, you will know that black people were already voting. Duh.
They were voting under the Continental Congress. Shit, they were voting under the Constitution. What you don't understand is if you were to go by today's rules,
there was a
okay,
transfer of
bitch,
power that
I
you're not
fucking
understanding.
hate it when people are cutting me off trying to answer a historical point.
Say,
Dude,
man, you
if
don't
you
fucking
want,
know
if
everything
you
about
want to be
history,
put
man.
in the back, if you want
You're
to
not
be
the
put
only
in the
fucking
back,
history buff.
okay, bitch, you just can. Your belligerent behavior is not appreciated. The finer point I was going to make is if we were to go by today's rules, they were citizens voting illegally. Black people voting does not mean they were citizens. What you need to do is read the Dred Scott decision, and you also need to read the dissent, which in some ways is a little bit worse, but not quite as bad. It's hard to explain that that point without someone who hasn't actually done the requisite homework and reading it. Black people voting had nothing to do with citizenship at that point in time. God damn it, dude. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? I know the shit. What's next? Next question.
You think you know, but you really don't.
I know. I don't even think I know. I know.
So do you know that Negroes were Republicans before they became Democrats? Since you know history, we talking history.
What year are you talking about? 1972?
We're talking about the Continental Congress. They were Republicans.
Okay, there were no Republicans in the Continental.
Yes, it was.
Oh my God.
Dude.
Oh my God.
Hey man, stop it, Stanley.
Okay, you do realize that you sound honestly. I can't decide who's worse, you or C. Moore.
Stanley, what is
So
California?
you're gonna say in 1776.
Are they not republics? Are they not republics?
In 1776, do you even know what the fuck the Continental Congress was? Dude, there were no Republicans until like the 1850s, you moron. There were no motherfucking political parties in the Continental Congress. Come on, dude.
They were Republicans.
You might want to Google before you talk.
I don't have to Google anything because I've read the history of it.
Look up.
No,
look up Continental Congress. I beg you.
You don't have to beg me. I ask you a simple question. You still didn't answer it. What is California and what is Texas? Are they republics or not?
So did the Continental Congress make?
You're deflecting now.
Did the Continental Congress? Did California become a state under the Continental Congress? Are we still talking about the Continental Congress, or have you moved on? Hello? Because I'm not following up your foolishness, sir. Well, apparently he's busy.
We're just gonna have to agree to disagree, Stanley, because you're wrong.
Let's just disagree to save you embarrassment.
No, I'm not being embarrassed because you won't answer none of the questions I ask you.
When did California become a state? Because I don't recall.
I didn't ask you when did California become a state. I asked you
Okay, what's your
was
goddamn
California and
questions?
Texas
What's
a
your
republic?
question so
I
I
asked
can
you when
just
they were
fucking
republic, and
trash
you're
you
yet
some
to
more?
answer the question.
What's your question,
You are
son?
yet to answer the question, bro.
What's your question,
You're
son?
yet to answer it. Are they republics or not?
Yeah.
Or what
California
republics?
was like the 36th state, wasn't it? It was real early in this country when
No, it
California.
was not real early. And second off, the Continental Congress, the United States did not exist when the Continental Congress was active. That's the point I'm trying to get across.
Do you know why the Continental Congress ended, Stanley?
Yeah, because we adopted the Constitution.
And why was that? There was a war, right?
No, not during the
Okay.
not during the
So there wasn't a war.
Continental.
So they just gave
No,
power up. They
there
just
was no
conceded.
war going on. There was no war going on in 1787 on U.S. soil.
I think you need to
Correct.
go back. I think you need to go back and
I
review your history
I
because
don't
you're
think
wrong.
I even need to
You are
take a deep
wrong.
breath in. Dude, oh my God.
Go back. There was a war, Stanley.
I don't like black people that's stupid. I'm gonna have to be blunt. Dude,
You're
don't you
stupid.
ever bring don't you
You're
ever
stupid.
bring
You're
Oh, I'm
stupid for
sorry.
calling someone stupid.
You're not
And you're
stupid.
supposed to be
You're
intelligent.
ignorant. You're
And you're
ignorant.
supposed to be intelligent. And you're ignorant to certain things. But you don't want to admit that you are. You like to think that you're right about everything, but you're not. You're not right about
Stanley,
everything, Stanley.
California became a state in 1850. You're welcome.
Okay.
That was not what I said.
Since you're so good at looking up shit, 12th man, give me when did the Continental Congress get disbanded? It was before 1850.
Yeah, and they were Republicans.
Yeah, sure they were.
Yeah, outbeating the Mexicans.
Am I really gonna have to flush two dumb motherfuckers?
Of course. You're just going to do that.
Oh, right. Oh boy.
Damn.
You know, and honestly, I thought CM was the dumbest black man I knew. Don't know.
September 9th, 1850, California became a state.
Okay, California being a state has nothing to do with the Continental Congress. Not a goddamn thing.
Well, it's overall United States, isn't it?
Nope.
And
see, Stanley, you're good at manipulating. And what you have done is you have taken whole conversation and changed it up to what the fuck you want to be. And I'm gonna let y'all keep talking because my question remains the same: is California and motherfucking Texas a republic or not? Can you answer that?
No idea. Tell me.
You know they are republics. Stop.
I don't know shit.
I
don't even know. I don't even know. What year? What year?
Don't say nothing about no fucking
What year?
You fucking lost, dude.
What year did the Continental Congress admit Texas and California? Can you tell me that, Tyrone, since you know so much?
Well, it was after the Civil War that Texas became.
So the Continental Congress admitted California. Wow. Where is Charlie Kirk in a camera when I need one?
There you go again, trying to construe the conversation and what the fuck I said. And I'm gonna let you do that so you continue to think that you're looking smart. But you really got me right here.
Yeah, when California became a state, when they discovered all that gold out there, and they flocked to it, and that's what made it a great state. Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to play this video, and this is why America is failing, because we don't even know what the Continental Congress was, is, or when it ended in relation to the republics of Texas and California. Dude, I don't think I've ever been so disappointed in adult Americans than now. Continental Congress, huh?
He's going around the country giving talks about things that most people can't understand, such as John and Mark before me, way over my pay grade. And this guy goes around the country with, but he's like who was the Raiders football coach that wouldn't fly, so he drove on his bus. So John Madden. So he's like John Madden. He has a chauffeur that takes him all around the country, and the chauffeur takes him everywhere. He hears this really complex, unbelievably off the chart speech, but he's just heard it so many times. He finally just says, Dr. Jones, you know, this thing you give all around the country, everybody's just so wowed by what you say. I could give that speech. You just say the same thing over and again. He said, well, why don't you just give it then? So they switch gears, and the chauffeur swaps hats and puts on his suit, and he gets up there and gives the speech, much to rousing applause of the audience. And then at the end, Brian stands up and says, anybody got any questions for our speaker? And so somebody fires off some extraordinary question for the astrophysicist, and the chauffeur looks at him and just says, that's about the stupidest question I've ever heard. And it is so stupid that my chauffeur can answer that question. So that's kind of what I feel like, is I'm here today. I feel like I'm either the veterinarian or the chauffeur that stumbled into a place that outranks what I'm capable of. So the topic that I'm going to talk about is called the unsavory passage of the 13th and 14th Amendment, which is really maybe a practical outworking of what you've already heard. Or maybe it's like John and Mark have spoken, that's half the Gospels, and maybe I'm like 3rd John or something, just the Jude, the shortest book in the Bible, whatever. Maybe it's Philemon that people wonder why in the world is it even in the book, So maybe that's me. You're just going to leave here and go, why did Jay talk? It just didn't make sense. But I'm going to try to give you some practical outworkings of maybe what I think are errors. Where do we wind up 100 years later, 70, 80 years later from what you just heard us talking about if we don't do it correctly? I kind of liken it to baseball, that I'm a trial lawyer. I try cases. It's all I do is tell stories this whole time, and hopefully people, at the end, when I say rule for my doctor or rule for my client, they go, oh, okay, yeah. But what I liken, that what I've seen us do over the last couple of 100 years, now we're on the 250th birthday of our nation, is if you're at the plate and you hit the ball and it goes between left field and center field and it bounces and hits the wall, that's probably a double. About 90% of the time, it's a double. But you can't just run over the pitcher's mound and go stand on second base. You have to go to the right. You get to first base, you make a 90-degree turn, and you go stand on second base. That's the double. And I just feel like sometimes I think the processes that we've implemented, and I think John talked about it a little bit, we've gone so far toward a pragmatic, result-oriented approach to this thing called the Constitution, and then her sister, the Declaration, and her sister, the Constitution, that we just think the ball goes where it goes, and we just run and stand on second. So a goofy illustration, but it sometimes, I think the processes that we're supposed to follow, that Jefferson and his brethren set up, it matters, and it matters for the institution of these rights and the application of it. Frankly, the processes is what they were griping at the king about. I mean, your processes are running over us, and we don't like them. So I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but I'm trying to make whatever I'm about to say relevant. So I'm trying to say, I'm the application guy that's going to make some sense, I think, at least on a few of these points of what do we do when we get it wrong. Maybe that's the point. Without further ado, let me get going. At the end, I'll give y'all some pointers too about what we're going to do with our tour. So on April the 9th of 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox. General Joe Johnston followed shortly thereafter, and within 2 months, not a single Confederate soldier remained in arms. The South had attempted to reproduce what our founders had done by leaving an oppressive mother country by what it terms a peaceful secession, a separation which the North would not resolve by negotiation. The doctrine of secession thus became tested on the battlefield, and sadly at an extraordinary cost. And so if I may generalize, the North viewed that history, but the old adage that might made right. Thus, they argue that the war answered the question and proved once and for all that the nation was truly and literally indivisible. It reminds me of if you and I are in the playground and I say 2 + 2 is 4, and I'm a 98-pound weakling and you're the 250-pound non-weakling, and you say it's 5, and then you beat me up and I come in at recess, it doesn't make 2 + 2 5. You just beat me up on the playground, is all that means. But we are indivisible, says the North. All right, on the other hand, the South says, we contend, that its constitutional argument still remained, and it needs answering, and it still needs answering, is my argument today. They believe that each seceding state had lawfully and peaceably assembled in convention and lawfully and honorably voted to leave the Union that they had voluntarily joined just decades earlier. The North, however, held the position, and at least some of them did, that the Southern states had never left the Union. They would argue that successful military operations had defined constitutional doctrine. So why is this important for our debate, for the topic that brought you here this weekend? And then why is it important for the 13th and 14th Amendment? Well, as we'll see later on, the only way a state can be readmitted to the Union is if she left, right? And the only way a state can have and exercise her rights under the Constitution, those reserved specifically for a state, is for her to be a member of that union of states. The Constitution knows no middle ground. If I might use in the vernacular, there's no such thing as partial pregnancy. You're either a state or you're not a state. And it doesn't create a hierarchy of statehood. The Constitution doesn't. It doesn't dole out different rights or responsibilities depending on the timing or the circumstances of her admission, unless you believe West Virginia and those folks that happened during the war, which we'll cover a little bit later. In the vernacular, you can't be partially pregnant. So let's look at some of these details. Hold these dates in your mind, and let's walk forward. The 13th Amendment, the existing 13th Amendment, was passed by Congress on January 31 of 1865. And let me stop too. I heard John mention Forrest McDonald, and so I feel really proud because about 80% of what I'm talking about now, I've just mooched from Forrest, and so it makes me feel like I really am a smart person. So, because usually what I think of is the folks that I would reference would be something like Charles Schulz or Archie Bunker, Dr. Seuss. Those would be my source materials. So, Forrest McDonald, how about that? So at the time of Appomattox, President Lincoln had begun to reconstruct civil authority for 4 southern states, Louisiana, Arkansas, Tennessee, and Virginia. And this was called his 10% plan. Well, once 10% of the qualified voters of 1860 had taken a loyalty oath and had taken steps to establish a government, then that government would be recognized by the Union as a true government of those states. That was how we began. He actually announced this structure in 1863 as an effort to try to sway the Southerners from supporting war and from staying gone. Which one of the things I try to illustrate with people, if I could take a little bit of a digression, is we conflate non-historians do, and I'm not a historian. I love history, and I love Southern history, and I love what the Institute does, but I'm not a historian like so many of you, like the Gospel 4 that we heard from 2 of already. But there's a difference between separating and then joining with something new and then fighting a war. And we sometimes, as non-historians, conflate all that down into one 30-second spot. And we think that leaving the mother country and then join.
Let me, because I've finished up the tortillas. Dude, this motherfucker is so disingenuous. Okay, I think what his argument is going to be, not all the states got to vote on the 13th Amendment. However, just like a Mitch McConnell did, they know parliamentary rules. They know when to vote on something. They know who's going to be there. Basically, the Mitch McConnell trick was done to pass the 13th and 14th Amendments. And by the way, what he also doesn't tell you is readmission was basically if you fight a whole goddamn war because you say you seceded, rejoining the Union wasn't so much about rejoining the states as much as the people in the states he just mentioned doing loyalty oaths. Okay, states or land or, laws or whatever, it's the people that need to rejoin in spirit or fake the spirit or whatever. Dude, this is why I don't like these fucking racists. Dude, why are we still debating the 13th and 14th Amendment? This is MAGA personified. We're still fucking, motherfucker, I'm talking. I'll let you know when you can. Just give me a minute.
Talking.
We are, okay, and it's my panel. Do you mind? We are still litigating the Civil War or the Reconstruction process. This is what John Roberts, whether they even understand what they're doing is questionable. But dude, we're still talking about the Civil War and these MAGA, and not all the Republicans even. They basically, if they could fucking abolish the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, they would do it in a heartbeat. We are still talking about the Civil War instead of moving forward as a multiracial democracy. It's disgusting. Now, what do you have to say, 12th man?
Well, I was just going to say that. Don't they have to have a constitutional convention to repeal the 13th
they
and
did.
14th Amendment?
They did. But not in the South because they weren't readmitted.
Man, they have
Which
to
part?
do that.
Which part of they did, but not in the South because the Southern states hadn't been readmitted. Which part of that can't you comprehend? It's literally the same kind. It's literally the same kind of parliamentary stuff that Mitch McConnell did to take a Supreme Court nomination process from Barack Obama. It's funny what you can do with words and laws. I bet this fucking redneck approved of Mitch McConnell doing that. So the bottom line is, of course, there were constitutional conventions, except they weren't in the South because the South had succeeded. And to come back, one of the conditions for Southern states to be readmitted was you have to accept the 13th Amendment. I bet you didn't know that.
So there. Any other
I'm
questions?
not as up to date on the 13th Amendment as
Okay, the
you are.
13th Amendment literally was 1866. You've had more than 100 years to catch up with the Constitution.
Yeah. I should have learned more.
Absolutely. Whoa. Let me help Miss Brooklyn out. I didn't say it had anything to do with MAGA. I am connecting it in that MAGA getting Amy Coney Barrett and who was the one before her? Was it? I can't remember whether it which one it was. I'm talking about parliamentary tricks, knowing the rules, bending the rules. That's what the radical Republicans in Congress did back in 1865 and 66. They used the same parliamentary tricks that MAGA did to get to Supreme Court justices. I don't know where you're getting this thing.
It's called winning.
Okay, do not interrupt.
Stanley.
Okay, what the fuck do you have to say? Because to be honest, I'm
winning
getting annoyed.
elections.
I'm getting annoyed at people who think they know shit and don't interrupting me. To be honest,
Well,
what the
if
fuck do you have
won
to say?
elections, you would have
Okay,
more
no
people in the
idea. What
Supreme
do
Court.
elections have to do with any of this?
If you won elections, you would have more people in the Supreme Court. Period.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
the
you,
way it
12th man.
works, Stanley.
Can I get back to my point, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I didn't say it had anything to do with MAGA. I'm making a comparison, Kimmy. I'm not saying the comparisons are not like involving MAGA. So there have been parliamentary tricks in Congress forever. So we are coming up on the end. We will probably have to finish. Okay, goddamn, dude. Now you're gonna interrupt me again. What you got?
Well, they want to pack the Supreme Court. If
Okay, who gives a
Democrats
fuck
get in
about any
power,
of that? It's irrelevant to my point. Thanks. Save it for tomorrow.
They want to
Okay,
win an
thank you.
election.
Save it for tomorrow. Nothing to do with anything I was talking about. And I'm about to end the show.
MOT
You can literally save that for tomorrow.
Is MOT live or what?
No idea. I dropped the link in the back. Go find out.
Oh, you did? Let me see.
You don't trust me? Wait, hold on. Hold on. I thought I did. Hold on one sec. I thought I did. Oh, look, Vanta's back.
Oh,
all right. Let me. Okay, just let me find it right quick because I do need to end the show before 6 hours. So I don't have to. So I don't have to edit. Let's see. What have we got here? Where is it? Oh, there it is. I would have sworn I dropped this. And no, he doesn't seem to be live just yet. He's running late. But let me drop this in the back. So there it is in the back. He's not live yet, so you haven't missed anything. And then let me drop this in the chat. That's where I think I'll be. MOT is not live yet. So I'll be back. I'm trying to get back to the 3:30 thing, which, I tried it out later. It's not horrible, but I wind up, not, taking the time with dinner that I should. So we must go back to 3:30. If anybody has an idea of a better time, I've been kind of trying to catch, where everybody is so they can join the show. Later isn't bad. Afternoon isn't bad. I'm still kind of up in the air. So
And CM is still live, but I'm not dropping his fucking link. He's been here so many times, he's probably left a snail trail. So I will see everyone tomorrow. Everybody, thank you so much for actually joining this Sunday mess. I had a good time. So see everybody tomorrow.
All right, have a good one, Stanley.
You too. We'll be back to the serious news with a little bit of fun, but got to be serious sometime. Good weekend, folks. I enjoyed it.